意識の前に相手の方がバックれてくらし明るきるハートのペリハッピー明らかにダントツでピカイチ相変わらずタップしてる前にプリンプリン誰の7金貨類もいらないお前のアイスよりアイス俺パッと見できないことばっかりだけどペリハッピー呆れてる呆れてる周り恵まれてる家族友達もう反則的タッチ君ら俺に任せとけばいい教科書にないもんだ信頼上パッと生しない
Game Wah, sudah yoga anjing.
Gue udah live ya? Sorry. Bro, sorry bro. Spotify aku bro, jangan dilihat ya.
Game lu matiin.
Oh iya maaf.
PW lu apa?
Udah. Aman. Udah stream.
Oh, si Martin tuh bikin SG EXO maksudnya ini ya?
Iya, exact. Ayo mulailah.
Oh, udah.
Buset, gue keringetan bro. Gak bohong.
Ngapa yuk?
Ntar gue stream dulu, abis itu mulai stream ulang. Restream bro, tadi kelihatan aja gue setting password.
Tolol.
Dilihat sama YouTube nggak ya?
Farming dulu nggak sih farming? Asik. Nggak kan biasa kalau Mas Dian farming dulu. Farming sebelum main, cari duit. Biar pada donate. Bacain.
Match found.
Aduh.
Martin udah kali, Martin, coba telepon.
Bro, kok gue belum live stream sih bro?
Live stream lah.
Oh udah nih.
Stream game baru.
Ada Theo.
Bro.
Nah, Theo doang.
Bebas. Enggak.
Apakah kita akan bagi-bagi link? Yuk.
Kapan bagi-bagi link apa? Wah anjing, lu gak usah ya anjing. Marketing gua diambil sama gitu.
49G.
Coba cek jaringan dulu, takut nge-lag lagi. Tes speed.
Tes speed di HP.
Di komputer.
Lah gak jadi pakai Theo anjing.
Itu yang kayak apa sampai? Theodor. Tenget.
Bukan cok.
Berapa Mbps?
30.
Bro, gue delay nggak bro?
Downloadnya 30. Uploadnya nggak tahu deh. Kan live streaming kan upload.
Anjing masih
Oh,
Theodor
anjing,
anjir.
Dinner,
Delay anjing tetep.
someone tells me
Wah,
you
gue udah
are.
setting terus tadi ya.
You have to
Wah,
play
uploadnya
for
kecil
later.
cowok,
You get
8
out of
anjing. Pantes.
Jauh
Coba
banget.
masuk live gua, legal.
50 Mbps.
Harusnya lapas sih enggak ya?
Soalnya gua
Uploadnya.
apa di
Thanks.
5.000.
17.
Oh enggak. Normal kok 3 detik.
Soalnya tuh dengan OBS gua bitrate-nya 5.000.
Di trade-nya 5.000. Coba yuk ntar gue liat settingan ini lu ya, OBS lu ya.
Waduh,
Enggak
mantap.
delay,
Iya,
enggak delay.
5.000 kbps gua video bitrate-nya.
Enggak delay.
Soalnya gua ngikutin ini kan biasanya kan gua 10
Placing sentry spotted B.
katanya kalau mau enak apa ada MBP video bitrate-nya setengahnya.
Locating targets.
Alarm bot out. Cutting their vision. Dropping stones.
Gue kena anjing, babi.
Spike down B.
Anjing, reload depan mata anjing.
Iya,
Bisa gitu.
Kagak pindah.
Placing
Spike
bomb
planted.
grenade. Bomb grenade out.
Last player standing.
Wah anjing.
Ya.
Ini gara-gara ngomongin bitrate anjir.
Alright, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
I will save.
Watching this.
Low,
Watching this.
low, stinger.
Weapons up. Comms open. Drone going out.
Ah, anjing gue didorong. Bisa kedorong juga anjir kita.
Drone is down.
Cutting their vision.
Suruh ngomong ke situ.
Missiles away.
Ay, anjing kena
Placing
spam.
bomb grenade.
Ambil stinger tuh. Udah ya. Magar snap.
Low tahu. Low.
Wah, anjing.
Wait. Smoke gua
Pet 69 ya.
30 detik.
Lo stikernya mana anjing?
Di lu.
Last player.
Walah, megang pisau.
Stiker diambil Cuki. Gua lepas sarung dulu guys. Habis sudah.
Ruk, nanti lu smoke di sini bisa nggak, Ruk? Biar ngeplannya gampang aja. Satu gitu.
30 seconds left.
Tapi ntar siapa-siapa ada yang di dekat sini.
Iya. Benar, tetap lo.
Spike planted.
Sudah.
Low, stinger.
Oh anjing, pantesan headset gua kebalik anjir. Saya salah dari kanan anjing. Didengerin di kiri. Headset gua kebalik beda.
Aye, where to?
Ntar gua belum store tunai. Kemarin gua dagang belum digaji juga.
Turret out.
Karena ya masih lama kok, santai.
Could I have a drop? Thanks.
Lo tenemos, hermanos.
Gua udah pakai dash anjing.
Drone going out.
Dropping smoke. Alarm bot out. Reloading.
Ada nih.
Placing bomb.
Bangsat. Telat
All
tembak.
missiles away.
Blocking sight. Spike planted.
Bro, kena dia.
Placing swarm grenade. Right here. Swarm grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Senjata.
Gun here. Gun here.
Stinger.
Their advantage.
Nih, pandal gue nih.
Malah pakai stinger dia, Cok.
Ya nggak mau, ya udah. Gue kali kan nggak mau.
Botai.
Thank you.
Tahu botai? Botai.
Nih. Ya nggak mau.
Ada.
Enggak. Sorry. Ini.
Gun here.
Udah nggak mau.
Locating target. Drone is down.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Dropping smoke.
All missiles away.
Bodoh.
Placing swarm grenade. Here. Swarm grenade out. Having the vision. Refreshing. Reloading. NOBAR.
Tembakin.
Enemy spotted.
Last player standing.
Face your
5
fear.
kill Jay. Kocak yang ulti.
Lu kanannya juga dicek.
Wahyu udah beli FIFA.
Oh, udah.
Udah.
Sticknya?
Sticknya belum. Di Papua aja.
Kocak.
Gimana Indomaret?
Easy kills. And if they don't, pues...
Beli berapa dia?
Plenty.
90.000.
Oh iya lagi diskon.
Gini sekarang. Kalau lu punya
Kita beli
V2
berapa?
300.
Kalau punya apa?
Kalau punya V24 jadi 90.
Lah gue punya. Anjing.
Ya sekarang. Kenapa lu nggak sama? Kan
Emang
gue beliin.
I don't quit.
1,6.
Kan gue beliin Rup. FC25.
Placing sentry. Enemy spotted B. Reloading.
Kiri, naik.
Locating target.
Ini gue spok itu.
Lock in sight.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Nah, kan gini enak.
Yikes.
Oh, anjir. Apapun.
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
My ult is ready. I'm back for good.
Diffuse.
Naik, Cok.
No.
Bisa nggak kelihatan gitu ya?
130.
No.
One downside to being immortal. I can't play dead.
Sorry. Home sweet home. Awesome.
Play slow.
Come back for worse. Placing sentry.
Loh. Anjing kiri. Merem gua babi.
Enemy spotted A.
My ultimate is ready. Bot coming back.
Loh, mahal banget.
There.
Bener.
Ah, babi.
Last player
Ah,
standing.
deket banget.
Spike down A.
Sorry. Bupati dulu.
30 seconds left.
Gua smoke nggak speknya?
One enemy
Got
remaining.
one. Drop in a smoke. Turn out. I got the spike.
Ten seconds left.
Spike's down.
Loh,
Wih. Buat nganggur tuh.
Oh, my genius thought bot coming back.
Wes, gua stream bro, let's go
Alright,
akhirnya.
I take back
Langsung
what I said
klik.
about those bots.
Langsung enggak lu kira gua Rio.
Need a drop.
Langsung skip aja lagi main.
Itu kepotong yuk kayaknya layar lu. Maksudnya terlalu.
Siapa request yuk? Yuk,
Ada
lu request
basic
yuk, Bron
tuh.
yuk. Ke bro dibeli, gua beliin ini yuk.
Need a drop.
Nih
Nah.
gue skin.
oh iya, Cok. Lah kok
Ya
kayak
kan.
gitu? Bentar.
Geser lagi nggak sih? Ke mirror kayak gitu aja.
Kenapa streamingnya?
Yang kanannya kepotong pindah ke kiri.
What the fuck?
Dikit doang sih emang.
Oh.
Nah iya, positioningnya doang.
Our spike carrier is
Wah,
killed.
anjing.
Spike
Pojok
down
kanannya
B.
udah ada.
Down.
Ya Allah.
Udah.
Absen bro.
Loh,
Di atas di kiri.
Gak ketahuan bola.
Kanan. Kiri sih.
I've got your trail.
Still in sight.
What's this? Lucky sight.
Still in sight.
Hey, Rio.
Last player standing.
Waduh,
Tenang.
bingung liat mana anjing.
Di atas sama kanan. Aduh.
sorry. Gua kubat. Kena dua doang anjing, kagak headshot.
Mana
Mending gua beliin
saat?
Reina anjir.
Ult is ready. You
Sorry.
don't get a reset
Enggak tahu.
button.
Santai.
Mana saat?
Placing sentry. Spikes here. Alright, muckers.
Ada suara
Off we
paus
go.
ya?
Ada paus. Ini kan dalam. Mana yang bikin di
Gua sih
batu?
mau ngeras apakah ada
Repot
di-
anjing pakai ini. Ya, habis di ini dulu.
Drone going out.
Blocking sight.
Sini ada.
Spike planted.
Kocak Theo-nya.
You are divided. Night night.
Wah, anjing 78 kill dia. Ngumpet di situ dia.
Belakang.
Low.
One enemy remaining.
Sorry.
Di Rena nih. Kanannya. No, kan bener.
Last player standing.
You just swap those biometrics.
Emang nggak bisa
Meledak lagi.
main lama.
Killing them is easier than all this radio night business.
Lama-lama.
Gila digendong-gendong park bro.
I need a drop.
Lo, saya beli yang mana ini?
Turret out.
Guys.
Lama-lama maksudnya?
Need a drop.
Masuknya agak apa?
Oh.
Biasa ngeras anjing sama Cie. Cie udah ada yang menggantikan guys.
Siapa Rapi ya? Si Rapi ya?
Waduh.
Si Paruk weh.
Blow dulu anjing. Blow dulu. Blind.
Cutting their vision.
Dropping smoke.
Nah, apa sih itu udah ada smoke itu?
Locating targets.
Still in sight.
Chaos.
Flank mah.
Three souls.
Face your fear!
One enemy remaining. You were pitiful.
Bang, tape bang. Waduh. 484.
This reminds me of one time where I,
Loh,
actually, never mind.
caca.
Bang Jet scam kah? Enggak, adik-adik. Emang belum pemanasan aja, belum panas. Tadi gue di atas.
Placing sentry.
Bang, lu baca komen siapa? Nggak ada. Nggak ada baca komen siapa.
Oh shite, I lost my pet rock.
Drone going out.
Dropping smokes.
Still in sight.
Bye.
This is how it ends.
Alarm bot out.
Enemy spotted A. Enemy
Blocking
spotted
sight.
A.
Anjing, kena anjing.
You should
Kira lo ada ya?
run. Disappoint.
Kira lu kayak. Sorry.
One enemy remaining.
Terakhir di sini.
Sini ya.
Right here.
Nih, gini.
I worked up an appetite on that one.
No then papaja. If you compromise your
Si
position,
papa aja.
Apa aja.
here.
Bang. Coba Oni lu, Panda lu apa bang? Ini adik-adik. Oni.
Oh ini lo
Phantom lu apa bang?
Padahal lo apa bang? Padahal.
Oni lu apa bang? Pandal sama Phantom bro. Satu bandel.
Stand by to infiltrate.
Bang, pisau lu bukan Oni. Iya.
Scam kata satu bandel.
Executed.
Pakai biasa dulu ya.
Locating targets. Joke's over. You're dead.
Pas bang.
Who?
Kan.
Plant this trap.
Grenade is live. Enemy spotted. B.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Like clockwork.
Tuh kan adik-adik jetnya udah mulai jago nih.
Last round
Udah
before the
9.
switch.
9
We'll lose everything after this.
Goblok.
Spend it.
What do you need?
Ada waktunya adik-adik. Santai aja.
Turret out.
Semua akan top frag pada waktunya adik-adik.
Set gua punya
Kill 2 ngeplan.
2 HP sepi banget anjing, kagak ada notif.
Roll for initiative.
Ya ini gue juga punya 3 sama 1 di game.
Iya, gua juga 3 anjing.
Reloading.
Gua 4 dong.
Buset.
Reloading.
What's this?
Drone going out.
Oh iya kan ada op.
One surprise.
Anjing. Dekat anjing.
Aduh, lagi dia. Sorry.
Our spike's down.
Ih.
Spike down A.
Hokinya.
Got your trail.
Kita nggak punya flash ya? Renanya anjing.
Last player standing.
Grenade is live.
Sempet. Sempat.
Bang, sengit bang, iya sengit. Kalau sengat tawon, sengat.
Switching sides.
Don't be spending too many brain cells figuring them out.
Overthinking.
Bang, lu kapan
is just
topek?
as bad as
Baca.
underthinking.
Tergeser, tergusur. Berapa Gar yang nonton?
1.
Lo.
Oh aja lur. Ide makhluk.
Jadi miris.
Bang, jet mati 10. Iya, dikit entry. Gede kosong.
Trot. Tunggu waktu.
Main di B sama mid aja.
Drop in a smoke.
Loh, Rene bisa naik situ bro. Dia mau masang dinamina.
Lock di B. Saya drop B. B, go B. Mau krop.
Drop in a smoke.
Aja nggak gue rapetin ya.
Di belakang lu ada nih.
Enemy spotted.
One down.
Ih, ngecit anjing fatnya.
Thirty seconds left.
Enemy spotted B.
Last player standing.
Ini 35. Ini internet gue yang lag apa? Emang
Game ya.
Outside of this game,
loading mulu.
immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day benefits.
Benefits as you think.
Baterai mas gua apa kabar ya? G304 baterai level gua.
Loh, kok paling atas.
Turret out.
Drone going
Ini
out.
rapi kah? Bahasa rapi.
Lintar.
aja.
Two suppressed.
3 berarti situ.
All missiles away. Ammunition.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted. A.
Wah, anjing pandang babi. Nah,
Last player standing.
Anjis gak kena
Wah,
anjing.
anjing bengong liat map anjing. Liat map lagi liat map.
They don't have a single
life worth
saving.
Sabar ya, Atrio.
Aduh gantengnya.
Najis, bisa dipercepat nggak?
Najis.
Najis nggak bisa dipercepat gitu.
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
that's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl.
That's my nigga.
No smoke.
Loh,
Hey, set up.
Careful here.
Pusing
kok pusing?
All missiles away. Locating targets.
Face your fear!
4 suppressed.
anjir. Trip air. Tuh siapa tuh suara kuman tuh?
Spike planted.
Kiri. Low.
Turrets destroyed.
Last player
Wah.
standing.
30.
Low.
Goblok.
Gak ada yang bener bang, gak ada yang bener kak.
Win. Show me where to go.
Kan gue tutup lu anjing. 9 jadi enak.
Placing sentry.
Goblok anjing headshot.
I'll lose to these bears.
Seref. Paling bangsat ya tadi.
Enemy spotted. B.
Here.
Two suppressed.
Waduh low. Smoke-nya nggak hilang-hilang nih. Nah.
All missiles away. Enemy spotted. B.
Spike down B.
Target down.
Woi, santai.
I've got your trail.
Boleh bagi.
No peeking.
One enemy
Stay
remaining.
down.
Kalian
Mending cok.
30 seconds left.
jauh.
Buset, kill 10.
We can stand around all day
Beda 3 doang sama top red.
killing them, or we just do it. I need a drop.
Placing sentry.
I love this part.
Smoke.
Dropping smoke.
Joke's over.
You're dead.
Placing swarm grenade. Found them. Swarm grenade out.
Spike planted.
Turrets destroyed. Blocking sight.
Kan.
Ammunition.
Dari
Oh, ada di situ anjing.
ada dua.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die.
Shotgun saatnya.
Saatnya shotgun iki.
Gue ke mid deh.
Turret out.
Lo ada.
Enemy spotted. Mid.
B.
Locating target. One suppressed.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Spike down B.
All missiles away.
Enemy kill.
Tembakin dong.
Aduh, 65.
No peeking.
are divided.
Duh, ini gue buat apa?
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Dia nggak tahu kalau ada lu tuh. Dua-duanya suruh.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Anjing.
One
Saat itu
enemy
ini.
remaining.
Nanti gue ada smoke.
Ah, itu
I had to
dia.
focus for a second.
Wah, gila, my genius. Genius, buat Gojek.
Bacot banget anjing.
We should win.
Gila.
Gue kira tadi senjata orang mati gitu ketaro.
Gila nggak gua? Gila
I
dong.
need a drop.
Jadi
Bisa apa?
makna yang
Bisa
berbeda.
gila.
Lu gila emang gitu. Gila banget.
Jadi makna yang berbeda.
Bayangin. Nggak clutch 2 kali bro. Let's go nggak tahu.
Lu parah juga nggak dibeliin Jo. Minta.
Banyakan recall.
Iya.
Spek drop di A.
Drone going out.
Face your fear!
Lo udah masuk bro.
Spike planted.
24 peluru.
Ini apa sih Killjoy anjing? Fatnya.
You should run.
24
Last
peluru.
player
Gila.
standing.
Cuek anjing sininya.
Anjing nggak kena.
Shot in a scope. I can hold an area pretty well
Teonya.
myself. Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Turret out.
Wah lah dia. Cuki. Oh, cabut. Oh.
Hey.
Be faster.
Spike planted.
Blocking sight.
Habisin nih situ, habisin. Gers. Sikat gers yang kanan. Astra tahu tadi.
Is live.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Astra men.
Anyway,
I'm the Kusuka.
I can play by the
I'm the
book from time to time.
Kusuka.
My seat's in
Desuka.
I can't be away
I'm Desuka.
Need a drop.
I'm Doku Desuka. Jepang kan. Pak Wibu. Bang, bacot lu bang.
Cici. Another epic victory.
Dah.
Lagi main Marvel dia.
Di mid ada satu.
Gua.
Ya dibilang ada ngeyel.
Step gua barusan tapi anjing.
Tapi gua dengar suara Phoenix anjir.
Ya dengar Punisher.
Merem gue tadi.
2 loh.
Cutting the vision.
Dia cok.
In sight.
Mana sih dia anjing?
Planting aja.
Last player standing.
Baris loh.
Anjing ditungguin dari situ, bangke.
Match point. Their lives are so meaningless.
Might as well give them to me.
Request, gue bisa beliin shield nih.
Melee.
Face your fear!
You're dead!
Stealing sight. Spike planted.
Drone going out.
Vincent.
Cutting their vision.
Placing bomb grenade.
Fighting mati anjing.
Bye. My ult's ready. Bomb grenade out.
Last
Depan lu
player
ya.
standing. Attackers win.
The fuck?
Bang, lu nggak share link? Aduh, iya lupa bro.
Diam dulu dik.
Anjing. Sama beda 4 sama Rio anjing. Ya, gas lagi.
Your weapon. Gas, wah.
Terus gue udah RM-nya dah.
Gua mau minjem akunnya Paruk tapi lawannya pasti masih sama juga anjing dia.
Kasih gue dah. Kasih gue dah.
Nah, akun gua jarang kepake.
Akun gua di bawah terus.
Iya lagi.
Akun gua belum mainin aja.
Semuanya
Ada Odin glitch pop bro. Bro, Odin glitch pop bro.
Anjing.
Odin GP, lu nggak ada GP, nggak ada GP, nggak ada Odin kan lu bro? Ada deh, software.
Ada Sovereign, ada
Sabar.
Apa
Oni ada
namanya?
nggak?
Sabar.
River.
Gua mau ganti pistol dulu.
Bang, ganti Oni apa?
Onisan.
Pisan.
River kali ya, River.
Bang, info agen baru, Surti.
Hijau bego. Surti.
Surti.
Dingin banget bro. Bang, coba main Fanny, ini game Valo babi.
Lu.
Bang, nanti malam nobar VCT lah, gas. Fanatik adik-adik.
Lagi.
Fanatik main.
Fanatik,
Gas nonton. Jam berapa?
jam 12.
12 gas.
Fanatik bro, main kita. Nonton kita.
Main. Atlet loh.
Atlet bro. Atlet gue jari. Intinya bagus nih, oren merah gitu.
Nah,
Bagus
nunggu
sih,
info aja gua mah.
Player X sih bagus.
Arek udah ada. Ntar sebut beda.
Kalau enggak yang ini BLG klub Cina. Warnanya pink-pink gitu, dia lucu. Wah anjing nge-lag. Nge-lag anjing. Oh enggak.
Aduh gantengnya.
EDG ganteng.
Najis.
EDG ganteng.
Enggak.
EDG bagus.
Mampus.
EG juga bagus. G itu bagus orang gitu, Rup.
Anjir.
Kacau orang umum.
Match found.
Bang, tim favorit lo apa? EVOS.
Woi.
EVOS.
EVOS di sini. EVOS,
Wah, Rizko
EVOS
dipakai!
di sana. Teriakan bersama-sama.
Abis.
EVOS.
Bro, keras gue dipakai bro.
EVOS di sini.
Teo kata gua.
Belum ada cuti.
Lah.
Loh, dia udah ada. Loh, udah pada ada, Cok. Loh. Oh, belum.
EVOS di sana. Teriakan bersama-sama. EVOS di sini. Bang, cara donate gimana? Nanya doang, donate kagak. Itu di deskripsi kan ada link tuh, link Saweria, lu tinggal klik. Pembayarannya bisa GoPay,
Bisa ngutang nggak, Bang?
ngutang-kutang lu sini, gue tarik.
Ngutang donate.
Ayo adik-adik donate buat bayar utang Parok. Gue punya utang ke Parok kan belum dibayar. Berapa Parok? CP 50 ya?
CP 50 kemarin minta genepin.
Oh iya, genapin. CP berarti. CP kan, Rok? Lah, ini diemin gua. Gue 2 orang absen, nonton doang absen kagak. Ini kayak like yang cuma 1.
Lu doang bego
Ini ada 2 orang juga.
yang nge-like.
Iya makanya 1 orang yang
Ah, lady night. We meet again.
Ya casing gue bagus banget. Rasputin.
Bang, siapa murid Yesus yang paling hype bis? Yohanes. Karena dia ngebaptis Yesus di Air Jordan. Iya, Cak. Di Sungai Jordan. Pakai air Sungai Jordan.
Gue tau nggak?
Dropping smokes. Reloading for you.
Wah, anjir mati gua. Jet, revive me. Jet, revive me.
Alah, bacot.
Jet, revive me, Jet.
Someone's in defender spawn.
Jet, revive me, Jet. Jet, revive me.
Kan klik kanan gua.
Jet, revive me. Jet,
Last player standing. 1 enemy remaining.
Grenade! I have the spike.
Jet, revive me, Jet. Jet, revive me. Jet, revive me, Jet. Jet,
30
revive
seconds
me.
left.
No peeking.
No.
Jet, revive me, Jet. Jet, revive me.
Listen up,
GGS biar ganteng-ganteng swags.
Just give me a nudge.
24
Young
Legs berawal dari sekarang. Bro, lu udah nonton Tamudachi versi TikTok bro? Ada Iyo sama Apos.
Siapa itu?
Tamudachi Satrio iya. Tamudachi versi TikTok.
Dropping smoke. Enemy spotted. Healing.
Reload.
Low 106.
Eliminate.
Cyber 106.
remaining.
Lobat 106.
Flashing. That's another
Kira jauh anjir.
weapon here. We have come back from worse. Let's go.
Spotted apa tadi? Baik.
Bang, tap bang, baca. Tadi gitu urut.
Keep the balance in our favor.
Dropping smoke. Reloading. Lock inside. Eyes big. No charges
Di
left.
smoke.
Sporty.
Mampus kau.
Lo kagak ditembak.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Low. 79.
Anjay.
I can
Let
speak
them
English.
fight.
Dari no mama tuh.
Semua kita tahu. Tak. Dari memunut, tak. Dan menurut tak.
Can I get a drop?
Can I get the drop? Yes, bitch.
Kasar.
Dropping smokes. Gone, buddy. Blocking sight.
Anjing, gue liat di map dulu. Belakang Lagers.
Reloading.
Brrrr.
Di atas adik.
Oh, ada dua.
Tuh Evan. Lo nih dua orang ngapain dari tadi cuy? Astaga.
Omen 52.
Masih ngerti tuh. Si orang Indo tuh.
Omen 55. 52.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Sacelah kurang cuy, nyampe situ doang anjing.
Last player standing.
Loh.
Ini anjing gak ada yang kena bangke.
Wah.
If you must
Valorant
fall,
help.
then fall near me.
Gila.
I vote, go B.
Yeah, I have wool. Go B,
Can
bro.
someone get this?
Gok B.
Let's flush them out.
Udah bener gue pakai race. Udah pakai race nih orang, babi. Ulti gak sih, Dik?
1, 2, 3.
Grenade. No.
One suppressed.
Headshot.
Anjing
Mantul lagi.
Blocking sight.
Gue mau senjata.
So what I need. Last player standing.
Aduh.
Di najis kena anjing.
Kena anjing.
Cari mono, tak. Cari mono, tak.
My ult is ready.
That's a joke.
Bang, free fight club kenapa di bawah? Ntar juga naik.
Saving.
Savingnya tadi anjing. Lo kepake.
Dropping smokes.
Jing.
I can't use
Like
that.
I never left.
Last player standing.
120. Oh. Capek banget.
Sabar.
Hey! Ini apa ini?
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
Default.
Kan kalau NR kan retri.
Jadi
Oh, nggak beli lagi asu.
senjatanya apa tuh?
Diambil.
Ambil ya. Anda. Ayo ada Mars.
Aduh anjing di situ dong. Lo ngapain nggak? Bantai. Dislokan.
Lo kan dalam sono. Terakhir sih di sini, pasti ke kiri. Tuh.
Anjing babi.
Just
Babi.
let them try to
Itu kan terakhir.
Makan tuh selokan.
Itu kan terakhir gua lihat. Kalau Parok nggak tahu.
Iya, makanya gue liat situ terakhir, pasti ke kiri, gue bilang. Lihat, diam.
Kenapa suruh anjing cacat. Nggak bisa pakai res kan lu. Bisanya gue yakin nih orang bisanya resnya pas lagi defense, Cok. Ngelempar-lempar bom dari atas anjing, tahu banget gua.
We see the people, not them. Grenade! Dropping smokes.
Astaga, paling kena lagi tuh orang.
They're here.
Sat.
Aduh, ada dua anjing.
Anjing baris gitu.
One enemy remaining.
Gua baru.
Pelan-pelan.
Iya, AFK. Benar AFK.
No, just plan.
Light planted. My ultimate is ready.
AFK nggak semua
orang
orang
yang
gitu.
nembak.
Enggak. Dia tadi nggak smoke kan?
Enggak.
Lah tadi yang dia kan smoke siapa?
Gua.
My ult ready.
Lo, berapa lu?
Berapa peluru anjing?
Once more into battle.
Astaga.
I'm not tired. Are you?
G-Course.
Oke.
Dropping smokes. Reloading.
Ya, omenya nggak ada.
Satchel out.
Anjing di situ.
I know exactly where you are.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
Kill the queen.
Master clutch gak sih?
One enemy remaining.
Iya situ. Santai 50.
Flash.
Awas dia masuk smoke sana.
Sorry.
Time to stock back up.
Careful.
This is gonna be fun.
Nih, mondir.
No one walks away.
Satchel out.
Gudung. Aduh.
Healing.
Aduh anjing, mantul di atas, tadi mantul di bawah.
Loh, Diki anjing emang.
Planted. My ult is ready.
Go ahead. Stand your ground.
Waduh.
Low, res. Reina.
No charges left. Weapon. Enemy spotted.
One enemy remaining.
Katanya situ lagi, Rok.
Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
Last player standing.
Nah, liatin dulu lah.
I know.
Terus sama ya lu mati-mati
Must
juga.
be done.
Dan
Ada nama manota kakak. Ngomong.
Paling mono tuh tak. Paling mono tuh tak.
Men udah bangun ya?
Stay safe.
Lu kena
Reloading.
stun.
Dropping smoke. Bomb buddy out.
Knife deployed. Two suppressed.
Stay down.
Flashbang.
Malah absen. Kasih paham bro. Belum.
Spike down mid.
Masih dipik.
Harusnya dimajuin.
Absurd. Paling mono tuh ada mata.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Kocak. Kontol cicak.
Last
Parah
round in the half.
adalah
Last call for all the things we need to kill him with. Fire.
parah adalah Faruk berdarah. Ya Rok, ya lu berdarah kan Rok?
Apanya?
Spikes
Apa?
here.
Apa tuh?
Loh, kena OP lagi.
Ya, belum nembak. Kesalahan berpikir. Belum nembak ngedes.
Reloading. Blocking sight.
Ayo main smoke-smokean sama gua.
Waduh, anjing di situ dong.
That's a kill.
Flank. Loh,
Biji papasan, spaghetti gua lagi. Mabet. Dalam anjing.
kanan sih, kanan.
Ini di dalam. Tuh.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Mana gua tahu spaghetti gua.
Switching
Seru gak?
sides.
Skyrim.
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
Ini santo oh Hania. Boy.
Oh, mereka di bawah.
Ya apa?
Siapa di bawah?
Oh, kalian ntar
sama.
Mas Aizu.
Siapa?
Oh yang lingkar Saizu.
Wah, saatnya pindah dulu.
Shutting them down. Three suppressed.
Sehat ya?
Wah,
Loh, mati.
iya.
Si Perak ini goblok.
Low, Jet. 78.
On my mark.
Jelas, sumpah lah gak dulu.
Spike planted.
Nailed it. Many enemies A. Healing you. Got him.
Nanya aja bukan.
Last player standing.
Ah, babi. 55.
Namanya
One enemy remaining.
Loh, dia nggak bisa
Nice, bro.
positioning.
dia nggak bisa positioning. Ngeflank kayak apa?
Ye, sehat ye.
Clutch.
Sehat.
I am not just your healer.
Aduh. Sulit, bro.
Sage, healer. What an understatement.
Oh, wajah itu ya? Ulti ya?
Iya, maju.
Loh, pada surat.
Okay, nice.
Ye, lethal company ye.
Habisan nih semua gara-gara Perak ini.
Lethal company ye.
Ulti lagi.
Spider-Man.
Enggak. Gue belum install juga soalnya.
Iya, ntar kapan-kapan kalau udah rame.
Lanjut part 2.
Woi.
Lanjut part 2.
Wall raised. For you.
Itu turretnya anjir.
Opponent kill. No peeking.
Iya, ayo.
Wah.
One dead.
Gua distract.
Spike down A.
Low. Raina.
One enemy remaining.
Three down. My ultimate is ready. Nice. That sucks.
Gua kill anjir. Gue jadi hypernya anjir.
You say something?
Gua kill turretnya.
Sorry. Ears still ringing.
Yo, what's up, bro? Skirt.
Beli shelter. Wego.
Oga.
Come on, let's go.
Figures.
fire.
Your duty is not over.
Set.
Loh, 103.
Spike
Low.
planted.
Anjing 40.
Bomb buddy out.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel up. Satchel up.
Loh, oh banyak aksi, Cuk. Rese, Cuk.
Aksi.
Di bis, bro.
Banyak aksi anjing Rese.
Shame. I love
Banyak aksi.
explosions.
Aksi reaksi. Ereksi.
Shit, man.
Satchel out.
Loh.
Banyak aksi,
Ya,
banyak aksi.
udah mulai nge-troll.
Anyone need anything?
Ada nge-troll,
Banyak aksi.
guys.
Banyak aksi, reaksi, ereksi.
Let's go.
Ah, lu banyakin anjing.
Terus kan gue pindah.
Wall raised.
The hunt begins.
Ada nggak ya?
Spike
Bang.
down mid.
Takis tuh.
Anjing. Tanah. Cyber.
Wow! Udah ada jet anjing.
30 seconds left.
Pikir kita lagi ngeping. Lagi ngeping. Kanan. Di kanan.
One enemy remaining.
Kanan. Nice.
I'm amped. Let's go. I got things to do.
I'm in. Ah.
Enemy spotted B.
Loh, dia ngumpet, Cuk. Wah, anjing. Oh, ding jet.
Remove.
Balik wall, mau masuk bro. Spike drop.
Spike down mid.
Here.
Dekat drop.
One enemy remaining.
Lagi dua. Halo.
Low.
Ini orang anjing.
Cabut ya.
Gak jelas anjing, banyak asing. Paling ulti. Ya, ult.
Iyalah.
Lama bacok.
Mampus
player
gua
Wah,
semua.
kok. Lama banget, gila gitu
Masuk
doang.
ke B lah. Ke A maksud. Udah ulti lagi keciduk.
Yup, dia.
10 seconds left. Spike planted.
Santai.
Pisau.
Dalam smoke aja.
Clutch.
Gue bilang
Oh,
dalam
anjing.
smoke-nya anjing.
Anjing.
Omelnya terus banyak aksi. Kayak aksi rate-nya.
I'm here to stay. Enemy spotted B.
Eyes down. My ult's ready.
Aduh, gila. Timing banget.
Your ground.
40 ya.
Spike planted.
Komen 40. Paruh duluan. Ada ulti baru.
Last player standing.
Like I never left.
Dalam smoke.
Last player standing.
Kira dia masuk ke sono anjing.
Wah, anjing.
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
Reloading.
Let's make them dance.
Ada kamera.
Aduh anjing, apa sih 16 doang kena kamu. Santai, jangan keluar.
Aduh, gua lupa nih habis peluru gua. Rena di set ya.
Spike planted.
People are hating on the spaghetti, and I can see why. I'm gonna try the spicy chicken first before it gets uncrispy. I don't know if that's the word. Alright, I'm gonna try to
My ultimate is
One enemy remaining.
Eta.
Reloading.
Aksi.
Erep.
Okay, we know the
Apa?
drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
Lah. Sabi kali.
Lo ikannya ee.
Kan anjing.
Ikannya ee, coba nyangkut anjing. Nggak coba.
Emang ikan gitu coba kalau berak kayaknya
Telur
nyangkut
itu,
anjing.
telur.
Tai itu coba.
Telurnya coklat anjing.
Aduh, becak.
Sabar apa?
I know exactly where you are.
Anjing.
Blocking sight. Drop in a smoke.
Goblok kali.
Spike planted.
Be faster.
Last player
Wah, anjing
standing.
kaget.
Enemy kill.
enemy remaining.
3. Sit.
Ada lagi.
Ada lagi. Siapa nih Azura?
I'll survive a dent or two. Can't say the same for you fragile humans.
Azura, defender. Ping gua 400 anjing.
400.
Ya telu lah.
Azura saha anjing ini. Lihat gua.
Di mana?
Di India.
Anjing, flick apaan itu?
Bye. Bye. Drop in a smoke.
Mampus, habisin
Aduh,
dah.
anjing 35, sorry Rok. Gua pakai
One
bulldog.
enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Satu lagi.
1v1. WKA deh.
Rasa kocak anjing sobat gua.
Spike planted.
Suppressing.
Anjing 72. 72.
You're up. Stay safe. We're going back in.
The hunt begins.
Enemy spotted B.
Here.
Aduh 81 anjing.
Duh, pakai guardian di sini lagi. Agak enak banget sumpah. Tolong buat sini.
Here.
Yikes. Block inside. Block inside.
Ah!
Bega.
Di BD.
Santai res.
Last player standing.
Apa di tengah-tengah gitu sih anjing?
Tahu, ini nggak jelas. Resnya Class or gay.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Enggak.
Refreshing.
Sakit. 37 anjing.
Match point.
Platin. Ih, tai anjing.
Fight once again.
Ini
teman-teman bisa Google atau dari teman-teman podcast ini bisa nyari namanya popcorn lah. Itu dicek gambarnya kayak gitu. Dan kenapa kok ketawanya baru sekarang? Karena post dan face yang tidak selalu ketawa 10 tahun terakhir. Dan penelitiannya itu namanya metodenya kohort. Jadi dilihat perokok-perokok dibandingkan dengan post. Vape itu efeknya apa? Post itu jauh lebih ringan daripada rokok.
Dalam kandungan apa jadi dong? Enemy spotted A.
Here. Go get him.
Spike planted.
One down. Your duty is not over.
Hidupin yang lebih berguna gitu.
Cepet, cepet.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Mati di belakang.
Attackers win.
Teriak.
Makanya tujuannya orang diciptakannya post dan back itu tujuannya sebenarnya buat terapi kayak prostitusi.
Brody.
Terus akhirnya dialihkan lah dia lewat post supaya di copy.
Silver lagi.
Min satu. Min satu bang. Min satu bang, ada temen gak bang?
Kosong.
Al, coba kita tarik Al.
Nggak ada, coy.
Al.
Oi,
Halo.
lagi Delta gue, cok.
Shake ya.
Kasih bang.
Ini main kasih Rapi.
Rapi siapa anjing?
Siapa temen lu yang di streamer? Di streamer, di viewer.
Lagi gak ada nonton. Cok, gua mau ngambil Tejo, cok.
Lah.
Bertikot.
Satu.
Oh, ini di show-nya lagi ulti ya?
Partikot.
Tadi tiba-tiba merah-merah gitu kan?
Kita udah lama gak pakai Vandal Champion. Mana Vandal Champion aing? Shit.
Kan nggak merah-merah juga pakai.
Vandal Champion sama
Ada ikut gitu.
kata gua Partikot. Zaksis gas.
Zeraksis. Aduh arah. Zerok ya. Coba lu nggak bikin lah itu Zara. Zaraksi. Zaraksi kagak main Valo.
Nggak usah.
Akmal gimana Akmal? Lu udah ketemu Akmal nggak?
Gay.
Oh gitu.
Lu. Oke, bisa. Mau pakai res, cok, anjing.
Parah lu, ada yang mau pakai ini. Pakai aja bang, bebas bang. Apa aja bang. Smoker juga nggak apa-apa dulu smoker. Biar pusing batuk musuhnya.
Yang 5 itu.
Parah lu bukannya pakai Raze, apa namanya? Reina.
Bilang dong.
Oke.
Bilang kalau kangen Reina gua.
Lu kan Reina terbaik seungaran. Bro ngantuk, lapar nggak sih bro? Bang lapar bang, makan bro. Nge-komen, kira komen bisa bikin kenyang.
Nah betul, asap rokok itu mengandung zat bukan hanya nikotin, tapi berbagai zat-zat lainnya. Nah, karena
KO level with me. Is there anything you can't do out here?
Sneak past the metal detector. First thing that comes to mind.
Seorang wanita dikabarkan hamil setelah makan jeruk. Dokter mengatakan wanita tersebut mengandung vitamin C. Bogor.
Itu gara-gara jeruk atau yang satu lagi?
Jadi mengandung vitamin C. Makan jeruk.
Let's play slow. Here.
Lama. Smoking. Belum aku pencet, sorry.
Grenade!
Gaskan.
I have spike down A.
Spike planted.
Tunnel satu.
Saya bang.
Last player
Ay.
standing.
Ding.
Duh, sorry bang. Gua nggak beli trap tadi bang. Aman. Enggo. Bang, kalau kalah nggak usah beli, iya nih Klik, maaf, nggak beli nih toh.
Belilah.
Oh, belilah.
Default. Lah.
Kemana kita?
Anjing, gak jelas anjing.
Kenapa, Cok?
Anjing. Ada bekasnya loh di sini. Gue nembak pas jet masih ada.
Anjing.
Reloading.
Excusez-moi.
Healing you. Grenade!
Cak.
Dari kanan. Dari kanan.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Di kiri dua-duanya.
Barriers down.
Spike down mid.
I got this one.
Aku bantu lah.
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Wah.
Itu dia.
Kacau.
Okay, they tried. Now it's our turn.
Oh, asis. Pantesan gak mati anjing jetnya. Beli shield pego anjing.
Gue kenapa?
Gue udah emosi anjing. Kena tapi gak mati.
Shake them up.
Suren.
Loh, siapa tuh Suren?
Delta, serennya gimana? Semuanya gitu? 32?
Nggak ada anjing.
Nggak ada keren sendiri ya.
Oh.
Kabur.
Cabut jangan di sini.
Masih ada lagi deh.
Target sighted C.
Alihin perhatian please. Ini apa please banget sumpah. Ketahuan, Cok.
Shutting them down. Reloading. Suppressed.
Teleport's ready.
One time guys, itu dia. Itu dia.
Find the weakest link and kick him in the shin.
Oh, kena sekali anjing tadi.
Ya bak love. Jet.
Itu chamber 40. Outlaw man.
Miau.
Bomb buddy out.
Smoking.
My ult is ready. Barrier here. Light planted. Ow! My ult's ready. Grenade!
Oh, 78.
Here.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is not ready.
Pas ya, Bang. Well.
Stand tall. We are Valorant. We are
Lah,
fighters.
kena aja 132. Babi chamber low.
B kali. BB.
Go B.
Dropping smokes. Get it. Remove. Stand down.
Oh gimana? Ambil gaya. Wih bisa.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Flawless.
Masa gue lagi liat map anjing.
I'm delighted.
I thought I would have to work today. Clearly not.
Yang lu lempar bom ya mati nggak ya?
Nggak ada yang kena.
Terus 20 anjing.
Wow.
They are making this
Nggak ada yang kena di bom aja.
Maksudnya situ ada orang tadi.
Si Chamber udah keluar.
Bomb buddy out. Here comes it.
3 red sih.
Grenade.
Low.
Back.
Chamber clove low.
Anjing 120.
Enemy removed.
Loh,
No
overkill
charges
deh.
left.
Res go di kanan.
Free fire.
Bentar.
Good attempt.
One enemy remaining.
Even death cannot stop me.
Nge-cheat gitu loh, nge-cheat. Kayak nge-cheat bang.
Everyone's motor functions okay? I know humans get tired.
Kan jadi paling bau gini bro. Oh, apa inisiator? Wajar lah boy. Nabi bukan nabi boy. Nabi bukan nabi boy. Manusia bukan nabi boy.
Woi,
Loh, hujan, Cok. Hujan
Mana
tadi.
tuh udah? Enggak.
Di rumah gua hujan.
Ini gua belum. Ikut malam. Ini nggak terbang.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh.
Healing you.
Smoking. Flash ada nggak?
Woi.
120.
Ini rame banget.
Sofanya low. Sofa low.
Cuman gue ada 2. Sniper sama sniper.
NTD.
Rame banget gila. Kalah lagi kali ya.
Snap not nih.
Iya, nih.
Get on with it.
Pada rotate. Gebe. Bisa nih masuk.
Smoking.
Dropping smokes. Okay.
Mampus, kaget dia tiba-tiba planting.
Nowhere to run.
Lari.
Paling nggak shock drop gue di sini.
Dia masuk ke dalam sumpuk.
Coming.
Sabar.
Faruk nggak mau keluar.
Ngapain keluar, Cok?
Wih gila, chamber.
That one's dead. Teleport's ready.
Padam.
Last player standing.
Pas kalian.
Anjing.
Selesai.
Dapat kah?
Agak tengah, Bang.
Oke.
Ini bisa berdua.
Oh, dia bisa
You want
kelihatan
to
ya.
dance? I'll leave.
Bawa.
Cuki, Mai.
Bang, biar lu nanti lah gimana plan up lu, Bang.
Biar belajar gua.
Tahu nih, kalau banyak mau nih, heran.
No loose ends.
Lo gua salah pakai skin, Cok, malah vandal kayu, Cok.
Banyak mau tau frag minimal.
Okay.
Di garage.
Aduh salah. Mantul. Anjing ada.
Offline guys.
Trap destroyed. Enemy.
Santai. Woi, dari sana nggak tuh? Santai, Rup. Santai. Wah, pelat.
Sorry. Yang divisi apa?
Chamber.
Default.
Iya sih, terlihat cantik.
Default lu, Chan.
Ya default semuanya, anjing. Objektif, bro. Baru mau milah. Kalau gini udah ada.
Mati gua.
Spike down A.
Rok, sikat jetnya, Rok.
Di mana?
Di B.
Gun here.
Plant the spike. No bother.
Masuk bang.
Gede orang gede.
Aduh, sorry,
Gede.
Nice.
Jangan! Jangan!
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
Gue ngeliat Clove tapi lagi reload.
Ya, Pepperex. Rok lihat dah.
There.
Si. Miau.
Bang, abis ini udah angka bang. Kayak lagi lah kalau masih bisa. Natik.
Masih bisa coba.
Here. Get out of my way. Boom. My ult's ready.
Nah, one hit.
Bomb buddy out.
Mungkin
Trap bang, bang Silver trap.
Gue beli trap kok bang.
Oke.
Spike.
Masuk aja bang. Gue nyari ke plan.
Loh. Rok. Rok. Oh, naik ke
kiri
atas.
kanan.
Satu naik ke atas. Satu naik ke atas.
There. One enemy remaining.
Battle out.
Satu lagi.
Battle out.
Oh, dulunya di atas.
Ini.
Flawless.
Were they born yesterday or something?
Last round before the switch.
Spend those creds before we lose them.
They are so dead.
Reloading. Reloading.
Di sini nih. Emerald ini.
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy spotted.
One down. Bomb buddy out.
The hunt begins.
Gun here. My ultimate is ready. Healing you. Your duty is not over.
Mati nih Jatan nih.
Wah, anjing ada sompo babi. Sompo 40.
Enemy spotted.
Reloading.
Gue blooded.
Keren bang.
Woi, habis peluru gua. Jata ya? Habis ya?
Spike down. C.
Dulu. Nyari nyawa dulu lah gua.
Masih speknya dulu aja.
Here.
30 seconds left.
No peeking.
Last player standing.
Like I
Spike down. B.
stay refreshing.
Harus JT belakang.
Right here. Spike
I'm too far.
Wih, sini banyak banget ini. Kamera.
Nah, what hit itu.
One enemy remaining.
I would apologize to them, but alas, they are dead. Teleport's ready.
Switching sides.
Banyak aksi.
I reckon I'll take a pepper.
Benar.
Can someone get this?
Ding.
Enggak ada yang ngecen. 30 seconds left. 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 30 seconds left.
Bentar bang.
Rame banget.
Aya. Kita ada step. Mid, B.
Pick up.
Ke C, garage.
Grenade! Okay.
Spike down, C.
Loh, 67. Bapak.
Spike planted.
Tai nggak kena.
Loh.
Nggak ada.
Last player standing.
Gua.
Anjing, mati.
Anjir, mati.
Listen up, you muckers. If I don't get back up, just give me a nudge. I might not be dead, just taking a wee kip.
Just keep it line, watch it. Come on, keep it. So she could say, "Don't you can nothing look at."
The fuck.
Suppressed.
Dekat anjing. Ah, 101 Renanya. Oh, udah mati ya. Cir di Vandal.
Aduh, anjing di kiri udah masuk, Cing.
One enemy remaining.
There.
Waduh, banyak aksi.
For you.
Thrifty.
Wih, gila.
All I need is
Gelo.
spare parts.
Gacor banyak aksi.
Gelo, Bang. GG, Bang.
Time to stock back up.
Katanya lu banyak aksi, Bang. Ada ini, Clove.
Hah?
Kata Clove lu banyak aksi.
Buset deh bang. Anak
Beraksi,
metal
Bang. Beraksi, Bang. GG, Bang. GG, Bang.
Emang anjing tadi gitu.
Apa sih kok going dengan dia?
Kasih tahu Al.
Aduh.
Oh, kena terus smoke. Plastik. Loh, dari kanan kiri kanan.
Ding, satu, sekarang dua-duanya.
Loh.
One enemy remaining.
Lo 80.
Pakai vandal dia. Low.
Thirty seconds
Kondisi.
left.
Ayo sini anjing.
Spike planted.
Here, catch.
Ini nggak kena.
Wes, gila, beraksi. Beraksi, Bang. Mana sih? Beraksi, Bang. Beraksi, Bang. Beraksi.
Ereksi kali bang, ereksi.
Fancy vacuum
Ereksi, let's go ereksi. Gila main HP.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
They are so dead.
Rena di sini aja. Kelas bang.
Kelas bang.
Gitu bang.
Ini gua nge-cheat bang.
Wah anjing depan congor. Ya udah karaksi kak. Karaksi.
There. Grenade!
Loh,
No peeking.
Cok, bermaju anjing.
Gua di tim pistol bang.
Ada.
Lewat, Bang.
Not ready yet.
Thirty seconds left.
Kan.
Spike planted.
Ya.
Situ.
Right here.
Halo. Walah mantul.
Right here.
One enemy
Ah,
remaining.
shots.
gelo lah ya boy.
Satu lagi tuh pelur.
Bang.
Thank you.
Bang. Bong.
My ult is ready. No radiant for you, wee man.
Bong.
You know, I could just outlive them. Nah.
Bullets are quicker.
I need to blow something
Siapa
up.
tadi yang pakai OP macam-macam aja?
Main main.
You want to play? Let's play.
Loh!
Lah nowhere to
Loh!
run.
Dia
Bici
ketahuan.
anjing.
Taman ulti ya bang.
Kena pisau limit.
Juga ada.
Bomb buddy out.
Slow bang.
Juga sih. Aduh, jebol C-nya.
Berat 14 Reina.
Ulti dia.
Ah, babi!
Spike
Dibalas.
planted.
Buset.
Ai.
Last player standing.
Saving OP sih, saving OP.
Sharing bang.
Oh!
Ya, gila.
Beli lagi.
Pep after this. I've earned
Apa anda?
it. Anyone
Gua
need
nggak
anything?
ngekil, saya udah take kill 5 doang. Bang, gua nggak ngekil bang.
Request saya request.
Nggak apa-apa udah makin aja, ngekil ben makin.
Can I get a drop? Thanks. Can I get a drop?
Gak usah.
Oh iya.
Tuh bang, beliin bang.
Thanks.
Bang, salah. Bang, beliin bang.
One suppressed.
Low.
Oh curang dia bang.
Low.
Najis nggak kena.
Like I never left.
Low
Ini
ini.
nggak sempat.
Pada kemana? Oh shit, pada kemana?
Rena 104. Rena 104. Rena 104.
Sorry.
Last player standing.
One dead.
Spike planted.
Belakang nih teman-teman.
Good attempt.
Ya, sorry.
Serius.
Outside of this gig, immortality doesn't have as many day-to-day
Apa
benefits.
coba ini coba kelima doang anjing.
Ada apa sih, Dik?
One suppressed.
Anjing.
Wait. Rame kah?
65.
Your duty is not. So what I miss? Enemy down. Reloading.
Ini satu.
Bayar.
Jebol! 70 sampai. Oke, kita tahan sekarang ya.
There. Here comes the party.
Spike planted.
Dua.
One enemy remaining. Last player.
My turn.
Gua ngumpet dulu, Bang. Bentar, Bang. Dari clove.
Aman.
Oke.
One enemy remaining.
Sorry.
Gila, sejak kapan dia udah di situ, anjir?
Attack when they're suppressed. I've got their options. They make mistakes.
Balas, Rok.
Oh iya, belum pakai. Kuronami ngetot.
I love the sport.
One suppressed.
Yang jatuh sih ini.
Target sighted mid.
Grenade.
109.
Gua stay di sini.
Dia di situ ternyata. Turun.
I'm a good shot.
Right here.
Sini.
Bomb buddy out.
Dapat dua tuh.
Paruk.
Wah, nengok lagi anjing. Kayak dikasih tahu dah. Itu.
Spike planted.
Saya dapat 2 itu.
There they are.
Last player standing.
Udi. Maju dia. Kanan.
Mau lagi atraksi.
There.
Robet.
Stand tall. We
Sabar,
are
gila.
fighters. We are fighters.
Dua lagi.
Reloading.
Ada yang mau kayak vandal gak? Request aja.
Nggak, sama.
Oke.
Tapi ya. One. Kayaknya OP ini.
Masih di mid.
Reloading.
Grenade!
Tahan. Awas bang, pipi bang.
Masuk.
Duh. Rame tadi situ C-nya. Oke, udah sepi nih.
30 seconds left.
Can you heal?
Dari cek ke mid.
Dia ada.
10 seconds left.
Waduh.
No time.
Chat gua habis, Bang.
You are a boulder.
Aman aja.
I'm a mountain.
Match point.
A single
Nah.
So dead.
Nah, scan anjing mati gua.
Halo bang, cie. Nggak kebaca.
Saizu
boleh
absen Saizu.
Let's start this party.
Di sini juga dia.
You want to play? Let's play.
One suppressed.
C-nya kosong.
Nanti nih.
Reloading.
Gua aja.
Santai.
Babi 2. Sorry.
Sekarang gitu jadi dia aja. Akan.
Offset chamber kita.
Ini banget bang.
The hunt begins.
Cerot pisau.
Wah.
74. Nge-heal gak sih kalau ulti gitu?
Heal. Auto. Nice.
Spike down B.
Woi.
30 seconds left.
Bang, jangan pindah.
Sabar.
One enemy remaining.
Jadi terus 30
Spike
lewat.
down C.
Okay.
GG.
Defenders win.
Genshin, as colorful as carnival.
Anjing malah party quad anjing. Kontrol finish.
Ya.
Sitala.
Astaga, kurang-kurangin.
Wih, promote gol.
Weh, bentar. Sabar. Apakah Tejo sudah dapat? Tejo sudah dapat, abis itu pakai Tejo ya.
Moderator di mana?
Mau review.
Kah?
Bang, pakai duelis ya siapapun. Aku mau pakai Tejo baru kebuka. Sama review.
Lihat apa?
Oke bang, gue nggak bisa pakai duelis.
Oke bang, gue juga nggak bisa pakai duelis bang.
Gue jago.
Oke.
Gitu dong.
Fik bang, Fik.
Nah, gue juga jago kalau gitu. Anjing mata gue puyeng.
In. Kita makan gorengan dulu adik-adik. Gorengan tadi pagi.
Pantesan belum kaya-kaya ternyata kita era roam bro.
Beli roam anjing.
Beli roam. Anjing terus kita
Beli ruam contohnya kayak vape, kayak kopi itu beli ruam coy kita. Makanya kita nggak kaya-kaya anjing.
ya kita tuh roam jadi kita sering beliin orang cok.
Iya bener-bener.
Beliin traktir orang cok. Beli satu buat rame-rame. Beli rame buat satu.
Waduh.
Ya sih juga harus pulang ya.
Anjing halan sampai 2034 anjing.
Apa kontrak?
Match found.
Anjing oleh Gunnar Solskjaer. Jadi basic test.
Pik bang, gua nggak bisa duelis bang.
Macam.
New weapons. Say more.
Oh, mereview Tejo. Wah, agen ini om-om sekali ya guys ya.
Waduh, gue duelis bro.
Iya, pakai di.
First time-nya untuk Phoenix. Aduh,
Biasa juga lepas.
pengen kencing. Ya lu mau gue kencingin gak?
Lu mau dikencingin itu gak? Sage buff.
Mau. Gue kokop aneh. Gue kokop.
Udah gak tertolong itu, udah gak tertolong sih.
Kalau bisa pakai sedotan aja.
Pakai sedotan aja.
Malah sengaja minum lagi.
Gelek. Aku mau 2. Ya, dikokop lebih luput bro. Bang, minum jangan lupa. Ya adik-adik, makasih sudah mengingatkan.
You think they came here peacefully? No.
Sampai subuh kan?
Let that clear your conscience.
Enggak bang. Habis ini kita mau nobar VCT.
Oh, oke.
Bang, daripada nonton ini mending nonton VCT. Iya bener. Puasa nonton buat.
Yoga, ya duh. Udah datang nih. Halo bang, halo Cosmic Boy. Gue yang Killjoy. Ya halo Killjoy.
Bang, mampir ke channelku bang. Garis Nur. Tapi delay 3 jam.
Delay 3 jam ini. Lama juga ya.
Noh. Pakai di sini.
Turret out. Turret down.
The missiles away. Locating targets. 3 suppressed. Lightning up.
Buset, apa nih tuh? Wah,
Ya,
jago.
bikin pusing.
Siapa jago?
No charges. Last player standing.
Ada hari.
2 di atas.
Spike down A.
Ya,
Malah
kepotong anjing.
ketutupan anjing.
Baik. Dia ada suara.
Nggak kedengeran. Tolong. Tapi nggak ngurang ya darahnya?
Ngurang 15. Dia kan 30.
Tadi?
Ngurang 5 tadi 30.
30.
Tunjukin, bro. Tuh, CT.
Ada nggak sih ini?
Nggak ada.
Tadi ada, Cok. Ilusi optik.
Oh!
One enemy remaining.
Ya kepotong lagi.
Di situ, di pojokan.
Berapa sih kurangnya?
Bodoh.
Banyak ya?
75.
Clove, if you ever go freelance, do
Jadi
not
makan, Dok.
mention the immortality. Your clients will take it.
62.
Gua berarti nggak semua.
Sikon sih. Enggak sikon dia. Kalau talak 75 kan.
Api-api.
Reload.
Api-api gak sih, Dik? Di sini.
Thanks.
Ntar gue yang belakangnya.
Ntar gue butain dah kalau ada.
Let's play slow.
Ada.
All missiles away.
Ntar gue butain ya, dia kagak butain sama sekali.
Kalau rame anjing.
Spotted A.
Anjing 90.
Ah salah gua anjing malah. Sorry.
90 iso.
Ada vandal tuh.
Placing swarm grenade.
Umit satu.
Bomb grenade out.
Ada vandal
One
tuh.
enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Oh!
GG bang. Maafin ya.
Gacor kau.
Dualisnya sekian bro.
Now we start a winning streak of our own, eh?
Gak lagi lah pakai dualis.
Gua lupa ganti.
Ini gua nge-cheat, Bang.
Gua lupa ganti vandal, Dik. Kayaknya lu lihat vandal gua, Dik.
Kayu.
Apa?
Kayu.
Anjing.
Pandal kok kayu.
Mau mulai gak sih, Dik? Kayak bakal pop
Turret out. No more.
No.
Adakah?
Tahu. Ada nih. Ada sini.
Pojoknya gua
Ini deh.
Have one of these.
What the fuck anjing? Itu dalam loh.
Light munition.
Gacor Kang, ada lagi Kang. Ngeding tuh Kang.
Anjing. Salah cok. Biasa pakai kayu anjing.
One suppressed.
Sokin.
Loh. Clock 66.
One enemy remaining.
Gacor Kang.
You won't be serious?
Gun here.
Sarif.
Andi combo, Dik.
Turret out.
Combo.
Lu naruh api di tengah-tengah sini. Gua di sini sama sini.
Kalau udah masuk semua nih baru.
Weapons up. Comms open.
Dia masuk satu-satu sih. Ada sih cuma.
All missiles away. Grenade is live.
Mati dia anjing.
All right.
Gue bikin nembak Klik.
One suppressed.
Multiple enemies.
35. Safa 70 tuh.
Last player standing.
Drop it.
One enemy remaining.
God, you're
Placing spike down A.
grenade out.
Cium.
Skin paling jelek itu.
Light My ult is ready.
I want their life, not yours.
Bentar lagi atau udah ulti dia. Faruk. Phantom.
Phantom gua.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Ya, pandang.
Need a drop.
Loh, tidak bisa di drop.
Ya.
Loh.
Padahal gua ini nih.
Oh, thank you.
Get out of my way.
Di mana?
Sini.
Drop in a smoke.
Turret's destroyed.
Here, cat.
All missiles away.
One enemy remaining.
Itu di belakang. Nah.
Kok ribet anjir.
Kelas, buset.
Like the enemy clove. I would
Lihat ranknya dah, lihat ranknya.
Siapa?
Lihat ranknya dah.
Mana? Apa tolong aku di sini? Itu
Apa anjing?
Lope.
Goblok
Kesekian
aja.
semua.
Babi
Apa
anjing,
sih?
tipu babi dia. Anjing.
Placing sentry there.
All missiles away.
Ada drone ya?
Drone going out. Drone is down.
It's you and me.
Grenade is live.
It's you and me.
Siapa yang kena? Gajar kah?
like
Belakang,
I
belakang.
never left.
This is how it ends.
Babi lu yuk.
Sorry Dik, gue nggak tahu cara pakai ultinya.
Planting B.
I know exactly where.
Spike planted.
Enemy target B.
Lah,
Missile deployed.
Initiated.
Last player
Ah,
standing.
80.
One enemy remaining.
CP2
Masih
dulu
smoke.
sokanya.
Nowhere to run.
3 detik.
Area's clear.
Wah, skin
wah
mah.
kena.
Drop in a smoke.
Remember, stay out of the fire.
Oh iya.
Super high level tactic. Remember it.
Ya.
Kalau lu mau fun nanti tinggal pakai plus 7.
Bercanda.
Ya, skip. Waktu hari itu kita sih mengejar celah, mengejar terus item. Kita jalan.
Turret out. Turret down.
Dapat palu lagi tu.
Locating targets.
Dia tinggal palu tu tegak.
Anjing cepet 40.
All missiles away. Confirmed kill.
Spike down A.
Ammunition.
Tinggal ni loh kan.
Kira gue bakal mantul nih.
Reloading.
Spike is safe.
Drop in a smoke.
One enemy remaining.
Spotted A.
Reloading.
Aku belum beli dah.
Weh, kata keren,
What
kata
you
keren.
need to do, and we won't have a problem.
Keren ya. Apa sih anjing? Oh, fanatik 1 menit lagi Dik main Dik.
Coba aja. Ayo sering.
War iPhone.
Beda aja.
No prisoners. Placing sentry.
Ada drone.
Going up. All missiles away. Careful now. Ammunition. Drone going out. One suppressed. Global progress.
Loh, saya kena.
Enemy spotted A.
What? 40.
Duh, maaf ini mah. Mens.
Flank.
Sniper paling sih takut.
Sial.
Oh ini apa cowok? Gua cowok.
Outside all their radius.
That's how you survive. Sentry. Impeccable kill.
No peeking.
Turret down.
Drop in a smoke.
Here.
Missile deployed. Drone going out. One suppressed. Grenade is live.
Alah. Siapa itu pakai Rena?
Last player standing.
Aduh, kok gitu sih anjing. Gue tadi udah di scan nggak kelihatan yo.
Spike
Gak
planted.
tau anjing ketutupan kayu gitu, jadi gue diem dulu.
Watch your eyes.
Last bang.
Watch your.
Wah, ada orang.
Takut kena flash.
If they think it is more honorable to resist death, they're welcome to try.
Yang gue majuin kan ini ulti gue.
Let's go. Ayo gue bantu blend dah. Langsung nggak?
Langsung ke depan itu.
Come on, let's go. Turret out.
All missiles away.
Gak ada anjing.
Drop in a smoke.
Aruk belakang lu ada.
Mana gue tahu anjir.
One suppressed.
Dia tamat ya.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Ah, kata Sevi.
Di atas ada.
You're done. Results. The enemy only looks composed. Their hearts still beat.
It's you and me.
Gua gak
Aku
mau.
sini satu.
Turret out.
Nggak mau. Wih di situ.
It's you and me.
Wih, kalah nih.
Semangat, Dik.
Launching missile. On cooldown.
Placing swamp grenade.
Sorted.
Nice.
Grenade out.
Oh, B. Oh,
Going up. Locating target.
Enemy spotted B.
Careful now. Drone is down. Reload him. Grenade is live.
wait, gue mau ambil
Hai.
ops. Tan.
Ya di situ.
Waduh.
Loh.
One enemy remaining.
Ayo, Dik. Bisa, Dik. Flash. Ya, udah fix di situ. Flash.
Bang, maaf bang.
There can only be one hero.
Last round in the half.
Can I get this?
Ulti gak sih? Gue mau ulti dah.
Request.
I need a drop. Gracias.
Ya, telat bang. Gue udah beliin.
Ayo, gue mau ulti nih.
Nggak bisa gue ultiin.
Lo tenemos, hermanos.
Jangan di situ, Dik. Nah,
Nggak, lu dari sini aja ya.
Asruk, jangan di situ, Ruk.
Get out of my way.
Adakah?
Ada.
This is how it ends.
Kosong, Jing.
Anjing.
All missiles away.
Nyata kah?
Drone going out.
Smoke lagi bisa nggak?
Gol B.
Aduh.
Last player.
Mama.
Spike down A.
Oh, rame.
Last player standing.
Sabar.
Switching sides.
Nih gue bantai nih.
Kelas bang.
Gue bantai nih attacker-nya.
Fail me now.
Damage-nya kena 5 doang anjing.
Yes.
Topok.
Ya itu gara-gara ada kondom tak.
Ikut gua anjing. Disemok.
Gue di sini ya. Gue di heaven sama di back-nya. Gue rusuhin.
All missiles away.
No enemy spotted A.
Ammunition.
Nggak ada sniper.
Reload.
Ammo out. Drone going out.
Anjing.
One suppressed.
Spike planted.
19 detik, sabar.
Reloading.
Sorry. No peeking.
Ah, 30.
Last player standing.
What the fuck?
Kapibara.
Ngecit anjing. Kapibara.
Stress if I die. It was great knowing you all. Also, delete my hard drive.
Singer apa shotgun ya? Shotgun sih. Singer teh. Singer lu gak ada yang bagus apa?
Nggak ada.
Oh,
No
let me
excuses.
drone
Get
first,
what
let
we
me
came
drone.
for.
Kill.
Kena 2 lagi anjing.
One suppressed.
Reloading.
All missiles away.
What the fuck? Anjing, smoke anjing. Dari case trigger.
Spike carrier is down.
Anjing dari kiri.
I'll take it.
Placing swarm grenade. Enemy swarm grenade out.
One enemy remaining.
Gila.
Gila bang.
Sabar.
Kasih paham. 10 detik smoke.
Launching missile.
Last player
Babi
standing.
tuh orang.
Down.
Uy.
Udah turun.
Oh!
Enti.
Parah bang, loading bang.
Parah
Bos
banget.
30.
Ding.
Ding. Oi. Bacot anjing gua. Gagil kakak.
Pick your enemy in the
Lu tahu bang?
It helps with
Iya maaf.
accuracy.
Time for a field test. Turret out.
Mampus di OP.
Tiba-tiba beli OP.
Gun here.
Reloading.
No peeking. Placing alarm bot.
Reloading. Sight.
I'm one of these. Enemy spotted.
Siapa di sini ya? Ada trap jangan.
Dapat gak sih bang?
Enemy spotted A.
Gun here.
Dapat gak?
Enemy spotted A.
Marah!
Ada kamera.
Gun here. Found them. Alarm bot down. Turrets destroyed.
Kena anjing wallbang.
Aku nggak lihat apa-apa buat kerjain.
Oke bang, oke. Jadi bang.
Santai.
Balik.
Santai.
Can't use
Lo itu
that.
ISO-nya 120.
Santai.
Doain gua.
Santai.
Enemy remaining.
Lari.
Kill.
One enemy remaining.
Kill.
Refreshing.
Drop in a
smoke.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
Waduh diambil OP.
Udah
Metal.
mati gua.
Aye, where to?
Gigi bang.
Miskin banget jir.
Yang booster pakai. Oh kajak saya jadiin ini.
Let's go.
Duelis.
Dropped in a smoke.
Drone going out.
Ah, mati gua.
Spike down A.
Headshot. Spike carrier is down.
Mana.
Down A.
Mati gua.
All missiles away.
Enemy spotted A.
Sorry.
Live munition.
I dropped the spike.
I got the spike.
Placing swamp grenade.
Bang, aku tahan.
Pergi dulu ya.
Ah, turret down. Here.
One enemy remaining.
That's 3. My ultimate is ready.
Mox ya.
Wait, 4 detik,
Bomb
3 detik.
grenade out.
Mana.
Udah jangan.
Drop in a
Last player.
Babi.
Tumbal.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't just shoot. You have to think.
Anjir, berarti pakai basic
Gua
gitu.
ada ulti.
Gue berenang dulu bentar ya.
Ulti kemana yang enak ya? Ulti kemana bro yang enak bro?
Dum.
Quick peeks
Tuh,
now.
situ.
Nah, nih, udah nih.
Placing sentry.
This is how it ends.
No peeking.
All missiles away.
Cutting the rig. Reload. Still in sight.
Drop in a smoke.
Enemy spotted B. There.
Target down.
Reload him.
Drone going out.
Spike planted.
Evan.
Placing swarm grenade.
Live munition.
It's you and me.
Target down.
One enemy remaining.
Here.
Ah. Kita nggak ke atas lagi, ke heaven lagi.
Bisa tuh. Itu 14 detik.
All missiles away.
Nice.
Oh, kalau pakai skill E-nya ini nggak bisa
Is
satu-satu.
everyone's check still working? Double
Iya,
check it,
Mars
please.
2. Tapi kan
Harus
harusnya
dua,
lagi.
Kalau satu rugi anjing kayaknya.
Nanti kan reset lagi yuk.
Iya, tapi kalau satu tuh kayak rugi, cok. Ready-nya lama lagi.
Thank you.
Main aja 30 detik.
Thank you.
Oh shite, I lost
Tet
my
tet.
pen.
Get out of my way. Turret out.
Locating target.
Reloading.
One suppressed.
Dropping smokes.
Come on, let it go.
All missiles away.
Ada tuh.
Enemy spotted.
Grenade is live.
Cutting them. Still in sight.
Area is clear. Spike planted. Here.
Ada nih.
Right here.
Confirmed kill.
Reload it.
Oh iya. Goblok gue ya.
There.
One enemy remaining.
118. Ada ulti dia.
Mati lah. Kalau ada sendiri.
Missile deployed.
Kelas bang. Bang, bisa kelas gitu bang.
Bacot banget anjing.
This is crazy. It feels like we've been doing this forever. Anyone else feel like that? Just me? Okay.
Bisa ada yang cosplay Sage sama Clove yuk.
Light the way, Phoenix.
Turret out.
Anjing 40.
Down here.
Enemy spotted me.
Locating targets.
Drop in a smoke. Placing alarm bot.
Two suppressed.
Your fun.
Kalah nggak sih?
My turn.
All missiles away.
Hebat itu.
One of these.
Live munition.
Why?
Sebagainya.
Last player standing.
Sorry.
Spike down B.
Kaget lagi.
My ult is ready.
Still work to do.
Beli lagi.
Beli lagi, oke. Lu nggak beli? Oh.
Placing sentry.
Nice.
Cutting their vision.
Drone going out.
Cutting their vision. Plant the spike.
Spike planted.
Going up. All missiles away.
Asik. Boleh buat apa, Gars?
Enemy spotted B.
Betul sih, mundur dikit dong. Butuh turret.
Grenade is live.
That's done.
One enemy remaining.
70.
Kejauhan banget.
Jauhan ini ada.
Senjata.
This should be simple enough. I flushed them
Gua
out.
ada ulti
You
nih bagi
finish
orc
them.
dong.
Juga ada.
Nggak ada berarti, nggak ada ulti berarti, nggak orb, nggak ada. Bang itu Fnatic lagi tactical pause nungguin lu nonton. Iya kita.
Drone going out.
Still in sight.
One suppressed.
Right here.
My ultimate is ready.
Wah anjing.
My ult ready.
This is how it ends. That's a kill.
Buat apa gue ulti ini?
All missiles away.
One enemy remaining.
Light munition.
$130.
Last player standing.
What the fuck? Wah, ngantuk ini.
Side. Oh, nggak cukup ya. Nice.
Gua nggak bisa denger stepnya anjing, Paruk. Kencang banget suaranya, Cok.
Remember, I hit them with explosives, then you go in. Una página cagar.
Ke B nih.
Mana kita kemana?
Ke B. Ngikutin Reina ke B, kita ke B. Reina panutan kita.
Apa lo? Gue ke A.
Jadi kita ke B.
Turret out.
Anjing.
Gun here. Reloading.
Locating target. One suppressed.
Cutting their vision. Still in sight.
Placing sniper.
All missiles away.
Di bawah kanan.
Grenade is live.
Ada.
Spike down B.
Jagain gue dong.
Rame.
Bang nih.
Last player standing.
Walah.
Pada ulti semua, Cok.
Sialan anjir Reina.
Make peace with yourself before you pull the trigger. No one else can judge you.
Bang Fnatic lagi kalah 2-1 ya adik-adik baru awal bukan akhir.
I get this?
Watch your step.
Kebaca banget tadi. Lu kameranya di atas, Cuk.
Locating target.
Nice.
All missiles away.
Kanan nih, kanan.
Live munition. One down.
80 jadi.
Get out of my way! Bomb grenade out.
Right here. Here, catch.
One enemy remaining.
My ultimate is
Come
ready.
Gaskan. Satu doang itu, 80.
Ah,
Spike down A.
Nice.
All dead?
heboh banget.
More tests to run.
Match point.
Oh, almost done. Cool.
Oh,
cool.
pada
Cool,
duit yang
cool.
musuhnya.
Aku juga ngerti.
Mereka sih, guys.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Loh, udah di dropin 7.000 gue sayang.
Wala mati, Cok.
Wah. Mati, Cok.
Ayo, Dik. Bareng, Dik. Sini, Dik. Double pick.
Vamos.
Bentar lu, deret yang mati dua-duanya.
Kagak, Cok. Aman aja.
Reload.
Aku udah... Ah!
Drone going out. All missiles away. Live munition.
Enemy spotted B.
One enemy
What
remaining.
do I do?
Spike planted.
Low.
Attackers win.
Haha.
You want a fairy tale ending? They lost. End of story.
Anjing gua baca live chat rame ternyata. Live chat VCT anjing kan.
Goblok.
Tolol.
Emang pernah pakai master key?
Thank you bang.
Thank you bang. GG bang. Thank you bang.
Thank
Oke
you.
bye. Let's
Share
go.
screen langsung, share screen.
Thank you adik-adik yang sudah menonton. See you in the next stream.
Nggak usah
Bye-bye.
banyak baca, langsung share screen.
Bacot lu kata-kata hari ini.
Kata ini. Berapa?
Langsung share screen, nggak usah banyak-banyak.
Kabar.
WGC, share screen. Nobar. Nobar.
Anjing BBL.
EMEA. Apa? Fanatik lawan apa?
Ini BBL. Ini udah gue share screen aja.
Sabar. BBL versus
FNC. FNC.
Was it there? It was their Lotus, where he had some really high impact rounds at the back of the site. But in this case, it literally was a 1v2 on the site with two players that I think most will fit.
Keras
It's going to
banget.
put 3-1 on the board for BBL.
Yeah.
And now they're
EMEA.
kind of rough for Fnatic. They're going to invest into a couple of extra rifles and the players with more cash. And
EMEA.
EMEA.
site clearances are about as good as it gets.
EMEA anjing.
EMEA doang anjing.
Emang berarti.
EMEA.
Iya, EMEA goblok.
EMEA.
Si tolol.
Lah kata gua digedein.
Lots of information to play with for the BBL side. The decision for Lundo, does he keep the advantage, hide with his team? There's a lot of weaknesses in play here. No,
Gila.
he's taking the risk. Punished immediately and a rifle on the floor. That was, you have to feel like maybe that was unnecessary, Tom.
Come on, retake, come on.
I think blinding himself might have thrown it off a little bit.
Lun jago cok Lun.
Plans in mind, but
Kemarin jago nih pakai jetnya.
when he caught himself with a flash, and now things become very difficult. You have yourself that ultimate available. It's already been thrown through though. and isn't going to be
Nge-lag anjing.
too much. None of the players were in the site just yet.
Ini yang
I
lag nih.
think that's Rolling Thunder that's been
Loh.
used all the way back, and in
Boaster.
fact, Yumpy's actually walked past his opponent, and that time really is ticking. Boaster still within the site. They have to be on it right now.
Dude.
I'm intrigued to see if this is actually going to go through.
Loh! Oh, dapat tuh.
Gila.
Gila.
Just about going to be the Red Bull clutch for Fnatic. Oh.
Dapat apa?
I bet Chronicle's happy to be on the
Point,
other side
point.
of the 0.01 this
Who
time.
are we? FNC. Who are we? FNC.
Hunter's Fury as well at the last second. You can see I wasn't the only one. A Fnatic taking that round 3-2 by a fraction of a second. Genuinely the
Lo komen 0-1 doang, bro.
by the a fraction of a second.
Lo komen 0-1 doang.
Genuinely the last time I remember that.
Yeah.
Fans and heart attacks. Seems like that's not changing this year.
No, they're the mecca for heart attacks, that's for sure.
Ngeselin anjing.
Quick play up.
Bener ya.
Kayak's got control. They've seen
Tadi
one
tuh yang
behind
terakhir
that
untung
wall. They
Cypher
know
kena,
what's
Cok.
going on. There's no way they take the risk. Surely straight into the shorty would be a mistake. Just time being bought as the plan comes through. But BBL are of the same mind, waiting for the rest of the team to rally. So they can make this play together. The rifle on Yumpy, the main threat, and oh, it's gone. It's already been dealt with. Surely the drop. It's too easy for Kayak.
Waduh.
Kayak
aja.
Let's go.
I think he's come from a different dimension, but it was the smoke gave him the.
Wah, kayak.
3 kills under
Iya.
Kayak.
Waiting for his moment. I think knowing that his teammates
Gelo.
have him covered, but again, that was
FNC. Who are we? FNC. Who are we? FNC. Who are we?
to make sure that they have those credits
FNC.
in their back pocket. I'm excited now as well to see that operator come online for Loon. We've already seen him try and get incredibly aggressive. I think maybe this will temper his aggression a little bit unless he was watching Nat's demos from yesterday.
Wis.
Well, the
Lun jago cok Lun.
start with.
Gabung nih.
He's denied the pick and takes damage instead. Heal up, Loon resetting and going back out for more. Deep A main control for BBL as a result. Quick rotations. They start to make their way towards mid to stack up heavy for the fight. That does come their way. Kayak drop double peak. Boaster's running right into. Realizes that's not a fight he wants to take, but can he get out? There's 4 players all around him, both sides stacked up.
Wah.
Gila cok, Boaster.
Avenue for this squad to move towards B. The paranoia, absolutely perfect, and time bought for the TP. He is out
Hidup.
here, and although Yumpy's brought back to life, Fnatic tried to punish. I thought they were going to get it, but not quite in time.
I think he was just out of position. A good res that's brought this back into BBL's favor. The work of Boaster somewhat undone, and with 40 seconds left, they do still have to make a move. Bag's got to be careful. There are 3 players in middle, but he just about gets out of there, and in fact, he's ended up getting quite a bit of information for it. I think multiple players shooting at him as he tries to exit, and 25 seconds. Fnatic have to make a decision. They've used that from the shadows as well, which might have given a quick avenue onto the site. I do start to wonder if this becomes a save.
15. I mean, this is going to have to be a quick approach. Look where the spike is.
Bilang pisau.
No room to slow down. Chronicle needs to clear the way. They have to take the snake out of the grass. If Loon can drop this spike, it's over and done with already on the site. The plant now attempted, but he's just around the corner. Loon!
Oh, Loon.
Time, run dry.
Bisa-bisanya nih ngepick begitu.
BBL maintain their lead 4-3.
Really messy. Like that's the thing. I kind of looked at it getting down to the late round, and it really did just come down to, can we kill this person immediately and stick the plant? I think the second they let go of the plant, the round was really over. Maybe not quite realizing how little time was left on that clock, but somewhat of a mistake in the end.
Bro.
From Fnatic giving BBL back that lead. Been fighting tooth and nail for it, and it really has been an aggressive stance. I like the fact that even though BBL are coming up against what should be better opposition, they are not shying away. And time to jump. Hey, you win some, you lose some. He won that one, and I'm not sure how.
He was blind. He was blind, no.
You miss every shot you don't take.
Yeah, he hits almost every shot he takes. Not bad for Loon. And you see again where like that is not the kind of aggressive position most players will be able to find success from. And if he goes down, it looks kind of silly that he's going this aggro, but when it works, and it does work a lot, you end up with an advantage like this, healed back up as well.
I wonder if that's why they've got the Sage. just make sure it's...
Reset Loon.
But the thing is as well, as said, I think if you try and play a more default and let Fnatic execute,
yeah,
they're they always have been one of the best execute teams in the world. Post plants as well, so you have to be disruptive, you have to be in their face, and it's also one of the ways that they're getting information. So I'd like what BBL are currently doing on this defensive side.
Line up Al.
Speaking of those executions, Fnatic are setting up for one here on A.
Anjing.
Looking like a pointed approach, sociable.
Tuh.
Right side needs help.
Tekan.
Stepping forward to hold in that
Cidut.
is going to be Yumpy. Reinforcements from Profect as well. Man was putting up 4Ks round in, round out the other day. 15 seconds left.
This time I think it is a save. Sure.
Unless they do just run in. But Chronicles got one, no real move. Actually shifting forward, they are moving in 7 seconds. They've left this so long.
Untung jongkok lagi dia.
On the floor, weapons thrown to the ether, into the abyss, and they won't be coming back. I agree with you, Tom. At 15 seconds, I'm 100% with you. It's a save. The spike's moving forward still. I think they called the push in at like 8 seconds left.
Yeah, I think they got the kill and went.
It still took like 5 or 6 seconds from the kill
Pit
to
bang.
push in. Like with that little time on the clock, well, all they needed was Yumpy.
And that feels like 2 rounds now where Fnatic have just been hesitant on whether or not they
Enggak di pause.
and it's ended up completely stabbing them in the back, maybe only assuming that there would be one more player on that side getting the read wrong and losing because of it, but this is unorthodox, and well, we got
harus susi karpet nih.
for Fnatic. I'm not overly surprised because these are not mistakes you really expect to be seeing.
No, not at all. And indeed, this is a Fnatic pause that's come through. It makes perfect
Kok masih lapar ya?
After a round like that, I think there's, you know, coaching staff sitting on the side. You're seeing all these flags pop up. You got to get on that immediately.
Kemana gua?
Oh yeah, right away.
In fact, I think Mini probably hit it from the talent room backstage.
Ran in, just started slapping.
He's clenching right now. He's like, wait, I'm not the coach anymore. I'm free.
Like getting back up to 3-3, being a 5-3, these are all normal things. The scoreline doesn't look bad for Fnatic in any shape or form. It's BBL's map pick. Look, no need to stress, but it's how they've ended up here. It's how that last round went. We can't do that. And indeed, yeah, it's rare to see even the one. So, for BBL, plain sailing, keep doing the same thing, hope they keep making the same mistakes. It's been good, tempered, well, I'm not going to call it tempered aggression, it's just been aggression.
Well, yeah, they have aggression, but then they also have all of that utility to delay, like those really late stars being put down for smokes, the wall being utilized, the slows as well from back. It is just annoying. That's what they've built. They built an irritating comp, and we can see the pace change. Some of these were working earlier on. Kayak again, he's been getting so many kills that this ultimate is continuously coming online, but he's trapped in a corner, not really anywhere. The Sage Wall just left him in the back of the site, and nobody else is particularly close. They're now looking to go for those trades, but the swing out is sublime from BBL. They work together. They are looking like a stellar team. That was so well timed. And while Fnatic are left with just the superstar of Alpha, he's going to go down as well. Great round from BBL.
Well, this is it. Previously, you look at how these pushes might go down. Kayak
Yoru,
takes
bro.
the same kind of space, but then Alpha Year with a second lease of life with that shield on ISO rushing through to claim the space. This time, though, that utility is being used with this composition to set Kayak up to clear all these spaces to keep players back. And that's a very unlucky way to go. Not only could he not see him because his teammate was in the way, he got full blinded and still didn't shoot the decoy.
The funny thing is as well though is that normally in that circumstance, Kayak can just leave.
Yeah,
he can just or even just walk out when he's
ada
I actually have nowhere left to go. Here goes Loon again. It has to be expected.
Wih, gila Loon anjing.
Great early start from this youngster. We've spoken about it many a time.
Enggak, masih.
An 18-year-old
Ini kan mapnya ini. Mapnya BBL.
And it seems
Di atas ini nih.
yet to see a miss actually.
Di atas ini nih.
That just seems to be the meta.
Nih, mapnya BBL.
Kelihatan anjing.
60 Turkish players in a few years.
Nanti naik di fracture mapnya.
Tulisan YouTube-nya anjing.
This
Nah.
continues, yeah. This is going to be a lot. There already are a lot of eyes on him. It's only going to increase from here on out. Alpha drop trying to push up back again, steadfast in his defense of the B site. Getting around that wall is Boaster, but it's not going to give them any extra avenue of approach. He is dropped immediately. Even Chronicle to make this as costly as at least one drop. That is where it ends. A 3-piece for Loon. Another big round from that young star. And 7 on the board for BBL. This was equalized 3-3 not long ago, Tom. But, well, there doesn't seem to be any slowing down the Turkish side now.
Yeah, I genuinely don't know if I'm seeing a Sage more that has annoyed teams more than this one. And it's not like he's doing much unique. He's put it flat, I think, once or twice across the main part of the site. But other than that, he's just putting it down, and every time someone walks around it, they die. Because there just isn't really that much space, and there's no opportunity for trades. It seems really silly, but it does feel like one of the main things that has been frustrating Fnatic in this match.
Oh, absolutely.
Bang, kopi dulu bang. Oh iya, kopi itu.
Oh iya, thank you kopinya.
We'll see if that idea is put into effect.
The fun thing is though, Loon then plays ahead sometimes. So it's not like they're just sitting doing the same thing again and again. Well, there you go. He's ahead of it. So you're not expecting anybody to be that far forward. That's already Kayak dead. And by the way, he had the spike.
That's the second time as well in that exact position. Kayak's being cut off, then ult used for info. Hunter's Fury on the back of it, wall that's sectioning them off that list. So here's where we get to the overcooking conversation. Maybe in the 5v3 we didn't need to continue the aggression, but hey, listen.
He TP'd through their Cosmic Divide.
Just don't cramp his style.
Their entire team.
Don't cramp his style, man. At the end of the day, you know, if you want, you got to take the good with the bad. And that, it was the bad, but there's some good behind it. Still, equalized down to a 3v3. Now, BBL might start to regret that little bit of over-aggression. Also, you know, 5v3.
Karena susah.
I think that's an important extra piece of information. Fnatic knows wants to claim it back in terms of poster, but Alpha here going to be putting in the Armageddon. Big problem for players on site. Having now moved to the back.
Anjing booster kalah.
Booster knows, but Profect still delivers the hit. Alpha here, 20 HP, holding on for dear life, but Profect makes some one go. And as this slowly slips out of the control of the attacking side, 12 seconds left, spike down, 1v3 for Crashy, and no time to save.
Sini juga.
Half has fallen apart for Fnatic.
Oh, this round is more
Saving sini mau
as well. Like that's not only
polos banget jangan begitu.
Down, but it's Yumpy falling. But that's not only okay. You lost the first 2 fights, whatever. You get it back to a 3v3. They used, I think, 3 ultimates in that round. So you had yourself Hunter's Fury, Cosmic Divide at the start, and Armageddon across the site. So from a 3v3, okay, you use 2 of those ults after it, and you get no kills, and you lose the round. Like, that's a really bad position from their perspective. And then you look at the other side, okay, you now have Rolling Thunder online. You're halfway to getting the res again. You're almost at the Cosmic Divide. And what, there's only 1 round left in the half, and Fnatic are definitely coming out looking much worse for wear.
Loon.
If at first you don't succeed.
This is the try again.
Gila Loon.
Just gone walkabouts. Success has been found before, but this the cleanest exit.
Gila Loon, cok. Jago banget anjir.
Around still though, greedy, hungry perhaps, and Boaster set to feed him down to 2 bullets. It's time to get out.
I love he had a TP the whole time. He's like, 2 is not enough.
I need that 3rd. He almost got it. Had the chance. Alfier tagged down to 10 HP, but survives the engagement when Loon comes back though. It won't quite be the same case.
Hampir S.
The salvo, he claims a 4th. The lunatic finally put to bed.
Enggak, udah mati Loon.
Left in a 1v3.
Obscuring vision.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone disrespect Fnatic this much. Like it's almost like it's a new year and he's forgotten who they are. It's just filthy. Fights them tooth and nail. Does that versus Alpha. Now Chronicle. Well, the desk had a conversation of who they'd want in a clutch. Zoo begged to differ that Boaster was the choice, so we get to see what Chronicle can do here. 25 seconds up and coming, still has the spike, has a chance to isolate Back, who currently sits at the back of site alone. Well, that rotation's already coming in with a rolling thunder. I don't think that leaves any hope. A very impressive half from
Kayak kurang
BBL.
anjing.
New boys on the block.
Kenapa Derek?
9-3 up in the half.
Derek kan pindah.
3-3. Now we're going into half two. It's 6 consecutive rounds for BBL. Impressive
Derek
stuff.
pindah.
We'll see if they can keep this energy up in half two after the break.
Ya,
Leo lagi wajib militer kan.
Jenuh.
Oh, Nabila. Oh, hilang. Wah, masuk lagi dia Mel. Mel masuk lagi guys. Kalau N. Oh, yeah.
June 9-3 when we return. We didn't sneak any rounds in without you, don't worry. Round 13 about to kick off a pistol round that I think Fnatic are going to be coming in desiring.
Oh yeah, for sure. This definitely hasn't looked like a great map for them, having a fair few mistakes in the mix, but also, well, we're just seeing Loon do Loon things, like just bullying them at times with the level of aggression he's willing to go for, the respect not being shown, and I think they need to, well, almost put him in his place if things are going to turn. Either way. Turkish side are looking to build up pretty directly towards this A side. They have left one man behind just to try and catch any flanks though.
Yeah, Profect's going to be that safety net. Poster probably running into him later on. See BBL go back in that direction. Already lost Loon, caught behind the smoke. Spike hasn't made it out. Yeah, time to go meet Profect. But Boaster, well, he didn't get too aggressive. Just sat around
Oh,
here,
Loon udah mati bro.
waiting up top for these players to rotate back to nice spot. And if no one goes up towards the window, he could be catching them all with their back turned, but it's unusual. With 4 players, someone has got to check it, and then Boaster needs to deliver. Here comes the Stampede, plenty. 3 players there, in fact. Smoke blooms a little too late. He's already been spotted. Drops one at least. And buys time. 3 players just outside of B. As footfall found by BBL.
Trying to bait out some of that utility before the plant comes in.
Itu nggak respect anjing berisnya.
Well, the ledge is going to come through, but easier said than
Terus
done.
Kayak, let's go.
Forced into the hands of Kayak. He went a little bit quiet in the end of that second half, but he's back on the board again. Fnatic win themselves that all-important pistol. Now they can start to try and kick things back into gear in the second half.
Yeah, there you see some of the better use, and I think what we've seen most teams going for with the salvo, just using it to push players out of position into your crosshair, force that closer peak for them. You've got that advantage to capitalize on. Players like Kayak will not let those advantages fall into your hands.
It's also being used in the first and second clip. It's used on one side of the map, and then it's recharged so quickly he can use it to stop. He denied plants on either side.
I think we're looking at probably like a 2-kill reset for that or something in the future. I think the rework will be, I doubt it's more time. Okay, that could have gotten a little bit dicey, but there's plenty of players on Fnatic who are just running pistols as well. So even in a round like this, you lose 1, you lose 2. As long as those players are close enough to pick up the fallen pieces, or indeed maybe they have those pieces themselves, and Boaster has just a classic, then it's going to be fine. You don't end up losing that much overall. So 2 kills already. BBL, they lose a lot of their punch. Even if they group up now and hit a side as a unit, still going to be a 3v2 without guns.
For the one. Gonna maybe build up a few orbs here and there. Well,
Let's go, Boaster.
He's doing it for the bundle, doing it for the branding.
Oh yeah,
oh, and he's thrown it on the
He's
floor.
left it on the floor.
Talk to HR.
Wasn't be that good, I guess. I take the ghost over the course.
NOBAR was loading up the clip, and now he's just
He's just cut that one a little bit early. Yeah, as well, like, the fact is those players were running into the Pistols. They had the best chance to win those duels and get the spike on the floor there than anywhere else, but it doesn't work out. Good kills across the board for Fnatic. Good economy builder as well, which is very important when you're trailing by 4. Still quite the lead for BBL, and now the rifles come out for that attacking side.
Not really any pieces missing for Fnatic either. Having all of those rifles kept through, even having the players without them getting the majority of the kills. Boaster set up as that Cyanka. Now he does have pretty close support, but Loon is already in TP onto the site, looking to try and take as much space as he can. And while the flash, I think maybe slightly, it's going to leave him blinded instead of Boaster. And that duel will go the other way.
Here.
Plan secured at least. BBL have something to report home about. They managed to break the wall as well. The stealth drone grabbing info up close. Angle held as they cross back over. It's Sociable looking for the battle through that wall. He'll get it. He's been spotted. Comes the salvo yet again. Concussed too. They've dodged all that utility, ready to take the fights, but in a very nasty position as the wall is chipped away at. Covered. Less and less of it by the second. They look to fight on the backside. A big swing from Yumpy. Kills picked up, and even more by Sociable. But the numbers, they remain in Fnatic's favor as the defuse started again. Now just making
Let's
it
go, on fire.
as Alpha puts to bed the final opponent. Another round finds its way into Fnatic's hands, just trailing by 3.
Yeah, that was the sort of curse of that aggressive plan, is you really needed to hold on to that deep control, having the Sage Wall broken pretty quick. And also all of the utility that was removed from the drone, that was
Poster kiri aneh.
sort of leave those players stuck in the mud. That plant doesn't leave you with many positions left to go, but with Fnatic previously denying the default plant, using the
Halo. Alfire, sadar Alfire.
and while for Alpha, getting ever closer to having that Armageddon on the board. Already though, we are going to see a pause called from BBL, wanting to stem the bleeding as early as possible. Maybe a few pieces missing in terms of synergy. I think, like, it's always difficult to tell when a player gets flashed by a team flash. If it was Loon peeking too early, which I think it might be, or if it was Yumpy doing it just a little bit too late, because that was the thing. He goes in for the peak, Boaster manages to then sort of dodge it, and he gets full blinded by his own flash. Yeah. You have to feel like that's slightly better timed, and it's a very easy kill for Loon.
Well, is it a situation of, yeah, Yumpy's comms? Or from what we've seen, Loon getting a little too over-aggressive?
I think it might be that.
I don't know. I don't know where my money's going, but it might be Loon. 3 rounds between them. That timeout now coming to an end. I believe that was BBL taking a moment to touch base with their coaching staff, and now they're right back into things. Barriers soon to go up, but the economy has gone down for BBL. It's not in a healthy spot. Weaknesses across the board. Sheriffs in play. But if you were watching the other day and you see Sociable with that weapon in play, you know that this man still poses a bit of a threat. They need to be careful.
He did need to head on top of one of the kills.
Granted. But now he's got shock darts. Pick up one with that. Sure. Robin Hood.
Again, no surprises. Loon is already at the top of mid, and he is dead. An isolated fight. And around like this, you don't mind it too much. We've seen the drone thrown out on the other side. A lot of information gathering. I think that's what this composition really allows. Lots of delay and info for this defensive side. Then Kayak with the ability to claim a lot of the space that they can find to be clear. Of course, for the attack in this round, expectations still minimal is what they can do with those pistols.
So they've seen a lot of utility used up, not only the salvo, but the paranoia, as well as a reveal on mid just off Loon's utility contact. He did happen to be there. But there's a good chance that that util gets burned up if they can fake it out early enough. We'll see if they adapt to that as time goes on. Fnatic now with a choice. Fight ahead of this push or wait and attempt the retake. Kayak manages to pick up one, and they've walked straight into Alpha here.
Gelo. Makan bang.
9-7. Gap is now 2, and Fnatic
makan.
quick work of this comeback, building up economy as well. Ultimate's coming online. Things are looking good.
Yeah, the in-zone flawless definitely helping out to make sure the finances are as tip-top as possible. I do like as well that a lot of the time the guided salvo is just being used for the default plant spot. It's like, okay, you want to sit in your normal positions, they're not going to allow you to do it because you have to give us at least a few seconds, and it means that, say for example, Boaster wants to fall off the site, you're not just giving everything up because there's still going to be a few seconds bought of extra time. This is where the rifles are back up though, but again, those ultimates have been built. An immediate use of the Armageddon, just trying to catch them early and even putting an extra salvo into the corner. Clearly some ideas, but it's only really gained space. The damage wasn't done.
I didn't see where the second salvo ended up going. Maybe it was even a misclick that they're supposed to fully cover that gap. But a very nice setup. We might see that a little bit later on. For now, seems like BBL have not been deterred. Looking still towards the A site, Rolling Thunder online. I might even see Yumpy setting it up just now, but Kayak not quite caught by it. Is revealed though. The stealth drone clearing him out, so he TPs to backside. A lot of space given up here, and Prophet claiming a kill on mid. It's a great start for BBL, starting to get a sense of this site. Kayak still though causing problems, able to pick up one and fade back. A 4v4, damage done to Loon. Utility coming in to delay. Ultimate used for info. Alpha catching Yumpy. So much disruption from the side of Fnatic, and they're picking up kills as BBL flee the site. Kayak now behind them as well to be concerned about. That means the players on site know that Loon is the only man challenging them. That gives Alpha a green light to swing on in, and a clean conclusion to this round. Fnatic, honestly, flawless gameplay. Who could have seen it coming? The Fnatic comeback.
Really nice use of all of their utility in that moment again. The refresh of the salvo just forces players off that plant super quickly. Like you can see, they had to just jump out, and Alpha's ready, and then you can immediately see the swings off of it. They know what they're doing, they know exactly where they need to be and where players are going to be after they're forced out of position. This defensive side so far from Fnatic has looked stellar, and for BBL, I think it's getting tougher and tougher. Not being able to get properly into those post spawns without mass amounts of coming their way has left them out to dry in a few rounds now.
Scanning ahead. This is where it has got to get frustrating, seeing that scoreline close in. Now, hot on your heels are the side of Fnatic. Credits built up, some multis used in the last at least, but well, this is a chance for them to build them up even more. Yes, ults online for BBL, but just the economy, the investment that they have, it's not likely. They commit a whole lot, he says, and immediately Loon pops the ulti.
Does this mean they're going to use the other? That was the question I was going to ask. No, he just goes alone. I thought maybe, okay, they'll use the Hunter's Fury just to get a free kill and a gun. No, instead, Loon was like, I can take him. I've got this. I think there was a stun to help him out, but even still, it leaves them level with a severe weaponry disadvantage and a lot still to do.
Oh, the retake of space is nice from Yumpy. They cleared that side out, but now he's up close looking for the fight. The shots don't land though. Again, weaponry disadvantage in play. Glaring to the side of BBL. They've lost Yumpy, they've lost the site. A star down to at least use the grab well, buy some more time. Hunter's Fury and a couple of kills. This could actually work out. Another burst of the Hunter's Fury claims Alpha Yair, and the grab well wasn't even needed at this point. The round is already theirs. BBL, they won't see Fnatic equalize. They won't even see the end of the round as all 10 players perish as BBL make double digits.
What an impressive way to do it. A pay save card, thrifty, but again, you look at this man, Sociable, and what he's able to do with so little. That ult was basically to buy them some time. He not only gets 2 kills, but he tags Boaster, who's running up to make the 3rd kill even easier. That's about as good as you'll see a Hunter's Fury work.
Tapi tetap mereka rata, Cok. Tetap miskin aja.
We talked about that as a low investment round. We didn't even expect the ultimate to be used. It's won them the round outright.
Gorgeous play. And that's it. We've seen Fnatic climb back up. Really nice rounds on display from that side, but BBL, they still have some gas in the tank. It's a race to the finish. BBL have the lead, but by a narrow margin. A move to the A side after a fake out of B. Heavy utility has got Fnatic stacking up that side. They put a gate crash down just now, moving through the spawn, but they won't be there in time to deny this control. A plant is found by BBL.
Yeah, it's one of the first times I think we've seen Althea on the wrong side of the map, and That's definitely made it tougher. A lot of the time he was denying this post plant. And again, we're going to see this aggressive position with the wall. The plant, though, in a better position for the players who are in main. So this time, you can see those later flanks, those later spots, and you need to highlight also what Profek is currently doing. Wrapping around the back lines, coming in incredibly late, just to make sure that this becomes awkward. Boast has done well, though. A clear on the first, immediate trade. They just need to buy time for Profek, if he can even get there. And he's right there in the last second. This could be Yoshiro. His own grandpa has caught him out, though. But I think he's bought enough time.
Nggak bisa anjing.
In the end, but oh, if there was a few more seconds, that would have been horrific.
Yeah, indeed. Just a couple more seconds on the clock, and it was a disaster. Instead, Red Bull clutch, glory, and another step towards victory. Maybe a stumble towards victory, but in the right direction nonetheless.
I could have turned coal to diamonds with the way I clenched there.
That was ridiculous. And as well, you know, that little bit of extra time bought by Vac on the backside with the wall in play, dancing in and out of the angle, every contribution that ran down that clock, that drained the time away, gets BBL to this position. Rifles still there for Fnatic. Decent buy, good amount of utility still left to play with. Kayak, he's gone up aggressive. He's looking to play like Loon, but he has met the same fate as Loon did many times in the early half. Dropped off rip, and for Fnatic, that is a huge loss with just a few seconds off the clock.
Yeah, the fact that the Hunter's Fury goes in as well, like that was a set play with an attempt to do mass damage. He runs in with the drone and makes a Sage Wall in the spawn. And it's almost just being used as info. Like, has someone pushed this far? Because they have to break a wall if they do. Bit of a slowdown from BBL. Fnatic do have the right players in the right place. And it seemed like at the right time, but that drone has kind of given them the idea that maybe it isn't going to be a B hit.
Well, yeah, just look at Alphayer. He's still re-clearing all this control towards heaven. They think it was going the other direction, and now they realize, luckily, 3 players still here, ready to fight. Flash goes through. The peak slow from Loon, 8 HP. He's so low, but that will not stop him. A gate crash put through. It might even have been spotted by Crashies. I'm not sure. It was faked out anyways. Loon going aggressive instead, straight through the smoke. He might not be traded out the last second by Profek, and the spike planted. The round's already done. 12-8 with 4 chances to close out this map against Fnatic. This has been a sensational start to the season for BBL in their opening matchup, but this right here, it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah, again, like it has to be mentioned, having the stand-in this sort of scenario is always going to make things a lot more difficult, especially when she was someone who is such a reliable anchor. I think the Vac is
Mati.
but you have to look at the other players that are within this team. Sociable having highlight rounds, Loon still an absolute maniac within that server, and a lot of these rounds have been close. Maybe a few tweaks here and there can be enough for Fnatic to turn the
Nanti lagi uji coba Kaja bro, Kaja Kejo.
half, and it was only coming down to sort of like a few obscure plays that I think 2 of it was literally no players alive and the spike winning the round. Like that's what we're talking about with a couple of the losses they've had in this second half. Doesn't matter though. All that matters for BBL is that they take their map pick as they go into Fracture.
Yeah, you never know what awaits you there up against a side like Fnatic. It's been a good fight for BBL, 6 rounds in a row that gave them a huge lead at halftime, and now starting to string them together yet again. One more is all they need. A flash in the pan. It'll be enough to send them to a 1-0. The potential to deal Fnatic their first loss in VCT 2025. That's an accolade you won't soon.
Bisa.
With 10 seconds left before barriers go up. Take a look at the economy. It's not great for BBL, but they've got that beautiful position to say, hey, they can play a mixed bag here, throw it at the wall, see if it sticks, and we've got plenty of room to maneuver if we need to take an eco later and bounce back hard for the end of the game.
I'll handle this. Oh, here goes Loon. Somehow I'm normally more nervous for him when he has these ults. He just sticks the landing almost immediately. Does, for maybe the first time ever, decide to actually teleport out. Now bear in mind, Alpha is that Armageddon online. A big win for Profek on the outskirts of the map, and this time not denying that plant. I wonder where Alpha will even place this. It's such an obscure post-plant position. They're playing alongside the wall, and you break the wall, and Loon comes and fights you. Again, he's going to retreat for the second time after finding a kill, and is being healed back up by Vac.
Armageddon, oh my god, stun, paranoia, everything hit him. Finally, they deal with Loon, and it's Boaster to lead the charge right back into the site. They're taking over. Rolling Thunder put in by Yumpy. It'll buy them a little bit more time. They've even got a grab well. They don't know if the defuse was coming through. Yumpy confirms that it's not. They bought that time, and they bought enough. BBL, they've done. There's no stopping it now. The spike explodes, and so do Fnatic's chances on map 1. It's a 1-0 start from a squad everyone had at the bottom of the list while they're fighting for a slot at the top.
Incredibly impressive.
Fajar coba-coba anjir pakai.
Before we head into the break, let's pass things over to Yinsu for a quick message to all of our fans.
Chronicle juga pakai smoker anjir, biasanya dia pakai initiator.
Attention away from the VCT EMEA action now and take a moment to acknowledge the ongoing wildfires in Southern California. As many of you might know, LA is where Riot story began, and the past weeks have been an incredibly difficult time for the community, including many of our fans, pro players, teams, and colleagues. From everyone here in EMEA, we want to send our most heartfelt well wishes and messages of support to all of you, our friends, colleagues, fellow players, and members of the wider Southern California community. For those eager to support even further, starting Wednesday, January 22nd, Riot is launching in-game fundraisers which will go towards global fire and other natural disaster relief. Proceeds will go to the Riot Games Social Impact Fund, which will direct funds to organizations aiding natural disaster recovery in Southern California and around the world. Thank you for listening. Now we'll head to a quick break and continue with the games.
Pengumuman buat qualifier-nya.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Nah, abis ini Vitality nih, di Vitality ada Berke anjing. Bang, izin pipis dulu. Oke, adik-adik. Gue juga mau kencing.
Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes I'm gon' shine. So fine, got Betty on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hate blind my shine. I'm just living my life, too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes, busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride, I despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes.
Things just keep getting better and better for this new BBL squad as they take map 1 against Fnatic. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined once again by Kukuka and Billy. Now, we were so hyped about Loon when we saw him on his debut, and I didn't think that he could get any better, but Billy, I was wrong. He does indeed get better.
Yeah, Loon was absolutely incredible that map. I mean, the amount of opening engagements that he was getting, those first picks, it was just absolutely incredible to watch. And like, he was just constantly everywhere, right? One round he was peeking A main on the defense, the next round he was pushing down mid on the defense. Like, Fnatic just didn't really have an answer to those first picks that Loon was able to pick up what felt like so easily.
Yeah, and it was a very strong first half for the side of BBL. I think that they understood the assignment, they understood the composition that Fnatic were playing and what they were lacking. No Sentinel. What does that mean? How are you going to fight for mid? How are you going to fight for it? And also with the incorporation of the Sage, Astra Sage, you're going to have a hard time attacking and executing. You have to fight for some of the control. Do not get me wrong. We saw on that second half what Fnatic plan was on the defense. And I think that it is a very surprised by the level that we saw from Alpha with the Tejo, how reactive and quick he was in some of the decision making. But still, even with that, BBL understood how they had to play against it and how to trick their timings against the retakes from Fnatic.
Yeah, I think to that point, the way that Kayak and Alpha were playing with each other on that A site, I believe it was, yeah, just so many like little combo plays, and the drone usage that we were speaking about as well whilst we were waiting for this match to finish. They had the Sova drone, they had the Teo drone, but then they also had Kayak's ultimate as well to go and find out any information. So yeah, a really good information gathering composition from Fnatic nonetheless.
And also a lot of people had questions about if Kayak can fill the shoes of Durka. And when it comes to debuts go, Kukuka, this is not bad at all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And also referencing the time that he had during Ascension final.
Debutnya Kayak.
But here, he understood what he needed to do, and he did it to perfection. Even though Fnatic did not end up winning this map, he was there as the third drone, as we're saying, with those ultimates that I believe were super effective. Again, when we think about the retakes, some of the times Fnatic run out of time, but the plan was very good.
Yeah, and you mentioned those successes we saw on mid from BBR as well. So let's just take a look.
Yeah, exactly. So as I was saying, right, the composition from Fnatic not having that sense.
Apalagi dari game 2 ke game 3 anjing setengah jam.
Watch out for mid. Either use it or understand that your opponent is going to have an advantage there. Previously to this one, which is the last round of the half, we've also seen BBL using it, and I think that doing this on the last one keeps putting that pressure onto Fnatic that does not have a clear way to control this part of the map, and in this case has to fight. As we're saying, Loon has very easy to get a couple of kills and just get out of there and just pull it from there. In the past, we had seen them pushing time and time again. You have to keep an eye on that, and you can also not execute very fast because of the composition that BBL is playing, and I think that is what gave us that result of 3-9 at the end of the half.
Yeah, there's just something about this Abyss. Fnatic have just struggled on it time and time again. But as we move on to Fracture, this is where things should pick up a little bit for them. But also, though, if Loon was that oppressive on a map that didn't have like a north, south, east, west, all those sides, Billy, I'm expecting him to pop out of every single direction you can possibly expect.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think I'm honestly curious to see if they run something similar to how Koi ran the other day with the Tejo, because they had a Yoru, the Tejo, and they were taking up a lot of space. I wonder if BBL's taken some inspiration from that, just from getting to see it the other day. So yeah, I'll be intrigued to see how Loon actually pops off, and if he does stick to that Yoru, or if he moves on to, say, a Jet instead.
You know what I want to know? Are we going to see Sociable back on that chamber?
Yes,
it kind of feels wrong going to Fracture and seeing Yampi not on the chamber, knowing that he has given us some of the best moments in Valorant in that map. But actually, I think that after the performance that we saw in Pearl the other day, coming in from BBL and from Sociable himself, I'd like to see it again.
Yeah, I wouldn't even hate an Alpha chamber on the other side if we're just going to throw out the chambers here. But this is the thing, with Crashies coming into this as well, we gotta mention the rope incident. Well, or some, it's an incident to some, but Crashies has traditionally been extremely comfortable on this map as well, Billy. So I think he's gonna be able to slot in quite nicely.
Yeah, and I think with Crashies as well, he wasn't one of the sort of louder players in that map that we just seen. So I think he's still kind of warming up into it, right? I mean, we have to think about when was the last time he played on a stage, right? It was back in like July of last year.
Hey, Alpha, let's go!
Alpha on the chamber.
Alpha chamber, bro.
And BBL bringing in the double duelist is not going to be the chamber. It's going to be Raze and Euro. The explosive power from the side of BBL is going to be massive. That's a lot of flashers pulls. I hope that Kayak is ready to be playing against
The
Lynn
fact
again.
that it's the two Turkish players on these two duelists as well has got me so excited for BBL.
Yeah, and Perfect, I just gotta say, he's a phenomenal lurker. The util's on point. He won them, what, like 5 rounds last game as well. So it's gonna be interesting to see how he fares here.
Yeah, Yampi is still sticking to that breach. I think I was mentioning at the beginning of the match, his utility is being on point. Some of the success and some of the setups that we see, and when we're highlighting the duelists, and obviously the calls. Do not forget Yampi picking up the IGL role for this BBL that is looking so good. We have to give him a lot of props.
Yeah, and
Teleport gini kayak kurang anjir. Ada 4.
it's been a hot minute.
Ada 4 main anjing masalahnya.
As well, and no massive surprise on the side of Fnatic.
Ada 4 pintu masuk, 2A 2B.
Yeah, I'm surprised we're not going to see we're not seeing the Vice just yet in this match. At least is sticking it to the Cypher, and then on the other side, even though I expect Alpha to play a little bit more like out of pack just by himself, just going for those early engagements that honestly you should be scared of. It is Alpha. Like this is, you can give him anything, but you will be scared of him no matter what, because his aim is just it. We've seen it for 3 years. Is never bad.
Yeah, maybe he gets unleashed as well, because on map 1 it felt like he was more on a util duty than just like shoot duty.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that in that previous composition, it was kind of Kayak with, he was the only one with flashes, right? He was having to set up his own flashes, but you still seen Alpha kind of helping Kayak.
Sociable juga jago sih
I think he's going to be searching for those picks.
Kalau dia pakai chamber kemarin. Sociable.
Right now, Mission Tom. Let's see if they can pull off another one.
Well, Tom, quite the challenge to take Fnatic down. Doing it in a 2-0 fashion when you're moving on to their map pick might be even more difficult. I'm not sure if BBL will 2-0 this, but the win, it's
Fnatic, bro.
But that's the thing. You look back to last year, and even the old squad was always like a solid upset team. Like it felt like they could beat anyone and at times maybe lose to anyone. But this roster is incredibly exciting. And I do have to agree, like the two standouts for me going into this match, obviously the duelist, but more importantly, I think Sociable going back onto a more aggressive role, and then Althea on the chamber. I think that's always going to be exciting. The first bullet accuracy, so integral to playing that agent, and well, Althea has that in spades.
Well, barriers going up. BBL sending
Lun anjing langsung.
See, Althea's got nothing to say about the pistol round. Neither does Sociable.
He's too old at this point, that's what it is. Past 18, Loon's younger, he automatically gets the buff, the Turkish buff.
That's all it is. The neurons are firing faster. Loon's up close with another chance to do damage. Boaster's the one to shut him down. Chronicle steps up as well.
Tuh, lu nggak lihat, bro.
Just back though. Damage done to both opponents.
Bro, lu nggak ngeliat, bro.
Chronicle instead.
Poster, bro.
From the grave, and Boaster to bring the defuse across the line.
Yeah, my theory went out the window when Boaster killed him. I think don't think that worked.
What are you trying to say?
He looks young, but surprisingly, Boaster is not 18 years old. But yeah, a big pistol round for Fnatic to take. Like it definitely came down to the wire. Like getting back in after those initial kills went the way of the attackers, and well, Chronicle having a big start to this game. Someone we know that on his day can be better than anyone. Fnatic fans will be hoping it's today.
Well, yeah, most certainly, especially after that first map opener. BBL on form, but a close pullback in the pistol round for Fnatic, an injection of rounds early on. And you take a look at BBL, not too much of an investment, but they group up, they play this one as a team, and look at the reward they get. Both are already dropped. Althea sent walkabouts on B, shut down by Sociable. Now, what was a round in which we expect almost nothing becomes one with so much potential for this attacking side.
Yeah, I'm starting to get nervous. It's crazy that you look at sort of like the clutch players and individuals you have on the Fnatic side, and right now BBL have been the ones that have been pulling out the miracles. Spoke about the lurk potential of Profek on the desk. What about the lurk potential of Sociable and Yoru? I know you didn't see that one coming, did you? Neither did I, because it's kind of weird, but kill him. It seems like somehow Chronicle has eyes.
Udah pada masuk nih. Udah dapat info dari Yoru.
Sociable just jiggling a little bit.
Eyes in his elbows. Could be, who knows what they've been doing to the breach arms. Kind of upgrades Killjoy's given him. We're looking at the push up from BBL though. Plant. Lots of control. A ton. Over towards Sand as well, where it does look like Crash will be in a bit of trouble as he swings on out. Already up close, wrapping around right now. Through the cage. Didn't commit fully. If he did, a free kill awaited him. Instead, Crash gets a second lease of life. His position spotted. Nice shot.
Chronicle, bro.
Sociable, but still to deal with Profek. And the knife in the back is the most effective weapon for BBL. As Loon falls, the time though ticking away. Chronicle making this possible for the squad, but the time too far gone. 3 kills. A nice round for him. Ult online, but BBL with an immediate response. 1-1.
I have to say, like, no matter what happens in this series, I'm so impressed with the way BBL plays. You look at this team being a mix of a brand new IGL, a load of players coming up from the tier 2 and a stand-in, and the way that they're so disciplined in rounds like this, because this easily could have swung.
Anjing nembak dulu baru nge-scope lu, heran.
They're all making sure that the time is being bought off that spike. Like, everybody is willing to sacrifice himself, but the majority are just looking to stay alive as long as possible, finding information for each other. It is incredibly impressive from, as I said, like a team that doesn't have like years and years of experience under their belt. That second round will go to BBL, and while the lead for Fnatic,
Anjing udah ulti aja anjir.
they do however keep some of the guns
Ronde 3 loh.
with how Chronicle started.
Ronde 3 udah ulti, bro. Let's go banget. Ayo banget.
Most definitely, maybe. They're going into it. Big push. Chronicle already able to rip off one's head, and the second follows. Great damage done. BBL responding in kind. The Bulldogs left to try to make up some ground, and Moster does a great job of it. Molly down 2, Spike obtained with a flank from back. This is the real danger if Profek can keep them back for long enough, but he won't. And now, back the knife, but he comes in a little bit too late. Over to the A site for the plant, and a 1v2. Boaster and Alfier with upgraded weapons will be coming back into him.
Over a safer plant as well. Knows roughly where both players are coming from. The door sound is going to be baited by Boaster. The whole idea is to try and put doubt in the mind of back. That maybe they've gone the other way. Gets that first kill, and he's still looking the other way. The spam from Boaster has done so much damage, but it hasn't managed to clear out back. He's still standing at least now, and it's close. But the IGL Fnatic will get things over the line. An important round and an immediate bounce back.
A much needed one. We saw what happened last time when BBL ran away with it. Fnatic started to show their claws towards the end of Abyss, but too little, too late. Now,
through the fake out.
Back on that wrecking ball quickly. Crumbling BBL's early half chances. This is 2-1. Rifles in play for Fnatic. And it all comes down to just that 1v1. The shots from Boaster through the wall, lighting back down to 12 HP. That was the difference maker.
Let's go.
If a few of those shots don't land, even fight, who knows where it goes.
Look at this scoreboard as well. Alfie and Kayak combined, 0 kills. Boaster, 5 kills. That's all you need to know. Leading the way. We'll see how long that lasts. I think it'll be a dangerous ground if things continue. Stun dodged. Again, just back to pistols. A fair few ults close though.
Take flight.
Showstopper unfortunately seems to be the furthest one away. Back solo lurk. Doesn't want to overface, but he ends up giving the kill away to Crashies.
Understandable in a round like this. We'll see those players trying to take space on their own. Now the pack is what's left. The flash was still able to deliver.
It's yellow, Chronicle.
I think he was full blind for the first.
He's already on 11 kills. I think we're only...
Kita lagi ke blind, bro. Itu ada ininya.
I think that's one of those things. There's certain players in Valorant you don't want to piss off. And I think Chronicle is very, very high up that list.
He might be one of them, yeah.
11 and 2, playing a breach. Not too often you say that. I'm thinking back to people playing this map. There was
Tuh lagi ke-blind tuh.
Kesnip played.
Nah, baru ini lah.
He had a pretty good statistical performance, but I'm not necessarily sure that had anything to do with him playing Breach.
Ada di sini cowok tipis anjir tapi. Soalnya
So the advantage though, the Breach player is popping off. That Rolling Thunder online so early on and so frequently. Chronicle will have it again fairly soon. Boaster 5-1 start for him. That's why the orbital strike was there, used for early space taking and damage done to Loon. BBL sent to the other side of the map by that ultimate, but Cosmic Divide of their own is going to block out Fnatic, rob them of any opportunity to really deny this push. And with no utility on the site, there's no way for them to know when this plant is coming down. All they can do is sit. Actually, there is. They sent Crashies to step through the wall. He heard it just now. So it's confirmed for Fnatic, and that gets the push up through A main. They're going to walk right into Profec.
Yeah, he's done well. And a lot of these scenarios before and already. He's going to deal with Alpha here. That stun isn't going to help out Chronicle too much just because he was so low on HP. Boaster, though, again, has managed to find a way back into the round, looking to pressure Profec, knowing clearing him is going to be so important, and that's exactly what he does. In fact, Kayak now steps up as well. And this leaves Yumpy alone. Ultimate already gone, time being bought.
Boaster gila, Boaster dari tadi ya last man standing mulu, cok.
It will be the defusal coming through, and well, I have to say, in clutch scenarios, late round scenarios, Boaster has been unreal so far this game.
Well, didn't you say Yinsu was doubting him earlier, saying that he wouldn't be the one that they won the line? No, she said he would be.
He would.
Okay.
It was Bea who was doubting him.
Bea was the doubter. Wow, well, it would suck to be the doubter right now. That guy is sitting 8-1. 5 rounds into this map, Boaster showing his teeth and sinking them deep. And he's loving the
Boaster.
We got a bop out of him. Well, a 4-1
pause lagi anjing.
If I was BBL, I would have broken something if Boaster
Call a quick tech pause. He's 8-1. He's doing whatever that move was. Doing the hoedown over there. You can't have that happening.
Unfortunately, again, BBL have been able to get through at least a round, but it came off the back of very little. They've had clutch scenarios again and again. Like you could be looking at either an even scoreline or in their favor if they manage to get 1 or 2 of them over the line, but unfortunately, that isn't the case. Fnatic are storming into the lead on this defensive side. And the funny thing is as well, is you talk about normal sort of win factors for this squad, you would be looking at Althea. He's yet to get a kill, which is very surprising, especially being on an even more aggressive agent than you'd normally see him on. Hasn't been the start. And that, if anything, that's more terrifying. If they're winning rounds before he performs, chances are if he starts performing, this could become quite a bit more dominant. On the other side, the one sort of saving grace is the ults. If you've got that showstopper available, have yourself the dimensional drift on Yara as well, so some fairly decent combinations. And I'd say BBL have been pretty happy in rounds where maybe you wouldn't expect them to use these ultimates to try and pad the gaps.
Oh, he's not having a good time. That's all right. This too shall pass. That's all you gotta say to yourself. And for Fnatic, you know, last time they were facing down these pauses, it was not a fun situation they were in. Trailing BBL, hot on their heels. I think they were 3-1 up. And the interesting thing about the last map, Fnatic, they have the lead now, but they were 9-3 down. They went up to 9-8, and then lost every round from that point forward. Right? Yeah. So we've had these streaks, but in terms of going blow for blow, I haven't got to see that side of Valorant just yet. Maybe it'll be the same thing here with BBL coming back in on a light buy. Fnatic go up 5-1, streak continues.
Yeah, I think the thing is, especially when you look at the rounds that were lost on the last map, I think a lot of them Fnatic are going to be frustrated by. Like, you had 2 rounds that ended up being lost to time. You then had 2 rounds in a row where they just couldn't quite get the defusal over the line on that defensive side, like in somewhat weird fashion. So I think that, again, like, a lot of the stuff was fixable. And you could say the same thing here for BBL. Like, we have seen rounds that have been incredibly close, but they have all gone the way of most of it. Clutch. The back 1v1, we just saw 1v1 with Yumpy as well to end out the round. If either of those goes the other way, we're talking about, okay, this is a very close map, BBL could be running away with it, but that's not where we're at the moment. Fnatic have started to show their caliber, even if it's just with a couple of the individual players, Chronicle and Boaster being the ones we're talking about here. sitting in it though might not feel as good. No, when you've lost, as I said, 2 or 3 clutches and we're only in round 6, just sitting there for a while is never going to feel great.
No, having to stew in it. But, yeah, like you say, for BBL, having that map already under your belt at least, going to keep the morale high. One of the other things that this will get them thinking. Remember, you can't sit there chatting to each other. You can't share your ideas. Everyone's just ruminating in their own head. Dangerous situation to have.
I don't know. I feel like Bose is pretty good at charades. I wouldn't want to go against him in a game of it.
No,
let's put it that way.
absolutely not. You pronounced that in a very British way. That was interesting. For BBL, they come into this with a very...
It's almost like I'm British.
It is.
Posage sama Clove tuh tadi.
From East Cork, this man is. The depth of buy we expect from BBL, not much. But last time we saw this, Tom, thinking back to the previous map, they came in with a couple ultimates. We said, well, you know, we don't really expect to see them use them here. Immediately, Loon popped his dimensional drift, went to backside, got a little crazy,
got one
as
with
per usual. Yeah. And then they end up winning the round off Hunter's Fury late play. I think that there's no situation in which for Fnatic you come in just thinking, all right, we got a couple easy rounds here. There's always a barrier that BBL are going to be putting up. Been doing a remarkable job so far, and like I said, I'm really impressed by the turnaround of how little prep time they've had, how many external factors disrupted them in their setup. Even here, playing with the sub Vac, who's often playing on roles that are not typically where you're going to get the most value out of Vac, but obviously he's filling a role on this team. So there's been so many difficulties for them, and even from their opening day to this, they've had one day off in between to sit and prepare for who were for a long time at least the best team in the world. Who knows how this year and this roster shapes up. But it does feel like they've improved on a lot of those issues that we saw the other day. The one prevailing thing is obviously Loon being crazily aggressive, but with the hit rate he's having right now, with how successful those early fights are, I don't mind it if he falls flat in his face 2 out of 10 times, but the other times you get a 2-man advantage. Fair enough.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he's been a real shining star, and
Anjing.
we spoke about it a couple of days ago.
Mengantuk.
Talking about a guy who is not. I don't think he was on like everyone's radar. Everyone was fighting for like what Kayak on the other side. It's like, okay, if Fnatic didn't pick up Kayak, well, either he's staying with Apex and he's already in the league, or someone else is going to try and buy him out, because he was one of those people that you just got, okay, this is a guy who farmed the Polaris League, came into Ascension, and okay, maybe on the stage he wasn't quite as good as the expectations rely, because, well, again, he was up against some Turkish maniacs in the form of Comeback and Dwayne LaRock Johnson, who's one of my favorites, but no, I think that he has proven that he's more than deserving of being in this league, but I think that's the fun thing with Loon is, yeah, I can safely say I came into this going, I don't know what to expect from him. I don't know if he's going to be up to that standard, and the fact is he was.
Go on, Kron, follow it up. Follow it up, Kron. He has no interest.
See, that's the thing, but that's what it is. He's the disinterest. People like the disinterest. That's why Leo's so popular.
Yeah, yeah. He's just
because he does not care.
I love that. Different energy.
He's got places to be. You know?
He does. He's got reservations after this. He was expecting a quick 2-0. He might still get it. Yeah, he might still get it. Hey, it's looking a little spicy out there.
He's got to now not look too happy, because people have been saying that Crashes is too happy.
Yeah, or he's got to just send it. Be full, over the moon. Every time he's giddy, he's got to go over the top. I don't think that's Crashy's style.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's Crashy's style. Much chance of a GX coach following that mentality. But yeah, for now, I think Fnatic in a good spot. Excited to see what they bring to the table after this pause.
Also, I will say, don't normally have a caster bias, but Split has and always will be my favorite map. So if we happen to end up on Split, I'm not going to be complaining whatsoever. And it's one of those maps, again, we've been talking a lot about the sort of new agents within the pool. I do think there's good opportunities for Teo there as well. Like, it's a map where you're constantly trying to claim control of one side or a middle. That's where his utility really shines. Retakes, there's so many like rat corners that you're just like, I would like to nuke that, please. And that's exactly what you can do. I'm thinking about B-site retakes with Armageddon. It's like, that's half the entire site. So I'm hoping we get there and we can see some new and interesting things. I also think just Vice's delay and the wall could be fantastic. So there's so many ideas on that map in particular that I think would be great. And apologies, BBL fans, I might be willing this into existence, but I like Valorant and I'd like to see more of it, please.
It is one of the more interesting spots as well, though, because even looking at, like, last night I was talking to
Waduh, nge-lag bro.
Wow, nge-lag bro. Lama bejir,
was
iya
about
cuy,
this, and
lama
we're
banget
watching
kayak nonton
Callantine playing
series cuy.
on Split, but he was up against Ye,
Lagi
and
nonton MPL aja
Ye's
jadi,
playing the
sama
Chamber.
like.
You're not getting the same value, but what we're going to see from most teams, I think, in this region is obviously going to be your Cypher in play, and seeing Tejo utility up against Cypher in terms of actually a team like Fnatic adapts to that, because like you're saying, or like we've been saying, so far, the agent usage hasn't been to an extent that we think everyone has to do it, but if anyone's going to convince us of that, it's these.
I do think, like, especially when you go into the second half of the last map, like that defensive side and the way that they were using Teo, that's where I think that's probably the most excited I've been for it so far, with like the plant denial, refreshing it to sort of clear backlines where normally you're going to get caught in an awkward fight. You force them into fights that are favorable for you. That I really enjoyed. I thought that was quite cool what Althea was doing with it. Obviously, again, it came down to some sort of rough scenarios that they didn't manage to close out, and also having such a poor attack side. And then you kind of look at it the other way and go, okay, well, if it was that bad on the attack side, does that mean that we shouldn't be using it because it's only going to be used for in one half? And a lot of the time your initiator is really valuable on the attack side. Like, think about how much info you get from a Sova or something else in its place, and then you start to go, okay, was this worth it? Like what you could potentially do with a Fade or a KO, etc., having those extra flashes. So it does, like, that's where the questions are being called right now of, okay, it was really good on the defense, but is it worth it still utilizing it if you can't find value for it on the attack? So we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully we'll be seeing a split, but at the same time, if BBL are going to really show again that they are a team to beat in this tournament, I don't mind that either. And it would also send whoever loses this into that elimination match, back down into that first round lower bracket, where I don't think there's any team that I've watched so far where
Sabar Yoga.
they're about to get blasted. Like, in every game has had its moments, been close. I think even like you go back to
Ada yang lagi makan dulu bro.
going in, but I think we saw that
Berak.
Milu is clearly a duelist that you do need to be watching out for, someone that I think can bring a lot of value.
Anjir, Fnatic mau menang aja dilama-lamain.
I think I'm
Heran
excited
gua.
for basically every match, which I don't know if there's been a year where that's the case.
Well, yeah, I've heard word in my ear.
Bang cepetin, ini emang lagi
Technique
teknik apa
down the
ini.
stage, the players hopefully ready to dive back into things, and I've even seen Althea adjust the back of his seat. That's usually our last sign that we're about to dive back in. Getting that guy to sit back up, so it was a little bit of a challenge. Well, when we do get back into things,
he's just got to start being. Do you remember JDM? Were you this? So this was basically a guy in CS who would play lying all the way down.
Oh hell yeah!
And he was an AWPer.
Right.
So he would do these like crazy flicks. So for some people that reference will make sense, and for 98% of you, it won't.
Yep, different game, different time.
But
Tom.
he was known for lounging. That's what they said. He would lounge while he plays.
A lounger. I can see that.
I feel like that.
We have the
would
opposite
resonate
of
with
that
you.
in Valorant.
Well,
like
people are too
Redgar
close.
inside the screen, sniffing the characters. It's impressive.
Let's not say that.
Maybe not. Sorry, Redgar. I let your secret out.
But you got smell-o-vision.
Just scratch the screen a little bit and it works.
I know Chronicle smell anyway. He's over on that side of the map.
Oh no. That's been a long propagated rumor. Redgar knows exactly how every pro player smells. He can identify with his eyes closed. You know, I didn't mean to let it out, man, but here we go. The truth is out.
Alpha looks ready to go, honestly.
That's about his
He's just happy to be here. Like, honestly.
To be fair, he's at a 0-4 start on Chamber. He's
just had to sat there looking at it. I bet he's just held tab the whole time, like, this is not going to say 0 for any longer.
Well, I don't know what would annoy him more. 0-4 start, everyone can get unlucky. Then he looks up and sees 8-1 from Jin. And just knows Boaster's gonna talk his ear off about this one later.
He's just looking at him, and he's literally doing...
Chamber now, right?
He's doing...
Should I sit over there?
Yeah.
Swap seats.
Swap seats, oh god. Yeah, it's not been the stuff. And as I said, I do feel like that aspect is almost scarier for BBL, the fact that he has not popped off early. Also, to bring things slightly back into the he has bought himself an operator. So that could be a turning point quite easily. Crash, he's got the ult online as well. There's a lot going into this next round that will be exciting when we get there.
When we get there.
Yes.
It'll take a while.
I've been told soon, but as we know, soon is a
trademark term.
It's sort of like it's only a day away. It's like, but in the context of the song, that's actually an infinite amount of time. So we could be here forever. We could be here forever. The worst thing is we've got Pansy up next too. So if this is us,
listen,
we're gonna be challenging the Pacific last year with their 8-hour tech pulse.
We want to see how long the French fans will stick around for a game. You know?
Hey, for that game, they're sticking around.
Oh, they're gonna be here. They're gonna be here all damn day. Yeah, no, it's a fun game coming up later on, but this one, last year, and it is a point that you mentioned. So many teams in our league. Typically, when we start out, there's going to be hits, there's going to be misses. There's going to be teams that assemble in the off-season, good ideas, and it just doesn't work on paper. But the reality is, when you come to what we've seen so far, the only issues we've had from teams, the maps that get blown out, sure, there's always going to be those sort of things in your map pool, those things to fix. But most of the issues have been things that are pretty easily fixable. I feel like the level across the board is much closer than what we've seen in any of the other years. And look, if BBL being 1-0 up against Fnatic doesn't prove that to you, I don't know what will.
I think the fun thing as well is after last year, I think Heretics really sort of changed the mindset of a lot of people going, oh no, I've got to get these people already have VCT experience, otherwise I'm going to lose. Whereas a load of teams that maybe didn't have the best year went, let's do it. Let's get someone we trust. In BBL's case, it was Yumpy.
Tadi match 1 kayak begini kan.
Heard rumors here and there that Sliggy and others.
Lama banget.
Also as well thinks he could be a good IGL. We'll make him our IGL, and then we'll pick up youngsters.
Meta pause is real.
From Ascension and Tier 2 and the Turkish League, which we know are going to be good, and bring them to the league and see how they do. And the fact is, yeah, they've still got Chiwa to come, so I'm sure it's going to add another layer to this team. I'm excited. I'm excited to see. I've been told we're going back together. The red has disappeared.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yes, mulai.
Round of applause. If it goes red again, I'm going to cry. But luckily, our producer owes us a drink every time it goes red.
It's going to be a messy night, Tom. 4-1.
Bosnya sholat isya dulu, bro.
You so long ago. That was the scoreline. Once again, we didn't sneak any rounds under your nose. It's going to be a big hit towards the A site and pressure on Alfier. 0 kills so far. Soon!
Gila.
Straight through the wall for 1 and Sociable onto Alpha. Catching him, fading back. It's a great punish from BBL, but he only barely survives that engagement. Same can be said for Profect. With control over the A site, though, they may get a plant out of this.
Alpha very nearly got quite a few kills. I do think the Crashies might be there to clean up the mess, trying to predict where the next is, but they still haven't managed to get that plant in. Patiently waiting as Profect, hoping the off angle will be enough, but it isn't. Well, I remember Yumpy on the chamber from this exact position, but it's easier said than done. It's left onto Sociable, the only man with a kill in this round, and with completely the wrong weaponry for this sort of fight.
Yeah, it may be a kill into a gate crash, into a judge spree, but it's not going to happen today. Might even want to go down. 8 HP was easy to drop him. So 5-1, Fnatic winning that round. They did use the Hunter's Fury, which normally we could look at and say, probably didn't need it against that kind of an investment. First of all, very impactful because it stops the plant coming down. And secondly, Fnatic not only have a showstopper for this round, but 1 away from Rolling Thunder. With other ultimates coming online, this actually gets them into a perfect ult cycle where every couple rounds they can be dumping 1 as that safety net.
Bang Alpha orang mana? Orang Turki.
A little dicey. BBL facing an uphill battle to say the least. So they've got their hiking boots on. Early control from Chronicle with the stun. And actually hasn't sent Social in the other direction. He stuck around and he'll get his reward, but not before Vac fell.
It's trades across the map. Chronicle has definitely been one of those players to watch thus far. Loon even going to just pop the showstopper. It'll be for space rather than for kills. Sociable. We've already seen this. This attempted flank went horribly. Crashies is going to win that. Important one. Clearing out those backlines. There isn't really that lurker anymore for the side of BBL. It's going to be a tough hold.
And tougher as they keep the 1-for-1 trades going. Fnatic close the distance, op in play for Alfier. It's not the easiest to step into that angle. Yumpy might have a chance. Quick shot needed, and it lands. Flash primed and ready. Loon on the swing through the smoke. Lands perfect. Crashies almost delivers with that transfer, but it's not quite in time. BBL 5-2.
And again, it comes down to one. Like, I think that's what we have to talk about in this match so far. Maybe if you've just joined us or
60% technical pause. Iya dikit.
so many rounds that have lasted with just one player standing. The thing is though, Fnatic have had a clean one here and there.
Wih,
So
gila
financially,
lah.
they are in a much better position. Even interestingly investing
Wih.
the operator while having that tour de force. They're clearly wanting to have both. See what that does. A very aggressive push. Finally manages to finish his dinner into one, and actually with the stunned up team, that showstopper goes through. Factor wins the battle, and actually Profit wins one more. That was all but set for Fnatic to take over. And well, Boaster eventually will even things up again, but that could have gone a lot better.
Yeah, fair to say that it could have. Using the showstopper, rounding the corner like that and being picked apart.
And Rolling Thunder as well.
Operator on the floor, Rolling Thunder used. We talked about Fnatic's ult economy and how they had so many advantages, being able to save them up and dump them into a round. Well, they did that right there. And they found themselves not quite a neck-and-neck position. HP favoring the side of BBL by a small margin. Boaster, though, looking for the off angle, 21 HP. The element of surprise, his best chance to drop the player, and there it is. Sociable didn't see him coming. 20 HP on Yumpy. He's in danger and has to run. 40 seconds on the clock. They have to decide where to take that spike. No knowledge on where Crashies is. They only know about Boaster. So going anywhere else, there could be two players lurking. But they have walked cleanly into that gap left by Fnatic.
And this was the only space that was left. They had everything else covered, and well, that will at least give the plant, and more importantly, that gives Yumpy his ult. Now using it to effect is going to be difficult. He is so desperately low on HP, but instead there's the re-aggression. Crashies just trying to wait for the timing, hoping the Prophet doesn't expect the second player to be here. This battle is absolutely everything. Just playing that time a little bit longer could in fact win them the round. Now Prophet looks away. The expectation that there still could be someone there, but the doubt in his head, and he's actually repositioned maybe perfectly. It's just going to come down to this fight on the site, and Yumpy wins it. Now lift onto Crashies to try and get back in, but that time is ticking. The stun going to slow him down even further, in the HP difference, not a massive amount. Hoping to try and kill him off, but it's down to you. He will win it as well. BBL thread the needle in this round, and they'll have themselves their third.
Not even going to use, I guess, everything that was at his disposal in that last fight. Swinging out, no utility, a rifle in hand, just running that clock right down to the wire, knowing he wouldn't have it half already. And this is where it fell apart. Showstopper active, fired in, doesn't find its mark. Push up as well for the close fight, lost by Alpha.
Got it into a 3 versus 2. That's the crazy thing.
Tuh, nembak duluan nih baru nge-scope.
Exactly, because Boaster's able to catch that kill from main, dealing the damage into Sociable, who in those situations is the man that gets them out of the spot of bother. Really nice stuff, and Vac going down again. Not going to win the fight towards the satellite. The rest of BBL now gonna have to fight in without that control.
They've got to be careful in this round still. Ultimates being utilized by Fnatic to try and pad the gap of what is a pretty horrible buy, but it's working. Already managing a couple. Yumpy with a nice shot. Tag low. Sociable now going to try and clear things out, and the Cosmic Divide. They now know exactly where these players are. Should mean that they can get a plant in, although saying that, just looking at most. No, in fact, it's Crashies with the spam. That's going to catch Yumpy out.
From here, the plant being stuck, what is there to deny? There is still some utility that they're looking to fire in, but doing so cost Crashies his life. Profek was waiting, Outlaw in hand. An upgrade there on the floor if he wants it. He's sticking with it. Sticking with the Outlaw here. It's a risk, but it may pay off. Alpha here will be one shot to him. Alpha with the big gun manages to drop one, leaving just Sociable. Already used his decoy. He's just got one flash to work with. There's a player. He's still alive though. Flash used now for the close fight. Lands it onto Boaster.
Kayak nggak jelas anjing.
Saves the day at the final hour. 6-3. The score. BBL are facing down the battle.
Ganti-ganti gitu anjir.
Many players are alive in this round. Just the one again. Incredibly close, but it's that start like being able to hold on the site, getting a couple of kills from off angles, maybe a little bit disjointed from the side of BBL. And in fact, we're going to see a pause actually called from them. Still came desperately close, but this is what makes things so terrifying, with Althea having a tour de force and of course that headhunter for the late switch, just about able to close out Sociable in the end. A nice attempt. Fnatic will get themselves back onto the board. This is what I was speaking about. Because of how close a lot of these rounds have been, a single loss for BBL was enough to pretty much obliterate their economy.
Well, that's it, and as we said before, in these rounds, they do pose a danger with those ultimates online, but they'll be coming in without them, relying on perhaps Sociable, as we see down the bottom, just a man with the Guardian, or the rest of the squad classics in hand. At this point, Fnatic not quite close to ultis themselves. The economy posing a bit of a threat. If they were to lose here, it could open the door for BBL to fight right back up to a neck-and-neck scoreline. The problem is, it's unlikely to happen when you're investing so little. The timeout for BBL coming to an end. As they've touched base with their coaching staff, the wise words from Pal, the calming moments before the storm rages on. In just 20 seconds, see a chance for Fnatic to hammer home this victory. At least get a 7-5 at the half, locked in up against this low buy. And the main thing is, in rounds like this, when BBL have the chance, it's a player pushing up, caught out by 3 or 4 of BBL's players, hunkered down, waiting. This time, though, the attacking side's much more spread out, looking for control across the map. It's not the usual pace that we see, and no success for Yumpy
as well. 1 HP. That spray was perfectly timed to just basically dismantle this round from the get-go. The nasty shots need to be connected. Boaster really has been having a fantastic game on an individual level. Yumpy though, managed one with the aftershock. There's always potential for these sort of rounds to get dangerous. Oh, that's another one.
Yumpy goes down though, spike in the open. Still though, well, that's it. Sociable falling, the rifle out of play. I was waiting for him to land another. Now it's the weaker weapons, and they're not finding any ground back with a sheriff in hand. He will not find anything to report home about. 7-3. 2 rounds to play for in the half. BBL, well, they'll be investing their credits into this one. Lose this, and it is going to be a tough way to get back into Fracture.
Lo, ngapain di situ?
Oh, slightly misjudged there. That's the thing.
Gila lu.
That initial damage as well. So much that coming back from it was always going to be difficult. And I'm starting to feel that way with the half in general. 7-3 up. Fnatic with a chance to find a 9-3 of their own. We haven't seen a whole lot to say otherwise. Stellar individual plays and a nice start from Alpha. That's what we want to see with that chamber. Getting aggressive, getting a pick, getting out.
That's what we've been missing for this game as well. And Fnatic, without that, still leading by such a substantial scoreline. I think Fracture, defensive side at least, clearly a comfort zone for this squad. There will be an attempt from BBL to take this to the A site, but the early utility from Fnatic is sending them back in the other direction. Much more passive hold from the defense on B. And in fact, I think it's already being abandoned. Yeah, they're stacking up A. They've had this read for a couple seconds now. BBL walking into a lot more players than they're ready for. He didn't know Kayak was behind.
I think that's cover, Cok.
Blindsided, Yumpy falling, and the push coming to an instant halt.
God, this would have to be one of the best clutches we've ever seen back left in a 1 versus 5. Already being encroached on from multiple angles.
Wais, Poster. Panik sih gue kalau kayak gitu juga. Bayangin lu dikepung. Bayangin lu, udah 5 lawan 1 lo nyu Fnatic, kalau gue sih kencing celana.
Spanner in the works with Althier's early aggression, but this here is where it started to fall apart. The TP from Sociable, the ult used to get on
Chronicle, banget
second player to be there on the stairs.
He flashes it by accident.
He does,
yeah. Unlucky that the timing wasn't a bit better. He might have ended up getting both, but
I mean, that's it. If he was in his ult for 0.2 of a second more, perhaps. But player saw as much as he needed to. 8-3, a 9-3 half looking likely with a weaker investment from BBL and an almost flawless round from Fnatic just some moments ago. Alpha's taking risks here. He's going a little crazy. Let's see if he gets the reward. There's a player up in his face. He's TP'd out, rolling up his head, flying. Not having a good time of it, but he is alive.
I think that's going to go on one of those like Valorant Nightmare Twitter accounts. Loon, he's been having a quiet time, and well, he will get one, but that's all she wrote. Profek, well, Boaster's cleared the angle next to him. And actually, that means Profek can focus on the one angle with Boaster is. Puts it back into a 2 versus 2. Make that just 1, as Profek has to do basically everything. But he lands a shot at the last second. Even looks...
Gila, Profek.
It was looking like a 9-3, but with a Red Bull clutch. 8-4, a little bit better for BBL.
Profek delivering with those 4Ks, just the same as the first day we saw him down on that stage, looking comfortable and leading the squad 14-11 as he closes that one out. An 8-4 half. It's not the end of the world for BBL. It could have been a lot worse, but fair to say that pistol is going to carry a lot of weight for Fnatic. A bounce back after a disappointing Abyss. They'll look to take this all the way to split. Whether we get there or not remains to be seen. We'll find out after the break.
Apa nih?
Monitor. Oh, monitor.
Bukan bego maksudnya. Lagi ini kan ganti round.
Welcome back, folks. 8-4, Fnatic in the lead, doubling up on the score line of BBL. This pistol round could propel them towards the finish line and buy a third map for the series. For BBL, they're hoping it's the exact opposite of that. They want to fight their way back up and take this 2-0 up against what is at least theorized to be one of the strongest teams in Valorant at the moment.
Well, you get to skip a stage for a reason, right?
Absolutely.
That's the whole point of it. So if they can take them down, they're only a couple of games away from making it to a Masters, which I think that I don't even think the biggest BBL fan would have expected that. Maybe Power would, if possible.
I heard Mark New wants the trophy. It's that or nothing.
What he wants and what people expected are very different. If he didn't want the trophy, I'd be a little bit worried for him. He's like, actually, second is...
I don't really care. It's whatever, they're paying me.
You know, I've heard the trophy. It's banging, but we'll have to wait and see. Already, onto the site they go. Back trying to hold the line, but the nade will deny him. Wary that he could be getting wrapped on, and in fact, he was right to be wary. Unfortunately, he's still met with a bullet from Althea. So is the fake out. It's starting to get dangerous. They're still not clearing this man, just giving him
habis keluarannya nih.
Still trading evenly. Somehow this has come down to a 2v2.
You mean?
Oh, caught with the stun out as well. It was almost bad for Chronicle, but he delivers. Now that last the boxes won't last long. 9-4 for Fnatic. This pistol round should be a nail in the coffin for BBL on Fracture. We could be looking at a very dominant scoreline coming out of this map.
Definitely seems like Chronicle has been having a field day. But then again, like, you look at Crash, he's obviously the newest player within this Fnatic roster, someone who sort of came in as a, okay, I guess we're not going to be having Leo.
Yeah,
we need to get someone who's going to perform, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. 15 and 9, had some high impact kills. Most are slipping. He needs to get back up there. Needs a quad kill.
He needs a quad kill or he's gone. That's it's a fair call. Any tips? Let's see. A 4K for Profit in this round would be impressive.
Gila.
No head, so even more so.
Right, edit out all the first shots, just leave the last
Just
one.
the last and move to the next. Easy peasy. He only bought a few bullets that round, that's why. Well, Fnatic on site, easy plants, spams through the smoke, catch Yumpy, losing your breach util for your way back in, losing your smokes. Back's not really gonna leave them without that much utility, but the cages could help to bridge the gap. Sociable, happy to pick up 1 kill, but how much more can be expected? I think 1 at most.
Wah anjing,
With the
langsung
rifles or the
pacak
couple
pala
pistols
cok itu cok.
Fnatic had in play, they won't really be feeling the hurt of this economic dent. 10-4 for this side. Double digits reached early on. Like I said, the BBL are gonna show up. It has to be soon.
Yeah, it's sort of getting the feeling that this one is moving its way towards split in a fairly quick fashion, getting that second pistol under their belt, and well, you've got the heavy hitters of stepping up over on that Fnatic side. Unfortunately, the likes of Loon, who was really causing them issues on the previous map, it just hasn't been the same. Like, the Raze hasn't brought him that same level of success, unfortunately, which, I don't know.
Masa bukan di spray loh, di tap-tap loh, Guardian.
Didn't really play Yoru before being on this team, that I want to see more of it. It's a good sign, but for this map at least, hasn't had that level of impact.
Minute 20 on the clock, and a shift from BBL towards... Oh, actually I thought Yumpy was on the shift towards BB side. Instead, they're moving for A main aggression. Taking the space, door is open, and the walk-up is coming through. That control coming in as Fnatic slowly set up to run into that Cypher utility that is in play for BBL on B. This is a pretty good start to the round with nothing there for Fnatic to spot the flank. They just have to hope that it's watched by Crashies. Vac doesn't manage anything up top, but Crashies is at least dropped. Now that flank underway, 3 players coming through main. They're gonna have to run straight into these attackers. So much space has been given already.
And it's not like Fnatic are rushing. They've still got 35 seconds to play with. They know that these players have rotated in. They're hoping maybe an angle gets given to Alfia. Purchased an operator for this round, the one major investment here. And I think the defenders must just be a little bit confused. They've already made their way right back into the site. Now that pick comes in, but Loon is still there. Sociable is going to get stunned and forced right into the hands of Kayak. A nice little 1-2 punch, but even still, that time is ticking away. The spam not quite going to be enough to deny that plant. And now for Loom, well, we need to see some of the magic that we had in the last map if there's going to be any way for him to get back into this round. Already spotted out looking for that double peak. Manage one, but it is an instant trade.
Yeah, really impressive just decision making from Loon though. As soon as he baits the first shot from the first player, he knows everyone is going to swing me, tries to step back and keep isolating fights, and he does. At any point, or most of the point, there's only 1 player on his screen, so considering he's up against a triple swing, he's done remarkably well. Just the shot's not landing in the other direction. You see the potential, how skilled of an individual he is. BBL calling a timeout. It is a Hail Mary play. They've used both their timeouts now, and it's going to be a streak to get them back into the game. They need to dominate Fnatic with players like... I mean, realistically, if Fnatic are 11-4 up, and Kayak and Alpha are a pretty significant quantity behind the rest of the pack, you know something is going wrong in your camp, I suppose. Because for Fnatic, you know, that should be a bad game, and it's absolutely not.
Maybe not. Maybe you focused on beating them, and you forgot about the rest.
Yeah, I forgot about Chronicle. It's an easy guy to forget. What's he ever done?
The thing is, I really enjoyed the way Fnatic played that round. Like, you took the initial control. I think they've realized that Vac is being left on an island, so they just went, okay, if we can get tower, they have no defense of this site at that point. But then they just wait. They know the players are going to re-aggress, and you can just see when that stun comes through. Sociable, rightfully so, goes, okay, I need to get out of here. Jumps right into the remaining players. Like, Fnatic almost telegraphed exactly what their opponents were going to do. It's just a nice round from them to sort of ease their way into this attacker half, having 3 rounds in a row already. The economy of their opponents in the bin, and because of that, again, unless there's some heroics, which Sociable on a judge makes me a little bit excited, that's likely to be 12 and an 8-round streak needed, which I can't say I believe in.
I'll handle this.
It is a tall task, to say the least.
He's going for it.
He absolutely is. This is Sociable we're talking about. Stun goes in, and so does Sociable. Easy kill, and he's out of there. Didn't quite manage the upgrade of the weapon, but that's good enough for a round like this. Looks like Fnatic are gonna not take this moment to hasten themselves into a site, not go running blindly in. Instead, they've sent both Boaster and Kayak back to clear A pushes. It's gonna be a slow approach.
Wih, gila. Ngeflicknya jago banget nih.
That's the thing. He's been incredibly patient with this operator. You think back to his debut on Fnatic, he was on the Rays and he was anything but patient. It was probably one of the most aggressive displays we've ever seen, and probably one of the most dominant from a debut. For now, at least. Sociable looks like the point of contact. Players above him already just trying to hold on to the bottom of the side with the Judge and getting up close. This is a problem for the side of Fnatic, but he's down to just 5. Crashes will eventually deal with the danger. And the rest now just Sheriffs in a post plant with a Hunter's Fury. You have to fear for BBL.
Yeah, the chances were there a moment ago, but certainly fading away. Having to walk into the operator in arranged angles across the board. A squad of Fnatic who have already now cleared out A main. No pressure on them. Pull back from Alpha, not ideal. That is a part of the map they knew they'd given up, but just gambling that no one had come that way. That gives an op away to their opponents. Low HP on Crashies, he quickly falls, and with Boaster having received the first shot and the molly, you know, fading away, I think a little bit too early. That should be BBL back on the board.
Yeah, no, plenty of time in the end left on the clock. It is going to be that pay save card Thrifty that gets them over the line, and yeah, again, just seeming like a couple of mistakes here and there. Obviously a nice start to the round from Sociable. It is fun watching him play these more aggressive agents. It's unusual that you see someone go like directly from a Sova into, okay, I'm now a Yoru Judge player. It's like, cool, like what happened to the guy that was there last map? And especially from someone who's not like this 18, 19-year-old whiz kid who's just come into there. That's not the case. So he's a veteran player that we have within the server at the moment, but
you want to play?
Seems to be working out. Tour de force zone. Well, it seems like Alpha, he was told stories of Bucky FC. He's decided to invest into one himself.
He remembers the days when he watched the boys doing their shenanigans.
He remembers not being on the team.
But it was an era in and of itself. For BBL, good round previously, an operator on Loon. You know what this guy can do here on the attack. For Fnatic, there's going to be challenges around every corner, but ones that Alfier is looking to take head on. Operator for their opponents. He'll take the tour de force for himself, but yet to find a victim. And it is just slow takes of map control from Fnatic. Not giving away.
Mau ini round sebelumnya oke FT.
Coming through. This could still be a fake. There's minimal steps, but now it's being heard. Propek knows they're on the way back. Doesn't quite adjust in time. Caught out by Boaster. Yumpy emerging from the smoke is an element of surprise, but not one that catches them off guard. And well, Sociable already spotted this round. Seems to have fallen apart for BBL.
And it's a horrible one as well, because the only logical thing here is save. Like, you just don't have the backup of finances to throw.
Buang si OP-nya kalau kata gua.
When you're this far down in the game,
Gua saving.
kind of understand why risks are being taken. The thing is, like, for Loon, you're not winning this round. Like, holding on to the operator just has so much more value behind it. Obviously, an extra would be nice, but it's just not worth it. He's stuck around.
Let's go.
But the Sheriff not going to pack as much of a punch as that operator could. Plus, kind of all the stuff out there. But anyway, managed to connect the shot. No damage, so close, but big wall.
Oh, di stok audio nggak ada suara kan?
It's a little too early for it to be there.
Back for BBL, 7 rounds in a row. It starts here and
no, it
almost ends there as well.
4 and 5.
How have they survived that?
So cursed. And for somebody else, this could be some freebie kills. Maybe not. Vac has been having an absolute nightmare and actually crashes on 5 HP. He gets 2. If it wasn't bad enough that he didn't quite die, he's taken out a couple of your teammates with him. Prophet will dome 1. And Chronicle now the only healthy player. Has to try and be a little bit more careful in these scenarios. Bear in mind, he's the one with the spike. Look where Crashes is going. He may be
down
sociable. Just has the read. He gets it absolutely perfect. And now on just 4 HP, Prophet is going to close the round. It may not have been the kills for Loon. I feel a bit bad for him that it wasn't. But hey, he did the damage that helped in the end.
I'm assuming we're getting a replay of that one. How those players survive that, I do not know. That is, I mean, oh, Luna's got to be fuming.
You know, they said abilities in Valorant don't kill. So there you go. They don't get kills.
Loon would have been inconsolable if they lost that round with a guy on like 5 HP after picking up a 2K. Oh, wow. Well, actually, it works out great. By letting him live, he ends up using an ultimate that now they don't have. All part of the plan. Great job, Loon. He knows his lineups.
Sociable gets closer to his ult by killing people easier, whereas the Showstopper, you know, it's not that far away. So
Loon's a great team player with a perfect understanding of rocket physics in this game. Profek not having a good time. That's a quick pick by Alphayer, and BBL looking to take up some space elsewhere. Push up on B with traps watching for the north side push. It's Yumpy trying to get in his opponent's faces. As we can see, he's made the right call by backing off. There were 2 players waiting for him to round the corner.
Once again, Sociable's got his ult. Now, normally, he has a judge, but he's going to do it with the shorty. How? How has he managed to survive? No, not going for one! He's an absolute nut job! I can't believe he's come out with 2 there. That's got to be a bit of a tilter. While Boaster tries to hightail it in the other direction, he is met with exactly the same result. Chronicle, he's been insane this game. 22 and 9. But he's got 70 HP, 30 seconds, and a spike on the other side of the map. If he wins this one, I'm going to tell the observers to report him, especially because he's going in the other direction. He is on orb collection duty.
Yes, sir. Build up those ultimates in case it is a long road, as we're seeing still some fight left in BBL.
10 seconds left.
Clear that close corner, go back and grab the little orb for Chronicle. Nice. So, 12-7. And this comeback, it would be monumental. It would be a taste of their own medicine for Fnatic, something that they've dished out many a time. But for BBL, it does feel like a matter of time before these things stop working. This round, absolutely outrageous.
I don't understand how you're like, okay, so what happens if this goes wrong? Oh, we lose the map. Gotta give it a go, right? And I kind of respect it because it's like, yeah, that is the way you're going to get into this game, is by doing things that are crazy, but dear Lord, that was not what I was expecting.
Well, at that point, if anyone expected him to jump around the corner with a shorty on Fnatic, then fair play, give him the kill. That is an unusual play. Buys him enough time to grab one. BBL, Rolling Thunder online, ready to roll, but it's Fnatic that come in with huge advantages. The operator on Alphayer starting to pick up pace, grab some shots, and Sociable's walking right into him, but the shot baited out by the crouch. Perfect use of the hitbox, intentional or not. It's given them a late 5v5. They should be a player down by now. Showstopper though, alongside Orbital Strike, big threats to this site push.
That's the one reason that Kayak not having a gun isn't too much of a problem.
Oh no!
Gone for the Rolling Thunder, but he's been met by Boaster on the other side. That is not how I expected that ult to be used. Maybe in the retake instead, though, it's Loon to go forward and go out. That has managed, but it's only going to be traded. This is looking like the beginning of the end, but Prophet still standing strong. Looking for He gets a lot more. 2 headshots through the box, and now Crashes left standing. 1 versus 2. First shot connected beautifully, and it seems like he even expects the rough position of Sociable. Rifle in hand this time. Not the op to hit the shot, but it's waiting on crashing standing, but he can't quite hit it. A very nice attempt, but it will be another round for BBL. I'm on the edge of my seat, and I don't even have one.
Profek, again, he's delivering these ridiculous rounds. How does he get away with that? We need to see this in the replay. Initial fight's good, everything's standard gameplay. This was nice, the turn around, the shot, I believe on the boaster to start with. Clean as can be, and immediately through two walls, headshots on both accounts as well. And Pal's face makes up for it.
Pretty nice.
What was that? Just pure shock. 4 rounds to go, and it's starting to look doable. So much so that Fnatic are going to call a timeout of their own. They are willing to let BBL speak to their coaching staff because they think if they don't get involved here, this spiral, this tailspin is going to go all the way to the ground.
It's weird as well, because the way they're losing rounds is it's not really something that you can... Like, okay, how do we stop a guy using his ultimate, pulling out a shorty, then reloading it and jumping back around? How do we stop a guy from swinging us and killing us through a box and a wall? It's like, these are things that it's just like, well, ultimately, you've either got to not put yourself in the position to take that fight, which in a 2v1 swing, if a guy kills 2 of you through a wall, it's I don't really blame you that much.
You didn't be wrong, no.
So it's kind of like, do you stop taking fights, which will probably lose you the game even faster, or do you just go, lads, we just got to chill, it's probably not going to happen 4 more times in a row? But the problem is with BBL, it might. It genuinely might. They've done so many ridiculous things in this game, even going back to the first map with Loon doing it, and you have to feel like eventually he's going to do something that works. Because a lot of his stuff has sort of failed when it comes to the Rays.
It hasn't landed. I think there will be adjustments to that. BBL, 4 in a row from this point, up against Stingers to start with. Weaker weapons in the hands of a team led by Boaster. Many a mighty team has fallen to such a buy, to such a thing, to such an economic bottom line. Back, the first to dish out death. Danger, though, around every corner as BBL are discovering already. Man advantage falls to Fnatic. Push through the smoke from back, but there, in a smoke of the room, contain and a swing together. Nets another kill. Advantage on advantage for the attacking side. And the B site now taken with nothing to say about it is Yumpy. He's trapped up top, a close-range fight against close-range weapons. Guess how that goes? Not in his favor. Sociable, the last man standing, and the headhunter finds its mark. A pace save card thrifty to buy us a 3rd map. We're going to split it.
That's what I wanted to see. It might have taken a little bit longer than I wanted it to, but we have made it to split in the end. The greatest decider between BBL and Fnatic. We'll be back after the break.
Nice goals!
One enemy
Hello! Hello! Yeah, but I can't hear you, Yuppie. I can't hear you anymore.
Wah, toxic. Anjing, keras. 3 game. Hari-hari 3 game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back again to VCT EMEA, where Fnatic have, surprise, surprise, taken a win on Fracture. Who would have thought that? But also shout out to, I think I saw the Masters Tokyo trophy in this beer. I know the bucket is also in the building. I heard that Kaguga is your favorite trophy of all time.
Yeah, I just hope that we have it again.
Maybe we get like a mascot, you know, like a onesie just on that bucket.
I feel like we need to at this point. It's become such a meme that we need to have a mascot for it now.
Yeah, it's pretty iconic. And speaking of iconic, like I said, I mean, Fracture coming in for Fnatic, Billy, I feel like we've seen this film before where they are good on this map.
Yeah, and I feel as though they didn't kind of branch out to things that they're not usually comfortable on, right? It was all agents that we've seen them all kind of play before. It was really nice to see Chronicle jump back onto that breach, of course. Alpha onto the chamber, did kind of question it to begin with, but as soon as they switched sides, we started to see more of the value that Alpha actually was on that chamber.
Yeah, and when it comes to Boaster here, of course, he clutches. We've seen him in these positions before, and Kakuka, his best performance ever in EMEA since the partnership era.
Yeah, exactly. I think that maybe it has to do with not having to micromanage a lot. We don't know, you know, the exact situation, but he's feeling himself today, and especially we saw it in this map time after time. He's just feeling confident. You know, this kind of duels, he would not go in many other situations. He wouldn't go for them. But him and Kron today are like untreatable, especially on this map, is the players that we usually do not expect to shine, that were shining. And regarding what you're saying about Alpha, you know, they're playing this composition that doesn't really have like a real sentinel per se, like nothing to defend the side, but it makes a lot of sense because they're just playing for retake. It's this retake Fnatic time after time, and they understood the assignment and they played it to perfection. Yes, on the second half, especially in those opening duels, Alpha is being the pain in the ass that he should be. With that said, do not forget, BBL scored a lot of rounds, and in many of those, they didn't have that opening picks, and we also had some incredible highlights to see from players like Social and Profec.
Yeah, we did indeed, but I mean, I'm glad you both mentioned Kron, because if we take a look at his performance on the Astra, which, you know, we weren't quite sure if it was the right agent for him, onto that breach was night and day.
Absolutely disgusting. Yes, on the kill department, it is Chronicle. We know that his individual level is always up there. Maybe first map, you know, warming up, this and that. His utility was on a different level. Like, no disrespect to Yumpy, but every single time that we saw one of these plays where Fnatic is like, oh my god, everything's so good, Crashes is getting this ult, we see free-faced by this amazing stun coming in from Chronicle. Also at the beginning of the run, the stun followed by the counter flash to this flash. He also ults so Kaya can have all that pressure, and they follow up onto everything. He's feeling so comfortable.
Yeah, it was so nice to see. I felt as though BBL were constantly flashed, because like you say, Kron's utility usage, it was just absolutely incredible. There was nothing that BBL could do to dismantle it, whether he was helping support Kayak like we've seen in this round, or it was using it to get into sight to be able to help himself. Yeah, no, he was really, really good on this breach today.
I'm glad you guys mentioned the combination as well, because we saw some of that Crashies Alpha chemistry on map 1, the Tejo versus with the Sova. Oh my goodness, Timofey! I would love to know what you were saying. But then you see the synergy coming in. Of course, the Crashies has not been here very long. I think he only even arrived to Berlin in the first week of January. But Billy, we're seeing some synergy and some pairing of all this that we expect from two people that have been playing together for years.
Yeah, I think a lot of that though is probably we have so many vibe merchants in this Fnatic team, right? Like we have so many people that you just seen Kron there shouting across the stage. Like I feel as though the energy are really up, and I was a little apprehensive when Kayak came into the team and how he would actually get along with the other members of Fnatic due to the players being so experienced, but it seems like spirits are high.
I was wondering what that shot was going to be for, but let's talk about this next map, because you really wanted to see it, so tell me why.
Why? Because we still haven't seen Split. I was so desperate. Yesterday I was watching EG. Okay, I was watching America's Reporter, I'm not gonna lie. But I'm really excited to see, because this is the last map that we have not seen yet in EMEA here at Kickoff. So I want to see what the agents are going to be looking like. I want to see if they're actually side control. So for those sides. Another thing I want to mention, the timeouts on Fracture were so effective from both of the sides. They have so much effect. We have seen so many from both teams eco rounds going the way of the team that is playing the eco, that, you know, I'm really looking forward to see what this mind duel is going to take us.
I mean, so far Fnatic have made changes to their comp compared to last year, and if you look at the players they have right now, Billy, it would be safe to assume that they could slot in really nicely, right? I mean, Kaya could just play what Durka was doing, Crashies can come in and do what Hero and Leo and so on and so forth they were doing as well. It's pretty like a one-for-one trade.
Yeah, I would say so. I think, you know, when you're picking up people like these, you kind of hope that they would be able to slot into those positions, and it's good that they're comfortable on them, right? Especially in this kickoff tournament. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see what they actually end up with, but when I think about BBL, I just want to know, is Sociable going to be back on that duelist, or is he going to jump back onto the initiator? That's what I'm going to be looking out for. Really, until we got...
For real? After the ults that he was having?
I just want to mention that when it...
Doesn't matter, either way.
Waduh.
Apa, Dik? Dik?
Many things are going to be different. Going back also.
Could definitely run again here, which is the Sociable on Yoru, Yumpy on Fade, Chiwa, what would be back here on Cypher, Perfect on that Astra, and Lewin on that Raze. I mean, that's a pretty standard thing from BBL at this point, Billy. I feel like if they did play this comp again, we wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, we wouldn't be surprised. It's more just a question of, do they decide to run it again, or do they steer away from that, because there is, of course, coverage on it now. And Fnatic have had a little bit more time to prepare. They were able to sit back and watch BBL play the other day. They may have watched this during the off-season as well. So yeah, it's really just, do they actually stick with what they know already, or do they switch things up?
Wonder also if Yumpy, as you were mentioning, he was playing on that Fade, if he's going to continue on this Breach arc, where we just mostly and almost only see him playing from that Agent. He seems to be very comfortable, and of course, adding those extra flashes, I think that has been determinant in some of the rounds.
Yeah, maybe we'll finally get Crashies on something that isn't the Sova, because all the other teams, they were cooking with, at some point, you know, they did the Na'Vi, they did trying and incorporate the Sova. I think even Talon were doing it. But Fnatic were never really that team that tried to kind of do that on Split. It's never kind of been them setting the meta as much.
Also, like, what do we expect on the side of like the controllers? We have seen Boser playing on the Omen. We've seen him on the
Brimmy.
Yeah, on the Brimmy. Is the Astra coming out? We remember those days. Are we just going to see one? Maybe some buys. Maybe Alpha back on the deck. Like, anything could happen at this point. But I want to see, you know, if they're going to go for the double controller on this one.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. And I think too that is
Viper?
Yeah, Crom Viper, maybe. I was going to say, is Vac going to stick to the Sentinel, or is he going to potentially jump onto a Viper here? Again, we're theorizing because we've not seen this map, this event yet, so I'm looking forward to getting stuck into it.
I mean, we have seen the Tejo on Split already this year at competitions elsewhere, so it could work, But then if Alpha goes onto that Tejo, it means we're going to kind of sacrifice the Yoru Raze stuff that they were cooking towards the end of last year, which actually looked quite good. So unless they put Kron or Crashies on it, Billy, I don't think I want to see a Tejo.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think Alpha's Tejo earlier on, I don't think that we got to see the full potential of it until they moved on to that defensive side. When he was paired up with Kayak, I think that we got to see a lot of really good ultimate usage, a lot of good utility usage, being able to deny the plant going down on the site a couple of times as well. So yeah, I think that the way in which Alpha plays, I didn't really get firepower behind him when he was on that Tejo.
So put him on the ISO is the question, right? Yeah, or Chamber
again.
I feel like nobody.
You say it as well.
Again?
God, it was
Yeah,
terrible.
really?
Man, there was this round where he was playing with the Tour de Force and had a Bucky and the Headhunter, and I was like, there is no range that you're safe from Alpha. Just like run away from him. Yeah, you see him smiling. He's always happy. He's an absolute demon.
Chad energy. Okay, Alpha. Yeah, you do you, boo. But. What I was gonna say is, last year not that many people were playing ISO, let's be honest. It was like 2 or 3. This year, nobody is playing ISO, but if it's gonna be anyone, I think it would be Alpha, and considering he's not really been that big in the firepower department, I think this would be a great way for him to kind of wake up and get back into it.
Yeah, exactly. But I do think that he has been doing what he was told. Like on the previous map, individually, like we saw players just feeling themselves and getting a lot of multi-kills. But he was doing what it was expected of him, as I'm saying, on Chamber. Also very important, BBL starting on the defense. Do not forget, on map 1, also on map 2, we've seen sometimes where Fnatic has run out of time to even plant the spike or to come up with a plan. I think that it was more obvious on it was more obvious on Abyss, or like the Navi before this Navi.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Koi.
Jesus Christ, yeah.
We've
been through some things here in EMEA. But yeah, I hope that, you know, starting with BBL, starting on the defense, I hope that it gives them some legway.
Yeah, I hope it gives them a bit of confidence, because like we've been saying, Sociable and Lewin kind of quietened down that series, like in that second map compared to the first map. Again, could just be nerves getting to the better of them. I don't know. There's obviously been a couple of tech pauses as well that's been happening on the stage. So I don't know. I think going into this one, there's a lot of players I'm keeping my eye on. I think Kayak as well. That last map that we just seen him in, again, a lot quieter compared to the first map.
Doing his job, I feel like.
Yeah.
Quietly doing his job.
Yeah, quietly doing his job. Not really in the fragging department as such. And when I think back to Kayak being on Apex before, you know, Malzy, his IGL at the time, was saying that he's very much the player that kind of doesn't need told what to do.
It is back on the Astra.
Wow. Okay, double controller Omen Astra for the side of BBL. Lewin now taking the Euro and on the right. So they're swapping around what they were doing in the previous map there. And Fracture Yampi is going to stay with the Fade.
I think that's the best thing they could
do. Alpha on Race.
Yeah, man. I wanted to see this on Fracture, so Billy, I'm glad that they've made the between themselves on BBL.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, I think we kind of theorized potentially a Viper, so the fact that they've decided to go with this Astra instead of the Viper, not entirely sure what the thought process is behind that just yet. But yeah.
Vac has never played Astra before, so I'm looking forward to seeing this one and see who will be moving on into the next round. Over to you once again, Mitch and Tom.
Round 3. Time to kick this one off on Split and see who takes the series. BBL fighting to best the best of the best, while Fnatic look to hold on to their crown with both hands. Some questions will have to be asked if they end up slipping here. Tom, upper bracket run, everybody expects it of Fnatic. Do you think it's happening now that we've made it to Split?
The Althea raise might convince me. I think it's something where he is able to be that sort of superstar player, and putting Chronicle to be the sort of safe pair of hands also has me excited. Loom back on Yori though. I think it makes a lot more sense, like him being able to have some sort of a get out of jail free card, but actually more importantly, having the flash. I think that him having the flash to set himself up just did so much more, and although Sociable was actually very good at the Yoru, I just think having a star duelist not in his best position doesn't make any sense. Also, double controller, like bringing in the Astra also works as a secondary controller, but also gives you a lot of capabilities in terms of those takes.
Well, an early fight is being offered up. No surprise, it's Loon who's gone walkabouts on the defensive side. Won't run into a big problem, but there are a lot of players just around that corner. He has an Iota that's going down already. Crossing with the cage, leading up to heaven, and Kayak through the cage lands the shot on Loon. That's the advantage for Fnatic.
Yeah, I think just catching
Bang, kok di
the bullets.
Kok di VCT nggak ada yang
Shooting
pakai
back the
Reina,
other
Bang?
way
Reina
almost made it a little bit too
kurang
easy
ini,
back.
Kak.
I believe we'll have
Buat tim.
spotted
Udah lebih ke
the
solo.
majority of the Fnatic forces. As you can see, an immediate rotation from Sociable in an
Iya.
attempt.
Maksudnya
Support.
utility-nya juga buat diri sendiri,
The thing is,
ini
though, I
bukan
don't mind
buat
that sort
tim.
of gamble. I think Vac has had a lot more trouble in terms of being a solo site anchor in this series so far. Profek, I have full faith. Like, I believe that he is going to be able to at least get a kill or two when it comes to the site hold. Now, Yumpy already low on HP, and he has the majority of Fnatic pushing in his direction.
Tembak.
Big hold. Yumpy is super low and dropped immediately. That opens the avenue for Fnatic to move towards the vents, but instead they take it to heaven. It could be a costly mistake with Sociable and Profek still on this side of the map. And Sociable, I mean, if he's spotted here, they might assume that's the B player. You might not expect the second one to be around here, and that's a big danger. Then in comes Crashies from main. Profek, oh, he's being cleared still, but he lands the shot. 8 seconds, plant needed, and plant found.
Unfortunately, still the lurk left from Chronicle. The only real chance I feel was in some form of plant denial as the time was getting a little bit low, but Fnatic were methodical in their take, and Profek, 48 HP, he's not getting around this corner. A 3-piece for Althea on that raise to kick things off. And the others going in Kayak's way as well. This is already a great start, even just in terms of ultimate orbs. You're getting some high impact ults closer. And that's what I mean, like you see a few shots spam through like that, that's an easy pick for Kayak.
Well, indeed, it proves to be 1-0 start. Strong position. I'm not sure what that was from Alpha yet. We'll overlook it.
That's actually how he speaks normally. He's all the other times he's been putting on a voice.
That makes perfect sense. Well, 1-0 start for Fnatic, as we said. Investing decently into rifles, 2 pistols though, just in case they lose a couple of players. And that's always possible up against a squad like BBL. Definitely a team that isn't going to be pulling any punches. From what we're seeing right now, 1 player dropped, rifle retrieved, still all 3 alive and healthy, ready to fight with a backup just in case. For BBL, directionless. They've had their early fight, but now, wherever they go, it's a gamble. They don't know what Fnatic are up to.
Bosta had to play that one safe. He was the one with the spike. Not wanting to take too many risks, and seems like mid-control is consistently a piece of the puzzle for Fnatic, allowing those faster rotations late into the round. You can see the defense are already in a pretty hefty gamble again, leaving Profek as the solo defender of B, and the A site with 3 players firmly within it. That is currently where Fnatic squad are starting to move. Steps already being heard, and Loon's position given up almost completely. This leaves him somewhat out to dry, although he will actually be able to make it back to the site. Not bad with 30 seconds left. That means they're going to be committed to the 3-player site.
Nice shot to start with. Gate crash for safety, uses it to get out. Now they're swinging into him, plenty of support, but they're all hiding away. They're a complete unknown factor with low time, dropping the spike here. All that needs to be done, but they both fall. Perhaps if they'd staggered slightly more, something could have come from it. But even then, there was a little bit too much time, because Fnatic clear the site, the round sure to be done. 3 rifles carry through to the next, just as intended. Fnatic clean 2-0 start.
It definitely looked like it could get a little bit dangerous, but you see the weaknesses of the weaponry that was on the board for BBL. And as you said, for Fnatic, that's all they really needed. Keep those 3 players up, you can invest onto the remaining top, and you have a pretty solid buy going into round 3. But this is where you kind of need to see that start now, because we've already seen this map historically sort of flip over a little bit, so teams are able to pull out quite a lot of rounds on that attack side, and I do worry if Fnatic continue their form from the previous map, this one might be over quite quick.
These teams traded blows 13-8 on their own maps, but here on the middle ground, there is a clear hierarchy. Fnatic opening up this round. One where they come in with 4 rifles anyways, 3 of which are about as good as it gets. They already have a man advantage and a rifle extra to be recovered.
Was that their own smoke that was pulled back? Sociable walkthrough.
Could be.
I think it was. So it just meant that he was left out in the open facing off against the whole team. I think that's a mistake. Luckily, that might be about to rectify it. 2 kills, but even still, look where the remaining players are. They're on the complete opposite side of the map. I guess the only thing they can hope for is maybe they catch Chronicle looking the wrong way. Oh, no, it's just about got past the angle.
Spike still coming?
Yeah, they might want to actually try and kill this player off. I think the steps going towards B are going to lead this. Yeah, Prophet, why would Prophet expect anyone to be there? Chronicle run the other way.
Yeah.
So it baited them. I like the adaptation from Fnatic just to go, okay, this guy's not going to be looking at us.
Yeah, no, but clearly it was the right call. I mean, unless he was just on another level of paranoia, checking angles that players shouldn't come from. Yeah, you'll walk up behind him and get a free kill. I suppose just the fact that Chronicle goes down there, or Chronicle doesn't go down there more specifically, is the issue that ends up spiraling this one out of control. Okay, 3-0 start. Or not Chronicle, it was Crashies, right? Who went up into heaven. Chronicle ends up getting the kill. Either way. 3-0 start for Fnatic. BBL left to pistols. Sociable. On a stinger. A lot of weaknesses early on A. Prowler goes out. They see nothing. So BBL decide to go walking up. Take that space. Claim it for their own. But Kayak, wise to their tricks. The star gets pulled back. There's players inside it. Kayak was nice and patient. Not giving anything away.
Constantly trying to sell a ruse on this side of the map. Keep players over there. The main goal for Fnatic each time has been this mid control. Wanting to give themselves ease of rotations around the map, and there hasn't really been a way to challenge for it. As I said, although they managed to sort of rectify it a little bit, I do believe that there was a fake smoke used where maybe
my eyes are down.
It wasn't expected by Loon, and because of that, he ends up going down. He tries to take the fight, but there is a patient Fnatic waiting on the other side, and with their split already going through mid, it looks like Vac might be alone. The flash and the shot actually not bad. Althea down to 9, but even still, Vac is isolated.
Isolated with a pistol. He got a double last time up in heaven. They walked into his cross area to full auto gun. Now a little harder to get done, but the triple almost found. Sociable there just in time to help out. But something tells me Vac had that covered. In for another is Sociable. A 1v1, 12 seconds and 9 HP. The previously talented player finally falls. And it's BBL to steal away the round.
Yeah, I don't know how they've come out on top of that one. A pay save card Thrifty, which gets BBL onto the score sheet after what was basically just like there was a point in that round where Vac was stunned. I think he was also blinded as well. There's a smoke in front of him. Like there's not really anywhere that he's able to go. But it seems like they just didn't execute quick enough on that position, maybe expecting that that player would have to make their presence known before all of this happened. But that's huge from Vac, putting himself top of the board as the stand-in. And well, a blip for Fnatic. We'll see if that's the start of something for the Turkish squad.
Well, after his game last week, I'm so used to it being one a week. Yeah, just 2 days ago, Vac tweeted out, don't worry, we'll get back on the aim labs. Practice that aim and we'll fix it up. And he's done exactly that. You can see the work he's been putting in, delivering a higher level here today. And Loon delivering just the same as we've seen before. Early pick. This time it's the operator push up that grabs him one. And Fnatic with the rifles, maybe looking to their ultimates to try to bridge that gap of the man advantage.
Again, mid control, but it's still almost to the medium pick. Showstopper that's caught him. And Yopi's dead as well. Alpha on the raise, showing that utility can kill. And leaving. 3 players standing. Again, Vac is completely isolated. And while that information from Chronicle is going to tell them that there's only one man they have to worry about, they can wait for the second ping and know exactly where he is. The same as last time, immediately blind. Being pressured from either side. Prophet desperately trying to help, but maybe the help won't be needed. Kayak this time will not allow for any shenanigans. Well, Prophet, he still gets one there. So clean with his crosshair placement.
No gate crash. I think Loon might even just have tried to take that out right there. No flash either. Just down to the decoy. All alone. Comes out of his ult. They already saw the decoy. They know that's not the real man, and they find him eventually. Fnatic right back into winning ways. The lead up by 3 at 4-1.
Yeah, it seems like that stack up, that aggressive positioning just didn't work out for BBL. The showstopper did so much damage. Like, it very nearly killed Yumpy, and I believe there was even some sort of stun that held him in place as well. Supportive utility doing damage, but again, it's Chronicle at the top. This time, Althea is there alongside him. A 4-1 start already on the attack, and you can kind of understand why BBL have opted to go for a pause here.
Well, yeah, after winning that one round, having it slip away, your economy's in a tough position already. Really don't want to let this one slip out of your grasp, and Fnatic run away with that attacking side. No telling how that defense is going to shape up, but not expecting it to be any weaker, especially with players who are going to be isolated on that side. Players like Chronicle, delivering 8 and 2 at the moment. He's on fire, and he was on fire last map as well. Shutting him down seems to be one of the biggest problems they can face. Alphayer back on the horse as well. He started, what, 0 and 4 on the Chamber previous map, now sitting 8 and 3 coming into round number 6. This is a performance that's going to be hard to put any sort of a break on, and for BBL coming into it with a low buy here makes it even more difficult.
Yeah, and that's sort of also the fun thing about having someone like Chronicle in your team. He can play anything, like literally anything. They can put him on duelist and he's still put up numbers. So it's a spot where you go, okay, this time we're having an aggressive Sentinel. He's like, all right, I'll switch it up. I'll play the Initiator. He's like, all right, this time we're having him on a duelist. Okay, I'll pick up the Sentinel. It's just like they can slot him into any spot of the map and he'll do the job better than most.
I think that's fair to say. He closed out last map with a phenomenal performance, 24 and 10. A big reason.
What agent was he on?
He was on the Breach, I believe.
I think that's the
slightly different situation to what we're seeing here, but same result. Chronicle diffing across the board.
He has to be one of the most valuable players in the world, and it's easy to forget as well that it's not someone who has like 10 years of experience. Like, he's been around a while, but still in his very early 20s. There's a long career left for Chronicle and probably plenty more trophies to come. Either way, see if there's any more shenanigans to be had. Sociable with the showstopper. Loon's going to take that early fight, but it is something that Fnatic are now ready for. After that first map, there are expectations. Yumpy, I believe that's his first kill on the board. A little bit of classic magic. And has popped the ult, but there's no one here. He's not getting anything with this. It's actually the classics that are doing the work.
Right there.
Back 2K last time, he had a much weaker pistol. Won't get it done. But damage onto Boaster could be pivotal. Sociable, we have to look to bring them back into this. That's a bit more damage done. They're being chipped away on. Because eventually these players group up. Now it's Sociable who will lead. Profek maybe to try and pick the rifle up after. I'm completely wrong. It's the classic charging in. The rifle checks the back but doesn't find anything, so the bait not successful. Now Profek has to do it himself. Any big plays from that man 2 days ago, even here today, but it's not to be on split. 5-1. Fnatic after that pause still taking the victory. But what they will discuss in that pause, Tom, probably mainly focused on this coming round.
For sure. And I think as well, like, we are seeing more and more Fnatic just expecting loot. Like, we saw it last map where he didn't have the Yoru, but they know exactly where he's coming from. And as I said, Chronicle is the one a lot of the time doing the punishing. 5-1. Operator back for Loon, so at least the weaponry will favor him a little bit. And no, you are seeing that correct. Boaster is the one that's facing off against him.
A hell of a battle about to brew, or brewing as we speak. These players waiting, each for the aggression of their opponent. Neither is giving just yet. Something's got to give, someone's got to break, and take that first step. Will be the ultimate. Kayak's hands, clearing out heaven. 2 players spotted already, one down below. That's the op scene as well. Danger man, known about, and coming out of this ult, he detects that that's the decoy, won't give away the backside play just yet, and now his team have flooded in to meet him. Plant acquired, on the ropes, but he comes out unscathed. That's Chronicle, who's had such a good game so far. Now Crashies falls as well, and the numbers for Fnatic way behind.
Oh, the Nightfall is not going to make things any easier. Sound removed, Boaster trying to pull out some montage moments with this operator, but it's only going to be the one. And now left onto Alpha on that raise. Always terrifying. The nade is going to go through, and Prophet is just going to try and stick it. He will get it to half. That's at least something. Buys them a little bit of extra time, but he has to go through, and the shot lands, but there's still plenty of time to Loon to get this done. A little bit close for comfort. But BBL get the second round.
Yeah, just about one player alive. This is all that the last map was about. Some close rounds, but the important ones favoring Fnatic. This time, BBL have some bite. Their defensive side early on. They needed it. This could have been a huge streak coming out of their opponents.
What?
Lagi ini sih bener.
He is deafened. He just TP completely behind him. I missed that at the moment, but
Lagi budak
that's insane.
You also got to be thinking in his shoes like, geez, they moved the wall up a little bit. Did they put a box here? What's? Well, you find out a little too late.
Well, it was Bosi, you know, maybe just
all those dances, they put muscle in the right place. 5-2. BBL trailing by 3. Defensive side hasn't seen any crazy risks being taken just yet. Loon is pushed up with the operator inside of A main. Gate crash for B if a quick hit comes through. But this is a very patient posture from the defense.
I don't like seeing the judge here like this. Like, especially with how much he's sort of jiggle peeking. I just feel like he's going to get popped by Alpha any moment. In fact, it was Chronicle to take the fight, which, if anything, is as dangerous right now, if not more.
Yeah. Maybe scarier right now.
Already. Bit of information given up. Kayak might be about to walk into that judge, but really didn't do as much damage as expected. He's got away with that one, almost scot-free. And again, this mid-pressure coming through from Fnatic.
Serem banget.
He has managed to slow himself into, but Crashies was wise to his tricks. That could have been the spike down with full control for BBL. Instead, a disastrous outcome. A judge going up into heaven. Vax backing him up, and huge damage done. Vax picked up another, and Sociable on the site with no intention to let this slip. It's Moser who comes falling down to his death. 5-3. That looked dicey for BBL, but what a recovery.
Yeah, it's the invasion back into heaven. Like, the judge supported by Vac, who I think this is definitely the best performance we've seen from him individually thus far. Just setting up behind to make sure that those trades come in. And
one enemy remaining.
Doing well to hold on to the round, and well, that is about as cursed to death as you're going to get. 5-3. The pause definitely seeming like it made a difference, and well, if you can't beat the judge, maybe you join the judge.
Oh, the jumping player drew his eye. Loon miles away as well. That gate crash was used, or hopefully to be used, for a B rotation. Instead, he's disconnected from the action. They used that to take heaven. Drop down on Yumpy. BBL under heavy threat. And this attack side could go anywhere. Take the vents to middle and rush right up to Profect, or go back into this A site. Choice is theirs, but the problem is BBL have pushed. Sociable has taken control of bottom mid. They're going to box these Fnatic players in pretty soon.
And the only worry, though, is it leaves them all very disjointed, which for Fnatic playing as a group, that could actually be their best case scenario. Like, you're running it down most of the time. You still got that showstopper as a potential opener. And for some of these kills, not a whole lot of trade potential. Like, I'm looking at... It's just gonna go down. Spike planted as well. Like, the back of the site becomes less and less valuable. And as said, it's just 1v1 after 1v1. This is exactly what Fnatic wanted. They win every single battle, and well, the war in this round was next to nothing. Pure domination. Sociable, you said he had that mid control, but in the end, it didn't matter.
Suara lu yuk kata Yoga.
Huh? I wouldn't be surprised if after this one we see a pause through for people.
Suara lu jelek kata Yoga.
They still have the one left, but we saw it the other map burned up very early just because of these issues. And Fnatic being able to so quickly fight their way back into that round. But for BBL, they strung together a couple. Chance to fight right back is there. But as these attacking rounds build up and up, Tom, if you're BBL, you really want to put a stop to it here and now. 6 rounds already quite a lot for a team we don't expect to be weak on the defense.
No, like, this is definitely trying.
Expect to be weak on the defense.
No, like, this
enggak deh, emang gila soalnya.
Coming in with weaknesses. They didn't even have to use the show.
Ini kodok, let's go kodok.
Gives you an idea of how badly that round went.
Let's have some fun.
And now Fnatic 6-3 in the lead on the attack side. Built that economy up even further. Now it's Crashy's turn. It seems like we're playing op roulette. Everybody gets a go. Defensive side have gone walkabouts though. There's currently nobody watching this. Eventually, Boaster has gone back to have a look. I was going to say he might be in for a nasty surprise, but he's been winning a lot of these battles. Somehow Kayak dies. I feel like that's unlucky.
He stepped back to give Boaster a hand, but clearly my guy didn't need any help. Chronicle has managed to do Chronicle things, creeping up into heaven, but he'll be spotted soon, walking right into Loon, who lands the shot, wastes no time with dispatching another member of Fnatic. Now they look to the B site. The ultimate used by Loon will clear them out soon. Perhaps not. It's gone down mid. There's a gate crash to move to A. There it is. One player spotted, two players spotted, in fact. Still with a flash, still with a decoy, and he's going to fake out that presence in mid. Using the gate crash back over towards the A site. Now Fnatic have to clear all these angles. It'll run the clock down further. But they've moved to heaven, and I see Raze is going there. Showstopper time, perhaps with 30 seconds. It's a big commitment.
Especially now with the additional smokes down. They're just selling ideas that there's a lot of players in these current spots that they need to clear. In fact, they're both within the site. Nothing being heard on the other side is also going to start that rotation. There goes the showstopper, and actually it leaves just Prophet. He's been tagged down enough for Crashies to get the kill. It leaves the other two not quite close to the action, and Fnatic clutched at straws and come right at the end of the round. It leaves back to try and clutch, and I don't know if he's got this in his locker.
Just the perfect adjustments made by Fnatic every step of the way. Never mind if it's doable. Mac's wondering if it's even worth the risk. With that rifle and low economy, it's the correct call. He'll leave this and allow Fnatic to push up to 7. The attacking rounds building. Again, not a great sign when we do expect the defense walking away with most of those rounds. This one especially, 3v4, late rotations through mid. A gamble, 20 seconds left. Man disadvantage. Alpha pops the ult as the smoke fades, and they see if they can find the opening. Catching the first player. The showstopper dealing the damage that's converted by the Sheriff. BBL tried their best, but this wasn't a round that was meant to be. Now with just 2 left to play for, these 2 will make all the difference as to how this second half shapes up.
It actually worked so wonderfully. I think it was Boaster gets the flash placed to perfection, gets a free kill, and then it means out.
NOBAR tolol, ini lagi NOBAR.
Out with the showstopper. He's definitely having a better time for himself playing this Raze. It is something we've always known that he's been able to play, but when you have the likes of Durka, it wasn't really necessary in the past. It seems like they've split roles here, and you can see they're starting to expect this aggression once again. They've tried it a couple of times. Even still, with how bad the weaponry is here, a 1-for-1 trade is not.
It's also how direct that player is, just swinging immediately up close, catching them off guard, landing a kill. This is what Loon seems to be a specialist at. And as the time ticks on, we see this attacking side still with that patient face displayed. Not looking to move too quickly out of position, sending Kayak to the other side of the map to take a little bit of space past that trap wire.
Dibuang biar nggak diambil.
The spike. Well, they have to go with it, and it seems to be moving up towards the vents.
Well, they took their time to throw the guns out of the map just to make sure that there is nothing to be retrieved. They want to make sure that BBL's weak purchase stays a weak purchase. It's only Vac with a gun, and well, again, he might be in the right place at the right time, but it's how many miracles can he pull off?
30 seconds
we already
left.
Saw it not too long ago. Well, Prophet's done well to start. He's immediately traded out, but this at least puts the timer on the side of these remaining players at the back. Vac with that first, and a rotation back just not possible. He will have to do everything though. Yumpy is so desperately far away, and Crashy's maybe caught out a little bit, but it doesn't matter. Boaster's the one to land the shot. And while this time it's a safe plant, no chance for Yumpy to disrupt.
They might even have seen him just
Mobil senjata.
Mobil senjata. Steadfast holding the angle, lands the kill. An 8th round for Fnatic. This, well, after the first map, looked like it'd be a very different series. The second, dominant for Fnatic with a couple of rounds that go to BBL in convincing fashion, but right here, right now, Tom, there's not much of a heartbeat left. It's starting to fade for BBL. They come into this defensive round, a showstopper online, a few ultimates to put lesser impact. If they don't put 4 on the board, their chances are not looking very good for the recovery on their attack.
It's definitely going to be difficult. We've seen teams do it before, but you don't want to leave it that much up to chance. I'll say as well, I think it's clear that Most have definitely spent most of the offseason DMing. Like, he's been looking very good throughout this series so far. Wow, that's a trend for the future.
Time to jump.
Fnatic will be a force to be reckoned with. BBL, though, they've proven that they can fight with the best of them. Taking down GX already in this tournament, taking the first map in this series, and okay, the last map definitely didn't go amazingly well. Showstopper goes in, but it barely any. I think it's caught. No, that didn't catch Alpha because that's not where he was, so it's not done much damage at all.
Yeah, able to evade it completely. Fnatic now fill back in that space that was given up by BBL just moments ago. Sociable stepped back in, but he's not even looking. Oh, he wasn't looking to fight it. Now he's getting close. Judge, good for the first fight. Perhaps it's close. Very low on HP was Alpha after the first burst. The advantage for Fnatic. Now the plant looking towards the site, and it will be found. A little bit of extra info to be gathered by Kayak, confirming there's a player inside of main. Plant landed. Cosmic Divide.
Spike planted.
To allow Profect to close the distance. To get up close. In mid, Loon tucked in, has players coming. He's looking up. Oh, no! Chronicle was on his screen. Well, that is their downfall. Oh, they're falling across the map. Easy trades, just back left.
Yeah, this would have to be one of the best. I don't think it's going to be an incredibly clean from the start. 9-3 up. We'll see if going into the second half, they can convert this one and get their first victory in EMEA 2025.
Waduh, 93 nih ya.
93 nih.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Udah ngantuk baca. Yoga nggak ngantuk ya gak? Yoga lu nggak tidur ya gak? Ke sekolah lu ya gak? Bener juga lu ngomong gitu. Waduh. Waduh. Rusak. Rusak.
Welcome back, folks. Fnatic fans are happy to be joining us with a 9-3 lead. But for BBL, they're going to try to fight their way back here on the attack. Fair to say, though, Tom, an uphill battle. It seems like Fnatic have got their presence under the tree. Just a couple rounds left to unwrap them.
Yeah, I think we look at BBL now and go, have you run out of steam? Like, it was this like
libur lah, iya besok minggu ya.
Game where you managed to catch your opponent off guard, and then Fnatic have slowly moved their way back into things, or do you still have more in the locker to show? Because I think going in here with that sort of double controller setup, there's definitely opportunities for them to have a pretty impressive look to this attack side. There is going to be an insane reliance on Yumpy, though. Like, that is the majority of your utility, at least in terms of information, space clearing, that he's going to have to do. Otherwise, you are just expecting, wow, Loon sort of like dry peaks, but we'll have to see if that's the case.
Well, I mean, it's fair to say as well, you talk about BBL running out of steam, and again, for those of you that didn't join us earlier, or maybe might not know about BBL's situation, they're here playing with a stand-in, Vac, who's looking spectacular. Definitely an uptick on the other day, but with limited prep time, you kind of expect that. But it's a team that have had issues in even getting their players here in the first place, leading to less prep time. And now they're coming into this in 3 days, they've played 6 unique maps. So it really is a test for them, and I think you have to applaud them for looking so good on so many of the maps. They haven't just gotten bombed out. Even looking at Fracture, Alive was 13-8 to Fnatic, as you see, or you will see in your screens when we get back into the game, or you will have seen earlier. But the reality is, a lot of those rounds that Fnatic won did come down to one player left alive as well. So they put up one hell of a fight so far. We'll see if that continues into the 6th map second half, and split attack side. It's not known for being the most forgiving, and when you're trailing by 6, it's a very daunting task.
Yeah, I will say, compositionally, it's very possible. Like, you've got yourself that double duelist for explosive attack takes, you've got yourself the double controller to give them the sort of shielding they need, and then if Yumpy can get off the mark, it looks like something that definitely can work for them. The problem is you're then relying on what has been maybe underwhelming performances from the other side, and in this map that hasn't really happened. Like, Alpha has been
nanggung yoga ntar lagi.
The last couple of maps he's been literally insane.
Nanggung ini kelar nih. Udah mau lihat Fnatic menang.
It's a little bit further down the board than you might want, but for the most of the last half he was playing a lurking Yoru, which, hey, if he had like 20 kills, we would have already ended this game. They would have had the 12.
Mantap yo, nggak diajak ngobrol lu.
I think that the reality is there would have to be a massive shift in how everything has gone so far in order for BBL to turn this game back. And as you said, like, this has been a long series.
10-3, 11-3, 12-3, 13-3. Udah.
See it happening. And I'm also looking at the current purchase, which is an old school strat called the Raid Boss, which is somebody has dropped the Sheriff to Althea and he also has like shields. So you're basically going, how are we planning on winning this pistol round? Well, we're going to take Althea and make him basically indestructible. And he's Althea, which
nih, gue tau nih biar nggak ngantuk nih yoga nih.
Necessary.
You know, looking as well, mention all those boys, Chronicle on a tear. It's funny to see those first 2 maps. I pulled it up because, again, 13-8, 13-8. I think it's a fair comparison stats-wise. Player with the most kills across those first 2 maps. He's got 37. Rest of the boys trailing, and that's on the server as well. So it really is remarkable. 7-3 in opening duels. This guy's uptick, never been a bad player by any account, and certainly when you look at impact, value brought to the team. But here, individually, you know, if you just mute the guy's mic, he's still bringing value, and that's very good to see.
I'm curious as well. Do you want to pull up clutches? Because I feel like in the last map, he would have at least.
Yang stream Rio, gue mah stream doang.
You want both?
Dealer's choice.
Let's go both.
Cuma gue nonton streamnya dia di HP. Biar bisa baca komen.
Well, I suppose
soalnya kagak jelas.
It's a lot more. When it comes to 1v2s, definitely leading for BBL by 1. Extra 1v3 as well, but Boaster, he's only had 1v1s. It's not been big clutches and 1v1s.
That's what I mean. He's got 3, but that's what I mean. There was like a lot of late round things where it came down to him versus someone, and he was winning them out.
Winning the 1v1s, more importantly, I suppose, though, he's putting up the numbers round to round. The consistency is there. Because it's not unheard of for an ID.
Streamer scam,
cok. 1vx, Copy is the best example, because I think it was just night and day. If he had a teammate alive, he was a bot. If he didn't, he was a god. It was unbelievable.
Harusnya kalau donate ke gue nih, ke saudara gue, bukan ke saudara Rio anjing.
That's damn impressive. 9-3 right now, especially against some of these guns.
Yoga, mulai.
Sociables who've just been tearing people apart.
Sociables not there yet.
Sorry.
It was the one example that didn't work.
You're Loom, and then crazy players like Sociable. He's definitely up there for individual.
There's
you put all your money, all your eggs in one basket. And yeah, absolutely nothing. Good start for the side of BBL. In fact, they are going in as quickly as humanly possible. Blink and you miss it. The round is already over, and BBL have themselves a pistol.
Well, you say their names and they deliver. That's a 2K for Loon and for Sociable, the young guns. See, I'm being very kind to him, you know, Tom. Age is just a number. It's about how you feel. And Sociable, he's young at heart. Certainly, department. My goodness, he's delivering. So for BBL, a pistol round, a very necessary win for this squad. 9-3 down, attack side. You lose that pistol, pack your bags. It's time to go. I mean, it's up for practice. You're not going to go anywhere, but
BBC apa yoga?
Well, it's good to see. Yumpy is definitely still in.
Yoga BBC apa yoga?
He's hyped. He's ready to go. And I think, again, that's the important thing, is whether or not if they believe they can do this, you know that they have some of the individual players to do it. And I feel like on this attack side, opportunities to be a little bit more direct. A lot of their aggression was really countered by Fnatic. They were so ready for it, especially Chronicle was just aware of everything being attempted. Whereas these all-in takes can be so impactful. Vac about to be pressured. He's going to find both kills for it. Again, that leaves the A side of the map very open indeed. You can already see the remainder of BBL. And for the most part, I was going to say Fnatic, but it's only Alpha here who's gone. Back with another Bucky. This time it is his primary weapon though, unlike last time where he had a tour de force.
Apa big black clock?
Slight
Jam
difference
hitam.
in the expected impact, I suppose.
Big bang.
Especially as he has stepped off the site that they're on their way
Big bang.
towards. Pushing mid with a Bucky. Ambitious play. But to the side of BBL, they walk straight
Big bang kan jam
to a
hitam,
spike
gede.
and a free plan to be found in terms of investments. If Fnatic can drop 2 players here, the cost will start to add up just in the shield department, but losing that Marshall.
Kenapa Raza yang disuruh ngeplan?
And we're talking real.
Pokoknya Raza harusnya tinggal udah banyak
Thing is,
biar cepet ultinya.
Alpha, it's going to come down to timing. He
Malang
might
link masih pada dikit.
go here. Vac looking the right way though, has spotted him. Bucky not expected. Now he wants to
Oi.
gain some distance,
Cover.
but it's a little too late. Luckily, Profect trades.
Yeah, it's a minor irritation, mainly because it was only a ghost, so it's not really anything too bad lost, and you might expect the remaining players on Fnatic to, or just wait here, see if anybody goes through the vents.
Di sini Fnatic mau nyari mati, maksudnya biar
Because
mati.
there's not any reason to do that. And if
Supaya nggak
they
dibunuh.
the spike, and you can see
Matinya
that
sama
Sociable
Spike.
is hanging around a little bit longer, only has himself the Marshal, maybe hoping he can catch someone with it. And he may do. It's going to come down to timing here.
Aduh, bosar gagal.
And then Crashes goes down to the spike. So all in all, similar result. I guess an extra orb for Yumpy, but more importantly, an extra round for BBL.
Well, every little helps at this point. 2 in a row. Here's where the real difficulty starts though. Get back onto the server. Fnatic have got rifles.
Half blind.
Mixed bag for BBL. For the most part, strong, a Bulldog alongside that Marshall looking to deal the damage. Now for Fnatic, defense definitely has a lot of comfort to it, and the push towards the A site looks to be quite direct. A lot of players here. Smoke already pulled back for the cross, and it's gotten them a lot of distance towards heaven. The main thing about these weaker buys is it's harder on range. Fnatic are going to have a lot of advantage when it comes to those range duels, but BBL have closed in the distance. They've got a lot of nasty angles as well.
Yeah, they've got the double smoke, so they can literally create paths for themselves to get up close to opponents. That is one of the major values of it, is there's so many angles that you can just section off. But they're trying to give opportunities for damage on some of those weapons that you get that Marshal up close. Unless you're sociable, it's not going to work. But still leaving some. You can even see the rotation. Nice shot. Perfect. This leaves the pressure on to Chronicle. Something we mentioned as excitement when it comes to this man on Sentinel. A chance for him to display what he's on, and it turns out it's nothing.
Yeah, I'd like to close that display.
Spike planted.
Fnatic now locked out in a 3v5. What's the decision?
Saving,
It's a big investment round. It's not like they've got a massive bonus rolling for them. They haven't got a lot of credits to fall back on. So fall back is exactly what they will do. Boaster and Crashies to the B site. One man left to stick around and make it costly. That is Alpha here. Main concern is the walk around from Vac. He stands a chance of dropping some of these weapons.
I think the main person that would need to worry would be Crashies. It does seem like he's watching roughly in the right direction, but I think both are just going to end up hiding in the corners. Maybe Alpha here as well. Threat, in fact. Yeah, he's going to get caught. That's a huge weapon to take, and now Vac comes around. Everybody.
Gagal saving, bro.
For BBL, obliterating the economy of Fnatic, and whoa.
Udah suram ini ekonominya
Pulling
dirusak.
that gap ever closer. I also really like this round from BBL. Like the thing with this composition, as said, is you're expecting explosiveness. You have all of the
Rusak ini
smokes
ekonominya aja udah.
the dagger of that double duelist, where you can get yourself into the back lines, into positions that are awkward. So they put that in early.
Ini kalau di
Look, our Raze is gone. Our utility.
habis udah pada bunuh diri semua
We
nih.
have ourselves
Udah loncat
so
semua.
much to look. The Prowler's got as well, and you're going, okay, this is a fast take, and then they just stop. and stop for 30 seconds, and it puts the doubt and a player rotates away. And that's enough for, I think it was a free kill onto Kayak from Profek. Just massive stuff, because they obviously go looking for information in that moment.
Patience played out to full effect. Speaking of patience, that's exactly what I was going to highlight, Tom. Down there on mid, we've got Sociable tucked in, waiting for this push to come through. Now, it almost went all the way, and it may in just a moment. Well, he was there. He is gone quickly. Ever vigilant in clearing the corners. It was a necessity. In this round where Fnatic have so many weaknesses, it's likely that they hide away. Oh, Sociable, this could be the end for him. Never mind. Tripling up. A big round for this man. An ult already online. As we said, weaknesses across the board. Surely this is it. There you go. Finally meets his end.
Still somehow
crashes with a rifle.
Yeah, I don't think Sociable will mind too much. 6,500 credits before he gets credits at the end of this round. And for Crashies, it's kind of one of those scenarios where he has no credits to buy in the next round anyway. His ult's not particularly close, but if he can farm up a few extra orbs, that would be nice. Chances of victory slim to none, but maybe BBL a little bit overzealous to face. You can already see, though, where Loon is currently sitting. He is waiting all the way back towards the sewers. It's not going to be a fight. I'm off for Crashies now, just to hope to try and hold on to the gun, but that's the thing. BBL have kept the majority of these rounds relatively clean, even winning one of them as their bonus, so they got some upgrades along the way, and they've done a great job of wiping out players, and they will do it again right at the last second. Another ultimate orb for Loon and another death on the board for Fnatic.
This is honestly a remarkable recovery, and it's not like we've not seen a 4-0 start to a half and then the half slip away. Even Fnatic have been victims of that in this very series, or at least the 3-round start. The streak could be there. Fnatic could easily close this out. BBL inspiring confidence as they again and again rush into this Fnatic wall and find themselves victorious 4 in a row. Coming into this round, Showstopper still online for Sociable. He's kept that in the back pocket for a very important one, which would be this. Again, invest into rifles. They put all their credits on the line. If BBL take this, not only is there a huge economic advantage, you can see it down the bottom, thanks to our beautiful graphics. They've got more than enough credits to keep throwing themselves at this. But it's the fact that Fnatic will then be equalized on that gap, that little bit of mental solitude that you
Iya, nggak pedas kalau sambalnya dipisah, bro.
No matter what happens in the coming rounds, our lead will maintain. Well, now it's decaying.
It's also the Nightfall as well in combination. Like, it would just give so much information to Sociable to find that opening kill that realistically, if you don't get a kill off the back of it, something's gone wrong. I also want to see more from Kayak, because although in the first half, him being a bit quieter down to a lurking Yoru, this is where he has the ability to get aggressive with that operator and do some damage. And right now, those opening picks have pretty much all been going in the opposite direction, and he has been some of them.
Looks like pick your poison start for BBL, spreading out to take control on both sides of the map, but Spike left in spawn for the rotation, gate crash for a quick movement from Loon. If he finds a lot of impact here, they could take it towards him if he opens the site up entirely. But without any contact to be found, he just fakes out that util and rotates. Now look at what that's done. Already players leaving this side, moving to the other side of the map. This is a problem. They're not here ready to defend as the push comes through. Loon does get dropped, but Sociable hunting down some victims leaves them to abandon the A site completely. And although the rocket will never be fired, it's done its job. It's bought them time. If he steps into that though, into that laneway, it will be the last step he takes in this round. Fnatic waiting with the numbers to overwhelm.
He's trying to deny. Profek trying to hold the line. He's done damage, and somehow Sociable is still standing. Needs to be the shot connected, and Kayak's done well. 2 kills already, and he can reveal the remainder. Knows where Vac is standing. Will he spot out? He will. That's Yumpy's sneaky little spot revealed. This now becomes a bit of a problem. No safe haven to stand, win the fight versus Kayak. A player above, Boaster to eliminate. And now Vac is all that remains. Already has the star down. Gravwell used a little bit early. They're not going to be able to get on that spike just yet. He's trying to burn that clock down.
Nice, Boaster.
It's Boaster to land in the time. He's gone though.
He used the Gravwell right as he knew they had no more time. He had that clock in his head. What a play. And then sending himself out there just because why not? Throw a little bit of extra salt in the wounds and take him down. Sure, Vac falls, but not before he's locked in the dub, close the gap further, and another round that comes down to such a narrow margin, but it doesn't matter. One away from 9-9, Fnatic economy in the dumps. I am really blown away by the impact this squad's been able to have.
Hammer from 9-3.
Harusnya Boster jagain itu, biar nggak ini.
Was talking about it. Going into this half, there's something drastic had to change, and it seems that that is the case. Sociables looked fantastic. We're starting to see life in Loon. But I do think that, talking of impact, I think Vac probably takes the biscuit. A couple of rounds that spring to mind that man has brought home for this squad. It's always difficult as a stand-in. A lot of the time you are going to be left, especially he's replacing Chiwe, he's that isolated player. For now though, another aggressive spot from Kayak. That's the thing, last round he was successful. Found 2 openers for the team, it still wasn't enough. This time they're expecting him in this position.
Don't land. Kayak's down. BBL with the opening. Presence on the A side now that's going to be difficult to deal with for these players that remain. Lots of weaknesses. Alfia's got the rifle, sure, and just one away from a showstopper. Huge impact could be found. They delay first with a stun and a nade. Fnatic grouping up in heaven. One down below. They're going to box these players in, but one is outside of their control. I was talking about Vac, but Profek from inside the cage Fnatic created strikes back. Good shot by Crashies. But still, these weaknesses. Should be too many. Boaster. Hello? He's on site. Up close, Sociable finally emerges from the smoke to deal with him. That could have been awkward. Instead, it's a statement from BBL. They're back in this game. 9-9 now. Neck and neck. Crashies trying to survive. Trying to get out of here, make it costly, but he is surrounded. BBL. They may just be making the impossible a reality. And I am perplexed and amazed by what they've been able to do so far here today.
Jadi seri gini skornya iya bro, jadi seri gini
I
bro.
said, do they have the resilience? The answer is a most definite yes. We saw the sort of hype that Yumpy was bringing to the team when they just got themselves back onto the board. Now the hype that's being brought when they've managed to level things up, and the pressure definitely there. Falling into that lower bracket after one game is not something Fnatic would have wanted, especially coming into this season with new signings. New builds to what they're doing within the server, and obviously such an extensive lead. I'll say as well, Sociable, the 28-year-old coming into the VCT, he's been lighting it up.
Cover going out.
Well, BBL's logo is a crown for a reason. They're here to challenge for the throne, not a challenge many people took seriously. But Fnatic may have no choice but to acknowledge this usurper. The push up from Vac is all a distraction. It gets Boaster curious, peeking into Sociable. Ult used, information there. Alpha spotted, showstopper online, fired in. It doesn't find its mark, but Loon does. Now a 5v3, a 5v2 as Fnatic continue to crumble. BBL from such a massive deficit coming into this half. Just a few kills or perhaps a few seconds with a Fnatic save away from taking the lead.
Masih ada kesempatan, Dik.
Mac's gonna go down, but it will reveal to the remaining players that they're not going for this. Just looking to try and hold on to whatever weaponry that they can.
Bisa ini.
That's been one of the biggest issues for Fnatic in the second half. They haven't been able to save.
Kalau nambah
They have
mungkin
been hunted. BBL have been keen to make sure none of these weapons make it through to the next round, so the danger becomes limited, and then they've been excellent clearing up a lot of these. Just look at the credits, like it says it all. Now you've got the majority of players, well, especially post-round, will be over 6,000, 7,000 credits. Yumpy will have to repurchase, and it does seem like the remaining players guns, but for BBL that really isn't an issue. And again, it's this man that kicks it off. He is 17 and 11. As said, like, it's unusual that you see an older player come into the league now. Like, it's not like someone who's like coming back and looking to do it again. This is someone who is making that rise up, someone who maybe should have been there for a while. But Sociable looks so good, and it's whether he's playing the Sova, we've seen him play Chamber, now we're seeing him play Raze. He is currently the top fragger in the whole server. 10 years older than Luke.
I expected the narrative of BBL to be good, but if they only had more time, I'm scared of what this team's gonna do with time. Already challenging towards the top. They've taken the lead here with 10 to 9 on the board. Fnatic trailing. You wouldn't have thought it. Swapping onto the attack on split as well. Here we are. With a minute 5, BBL set their sights on B in a very different Fnatic. Nobody stepping out of line, nobody looking for the fights anymore. They're letting BBL run their game plan. And they look to stop them on the site. That was close. They almost lost a big player.
The potential for a repeat with a stun, but this is a ruse. They have sent Sociable to sell a fake, and there are 3 players who are committed to this fake. Of course, why would you send a Raze operator alone on one side of the map while the execute goes in elsewhere? Already, he deals the blow onto one, but this is where the realization will be there. Kayak, Chronicle, at the back of the site. The spike is still on the other side, though. They're yet to commit to this one. This is running it close. 20 seconds.
They need to go. And now they have a chance. A huge pick. Knowing that Kayak should be nearby. That gate crash was there just moments ago. They'll take the backside. They'll be vigilant. 20 HP. He's surviving, but eventually he'll fall. And now, who can expect Loon to be here?
Udah,
11 on the board for BBL.
Lanjut woy, ngapain? Sampai akhir nih, gak boleh gitu lah.
They're forgetting what victory tastes like. Look at the timeline when we get back in. And it's a timeout for the side of Fnatic. That's what 8 rounds in a row that they've lost now.
Just absurd. Like, it's just so ridiculous the positions that players are being caught in. Like, you have this ruse sold by Sociable. You then have another player push further into the spawn. So far, they managed to catch a player in the back. And I imagine if you're the Fnatic players, you're going like, what the literal these guys doing? Like, how am I supposed to make a read on what's going on when a solo op pushes me from heaven after using utility? It's a ruse to go back the other way, and even when they go the other way, they're somehow in our spawn. This is where Fnatic need to have those tools. The BBL managed to get that much ground. It should never happen. The fact that multiple players were in their spawn is insanity.
Lawan bracket kah ini kalau kalah?
The charts on BBL, see it in the cameras. It's not looking good. Now, I think this is the first time in the series we've seen BBL still sitting with a pause while Fnatic have ran out of them. They're having to scramble for solutions while BBL, well, they can touch base with their staff if they need to, but right now, it certainly ain't broke, so I don't want to see any fixing it. 11 to 9, 2 rounds ahead and 2 rounds away from claiming BBL's second VCT EMEA win, 2 in a row, a flawless streak, and up against Fnatic with 6 unique maps played, with such little time to prepare, with a stand-in. This is a sensational run. The honeymoon in full effect. They must have got a discount. Nade, decent. Boaster survives after the decay. Loon's already here! Loon's already here! They've got to be perplexed. Fnatic just called a pause and still they're being outplayed.
At least for them, Alfie has managed to level it. Weaponry in this round is a mess, so expectations may be a little bit lower,
kalau main Valo aja gacuan bang
would love
goblok.
someone to step up. They've got 3 players building, but again, you just look at the space. Like, you can see where the stun is currently being set up. It is towards their own spawn, towards mid, because they just don't know where they're coming from. Eventually, the switchback, again, leaves Chronicle isolated within the site. Waiting within the smoke is perfect, but eventually you'll have to fall off it. Just trying to hold on to the It's a quick clear from the side of BBL. Alpha got his first, but at the expectation of another player in heaven, because it wasn't on his list. It's now left all onto Kayak. New boy on the block. new member, and well,
Tolong.
ended up down.
Suruh ganti dik itu dik.
They're gonna restore.
Lanjut woi. Woi,
Let me tell you,
tanggung.
it's been a long time coming. Revenge for how many teams who've had that lead against Fnatic?
Definitely getting Reddit threads about it. I can tell you that one.
Whoa.
Someone's already got it preloaded.
That's the modern day Sonic, the bards of our time, Redditors.
Kayak suruh ganti,
How far
dik.
humanity has fallen. Well, 3 rounds, 3 chances, 3 ultimates, 3 assists for Sociable. What else do we have 3 up? But a lot of ultis in play for Fnatic, and they will pop their own, leaving them with 3 ultis. Kayak going into the spawn, and again, it's such early information, unless we're capitalizing with a kill, which we might be. Paranoia, decoys down!
Oh, ini dia. Lu harus kata-katain dulu
That
dik.
saves the day. There's still an ult for Prophet to claim the spike back, but by the looks of it, maybe they're not going to do it the old-fashioned way. It might be the ult just to be safe. We'll see.
A beautiful setup. Stun combined with the paranoia. But even still Sociable, well, thought better of it. Down to just 33 HP. I think as we've seen these rounds crumble before, the heroics of this BBL side. But bear in mind, they're yet to lose a round when it comes to this attack. Maybe one falter will be enough to turn the tide of this once again. And still, Sociable's just working out. He hasn't been seen. There is the cam from Chronicle.
Itu merah-merah lu nggak ngeliat apa? Chronicle anjing.
Magnificent timing to get past this one, and I think instead he is waiting for his teammates to make a move. There is much more of an opening on this B side. Look at the current defensive setup. 3 players over on A.
Buset,
While
kamera.
Chronicle waits alone.
Tinggi
At a
banget.
minimum, he needs to trade 1-for-1, and the spam hasn't really connected in the way he would have liked. He does manage to take down Prophet though, keeping himself alive ever longer, and Sociable low is going to be squashed.
Let's go.
A fantastic round from Chronicle to hold, and Yumpy with 12 seconds left has already been spotted. There is no
Let's go.
It is finally.
Let's go. Anjing, Chronicle.
They'll hit double digits at least.
But can they chain them together?
Ketik lagi dik, ketik lagi dik. GG padahal.
Sure, they might lose a streak of rounds, they might go down, but once they start winning, they don't stop. This play, beautiful. Still that bit of innovation.
I have
the
two
paranoia
sides.
deep into spawn. I thought Kayak's ult was going to be fairly useless again, unless you're able to capitalize with kills that early on. They're just going to reset. You're going to give up the space you took. We're going to move on with our day. But instead, hyper aggression, good combo of utility, and another chance. But for BBL, 2 more chances. They just need 1. Showstopper's still there. Push it away up. Yeah, one.
Ada merah-merahnya lagi.
Ayo lo.
He's looking to try and fight for the orb. Kayak's actually up close. Smoke's being faked
Ayo,
out.
Kayak.
To see if anybody would swing. Look for the peek, look for the spam. It's already been seen though. It's a showstopper. In fact, he gets out of there.
Ultinya
Nice
keambil.
maneuver. Nade thrown
Hey!
and the swing out from Sociable. He was looking to try and find a kill. Now Loon goes in. No doubt. He's not just planning to escape. There's normally some attempted magic paranoia as an attempt to push back. He lands the first shot, but isn't expecting the reswing.
Masih dapat loh 1.
Still 3, now 4 players setting up to this B side. BBL are walking directly into a trap. It's almost a kill back though. A hefty amount of damage on Crashies.
They have to be working.
Loh. Loh. Woi,
It's
lanjut
not going to be
woi.
a stab in the back effectively from Vac. Still with the TP for Prophet.
Liatin woi.
25 seconds left. They have to push this into the B side. Still credits for the next round. No need to save. See what they can drain from their opponents. Rolling Thunder put into play.
Wah,
Nice shot by
bosta.
Vac though. Having control, taken back 15 seconds. Time to go to site. 1 HP on Crashies. Kayak has to stand strong and he will fall. 1 HP on site. But the TP to the A side, the plan will now be found. Chronicle can try the spam. That would be his best chance here. Or to catch him afterwards. The spam not working, but the shots do. How quick can Vac get here?
Terus.
He needs to run around.
Yeah!
Chronicle and 1 on Crashies. Not like this, surely. Vac creeping around towards the screens, and he's left Crashies without a clue of where to go. He'll make it to the spike. The tap will be heard. Vac making his way, but it's not even half. The big swing and the delivery. The knife to slice Fnatic down to size. BBL. Nobody Anybody could have predicted this. They've done it on the stage against the best of the best. And this Turkish organization, they may be on track to claim a crown of their own.
Well, he might be joining them for a few weeks, but I can tell you, BBL are going to remember Vac as the man that gave them a victory versus Fnatic. That's something that will go in the history books. A huge final round that puts him right at the top of the board. We have seen some phenomenal stand-ins here in EMEA, and Vac is looking to be another one. That puts them into the upper semi-final, a spot that, again, if you're a BBL fan, if you're someone who truly believes in this roster, seeing them come in with a stand-in with all of these issues to get here, take down GX, you're like, okay, that was good, but Fnatic are next. Well, they've taken them down as well. What an impressive display. And for Fnatic, sure, this isn't the end of the journey. This isn't the single elimination that we saw last year that definitely wasn't the greatest. They still have another bite of the cherry, but that's it. There's one more chance for Fnatic. Otherwise, it's another first Masters of the Year missed.
Well, it was just 2 days ago, Vac tweeted, 2-1 against GX. We'll grind as much as I can to improve on the shooting part. We should be good. I don't think many people believe that the improvement will be quite this stark. Yeah. But this is the Vac that we reported about long ago, that we expected to see, not even on the duelist, but he might as well be a gorgeous play. And from BBL.
Ente dik. Jangan sedih dik, jangan sedih dik. Kita sudah di penghujung acara, guys. Thank you guys yang udah nonton. Aku fans BBL, Bang. Blok. Thank you guys yang udah nonton sampai akhir. Buset, langsung 4 village ya. Thank you juga yang akan nonton BBC. Thank you guys semua, thank you. Sampai jumpa di next stream selanjutnya. Kata-kata hari ini BBL anjing. Kok udahan Bang? Udahan anjing, ngantuk gue. Kata-kata hari ini, jangan kelamaan megang pisau ya guys ya.
Udah lah, gamut anjing. Gamut bro, gamut.
Jangan lupa top up di posgamer. Bye bye. See you in the next stream.
Gamut.